Scene of the Grind, A Killer Coffee Mystery, Volume 1. Written by Tanya Kappas. Narrated by Madeline Rozak. 1. Drip, drip, drip. There is something about coffee that brings people together, and they don't even have to like coffee. Is it the smell? Is it the comforting sound of the drip? I don't know. All I did know was that my new coffee shop in the touristy lake town of Honey Springs, Kentucky, the Bean Hive, was opened for business. 7 a.m., I muttered after I'd glanced up at the clock and drew my eyes back out the front doors of the coffee house, located in the best spot on the boardwalk that ran along Lake Honey Springs. The boardwalk held fond memories for me since I used to spend my summers here with my Aunt Maxine. Maxie for short. For the past year, my life was stalled in a little bit of what I'd call a fork in the road. So after hearing Aunt Maxie talk about all the revitalization of the boardwalk and not really knowing what to do, it sounded like a splendid idea to open a shop. At the time. The annual Honey Festival was in a couple of days, and all the vendors and the new shops on the boardwalk were holding a grand opening. I'd already had the coffee house ready to open since when I moved to Honey Springs a few weeks ago. I made it a point to no longer sit around resting on my laurels, so I opened the shop a few days early. Which might not have been the best business plan, since my only customers had been a few stragglers here and there. Mainly construction workers who were working day and night to get the shops ready for the big festival. The Bean Hive was located in the middle of the boardwalk, right across from the pier. It was a perfect spot, and I was beyond thrilled with the exposed brick walls and wooden ceiling beams that I didn't have to touch. Luckily, Aunt Maxie owned the place. The rent was a little steep, but I'd watched a few DIY videos on YouTube to figure out how to make the necessary repairs for inspection. I couldn't be more pleased with the shiplap wall I'd created myself out of plywood painted white to make it look like real shiplap. Instead of investing in a fancy menu, or even menu boards that attached to the wall, I'd bought 4 large chalkboards that hung down from the ceiling over the L-shaped glass countertop. The first chalkboard menu hung over the pie counter and listed the pies and cookies with their prices. The second menu hung over the torts and quiches. The third menu before the L-shaped counter curved listed the breakfast casseroles and drinks. Over top the other counter, the chalkboard listed lunch options, including soups, and catering information. On each side of the counter was a drink stand. One was a coffee bar with 6 industrial thermoses with different blends of my specialty coffees, as well as one filled with a decaffeinated blend, even though I clearly never understood the concept of that. But Aunt Maxie made sure I understood some people only drink the unleaded stuff. The coffee bar had everything you needed to take a coffee with you, even an honor system where you could pay and go. The drink bar on the opposite end of the counter was a tea bar. There was a nice selection of gourmet, loose leaf, and cold teas. I'd even gotten a few antique teapots from Wild and Whimsy Antique Shop, which happened to be the first shop on the boardwalk. If a customer came in and wanted a pot of hot tea, I could fix it for them, or they could fix their own to their taste. A few cafe tables dotted the inside, along with 2 long window tables with stools butted up to them on each side of the front door. It was a perfect spot to sit, enjoy the beautiful Lake Honey Springs, and sip on your favorite beverage. Which just so happened to be where I was sitting this morning, enjoying the view, until I realized I'd been here since 4 a.m. to get the casseroles made and coffees brewed before the opening time of 7 a.m., and no one was here. "You did open a little early," I said to make myself feel better, and hooked my finger in the mug of freshly brewed coffee. Curling both hands around the mug, I leaned my hip up against the counter and took a sip. Even if no one showed up today, it was better than where I was a year ago. My chin lifted as the first rays of sunshine popped through the large front windows. I closed my eyes and let the breaking of the dawn fill my soul. It was spring in Kentucky, and the leaves were starting to get their deep green color back. filling in the tree line along the lake. A few fishing boats had trolled by since it was a no-wake zone. Good fishing started around 5 a.m. around here, and they were usually back by 7. At the far end of the pier was a marina with boat slips and a really neat little restaurant, the Watershed. It was probably the fanciest restaurant in Honey Springs. With my mug in my hands, I decided to get a whiff of the fresh air. The bell dinged over the front door when I opened it. Cool air swept in, reminding me that spring in Kentucky was cold in the morning and hot in the afternoon. Dressing was always a problem, but with the few uniform pieces I'd picked to go with my black pants and sensible shoes, I'd handle the change easily. Besides, the black apron with the Beehive logo was amazing, and I'd gotten several of those. Today, I'd decided on the thin, long-sleeved crew neck and had tied the apron over it. Since there wasn't anyone in the coffee house, I'd decided to stroll to the right of the coffee house on the boardwalk and do a little window shopping, even though most of them weren't opening until the grand opening this weekend. I walked all the way to the end and looked as I made my way back, enjoying my cup of coffee and the morning sunrise as it dripped in many colors on the lake. It was funny how water could turn the orange and yellow rays different colors as it mirrored on the lake. The shops were really coming along. All the shops were butted next to each other with a different awning to boast the name of the shop. Every few feet there were a couple of cafe tables where visitors could shop and stop to enjoy each other, or just the view the boardwalk gave. Wild and Whimsy was the first shop on the boardwalk. It was an eclectic shop of antiques and repurposed furniture. Beverly and Dan Teagarden were the owners. Their 2 grown children, Savannah and Melanie, helped them run it. Instead of the regular shingled roof, Dan had paid extra to put on a rusty tin roof to go with the store's theme. They'd kept the awning a red color, but without the name. The Wild and Whimsy sign dangled down from the awning. Honeycomb Salon and Spa was located next, and it was a fancy, for Honey Springs, salon. Alice D. Spicer was the owner, and from what I'd overheard through the gossip line, Alice had really gotten some new techniques from a fancy school. Next to Honeycomb Salon and Spa was the Buzz In and Out Diner, owned by James Farley. Honey Springs' very first tattoo parlor, Odd Ink, was next to the diner. I wasn't sure who owned that. In fact, I didn't know any of the owners. It was all just idle gossip from Maybelle and Bunny's morning coffee run that kept me in the know. They'd also said all about the details. A new event center was going in next to the tattoo place along with a bridal shop, Queen for the Day. Then there was me, the Beehive. The bait and tackle shop was the only shop that was on the pier. It was perfect for the tourists who wanted to fish for the day off the pier. They'd never closed like most of the past shops since the lake always had fishermen. This year was different. The annual Honey Festival was also in a couple of days, hence the grand opening of the shops, and it did bring visitors far and wide to get a good sampling of our fine Kentucky honey and festival activities. This year, the town council, of which my Aunt Maxie sits on the board, decided to move the festival from Central Park in downtown Honey Springs to the boardwalk. Vendors were going to be setting up along the boardwalk across from the shops. I was especially excited to purchase some fresh honey and honeycombs for the coffee house. I'd yet to venture past my shop, but I did know there was some sort of clothing boutique, a knick-knack shop, a spa, a bar, and at the very end was Crooked Cat Bookstore, which was an independent bookstore I'd spent many hours in during my summer visits. I fondly remembered a cat that snuggled up to me in the beanbag. The smell of fresh coffee drifted out of the coffee house exactly how I'd envisioned it would. The warm scent filled me with joy, where I wasn't sure I could have joy anymore. When I opened the door to head back in, I smiled. The Beehive was a dream only a year ago, and now a reality. I'd created it in my head and had worked hard to make the dream become real. After I filled my cup again, I walked back into the kitchen to check the casseroles I'd put in the oven for the afternoon lunch. I only cooked one thing a day for breakfast and lunch. I baked several things for the customers to enjoy and take home. The Bean Hive was a coffee house, not a restaurant, but we all know that food goes well with teas and coffee. It was my way of offering something for everyone. Today's special was a sausage casserole that paired great with any flavor coffee or tea. Everything was made fresh, which made the coffee house fill with amazing, stomach-rumbling aromas no one could refuse. The bell over the door dinged. I rushed back in the dining area to greet the customer. "I'm telling you something is wrong." Bunny Bowowski waddled into the Bean Hive with her brown pocketbook hung in the crook of her arm. "She didn't answer her phone all night last night." "You know, I was by there just around 8 o'clock, and I did notice the strangest thing." Maybelle Donovan stopped just inside the door and put her hand on Bunny's forearm. "You know those little plug-in candles that are in each of our windows?" "Do I?" Bunny rolled her eyes. "We downright got into a fight over them candles. In July of last year, I told her that it was not Christmas and she needed to take them things down. In fact, it was hotter than a firecracker, not nary a thought of snow. She said it was decoration." "Good morning, ladies." I greeted them like I'd done the past 2 mornings around this time. According to Aunt Maxie, Bunny Bowowski and Maybelle Donovan never left the house unless they were dressed in a dress, a shawl or coat, depending on the weather, and some sort of hat that sat on their heads like a bow as if it were completing the package. They'd been friends for so long they even resembled each other. Both had the exact same haircut. Their gray hair was parted to the side and cut at chin length. They both carried a brown pocketbook that was perfectly held in the crook of their right elbow. Both were on the beautification committee. They came down every morning to get a look at the boardwalk to make sure everything was progressing right on schedule. "Good morning to you." Bunny nodded and began to walk up to the counter. "Those are lovely daffodils." "Thank you." I scooted them over to the right a little more so I could get a good view of my 2 customers. "Aren't they the most vibrant yellow you've ever seen?" "Mm-hmm." Her brows formed a V. "I got them at the farmer's market when I picked out my fresh produce and fruit. And this," I tapped the vase, very proud of my find. "I found this for $1 at Wild and Whimsy. They do have some steals for an antique store." She rotated the clear hourglass vase that had a tin top and a round hole where the flowers went. She ran her finger along etched flowers in the glass. "You certainly got a bargain." Yes, I was very pleased. I pushed back a strand of my wavy black hair. Wavy was a loose term for the springy, naturally curly hair my head seemed to sprout as soon as water touched it. No matter how much I had it straightened, tried to straighten, or even hide in a ponytail, a stray strand of hair sprung out from somewhere. I glanced toward Maybelle. They weren't the spryest of women, but they certainly got around just fine. "How do?" Maybelle gave a slight bow. "Something smells delicious." "You are just in time for my country sausage casserole." I pointed to the glass pan I'd just taken out of the oven. The melted cheese was still bubbling around the edges, where it had not cooled off yet. "I'm letting it cool off so I can cut nice, thick slices." I found it was best to let a dish cool for around 10 minutes, to not only set the casserole, but to let the flavors deepen and simmer within the ingredients. "If you'd like to have a cup of coffee while you wait for a slice of the casserole, I'd love to get you some." "Oh, Roxanne, you do know us, don't you?" Bunny gave a theatrical wink. She pointed to one of the few cafe tables I had provided for the customers. "We'll go on over there." I leaned way over the counter and whispered like I had a grand secret. "You can call me Roxy. All my friends do." "Roxy with the amazing eyes." Bunny winked. You do have beautiful blue eyes. Thank you. I smiled, grateful for the comment. I poured 2 ceramic coffee mugs with the Beehive's own Highlander grog and set them on a small, round tray, along with one of the silver cow cream pitchers I'd gotten on sale at Wild and Whimsy. Most of the china and silver I'd bought for the Beehive was from there, since the old things go great with the exposed brick walls, wood pallet furniture, and big, comfy chairs I'd used to decorate the shop, as well as the old tin signs and the chalkboard menus that hung above the counter. Roxy. A big smile curled up on her face. Now that's a name with character. That's what I hear. I chuckled and excused myself where I retreated into the kitchen. For the last year, I'd gotten up way before the rooster crowed, so to speak, which was about 4 a.m. around these parts. Only I hadn't been in these parts. Only recently had I moved back to Honey Springs. I'm not sure if it was to get away from the life I'd left behind due to my divorce, or if I needed a little bit of familiarity or comfort. Regardless, I'm what I'd like to call a retired lawyer, even at the young age of 30. Retired because after my divorce, I hated lawyers. It was then that I'd listened to all that junk about following your passion, doing what you love, life is too short, yada yada. One 4 a.m. morning, I couldn't sleep and fixed myself a cup of coffee. It was then and there that I decided I wanted to go to barista school, and I've never looked back. The shops are looking great. I called over my shoulder on the way back to the kitchen to check the rest of the casseroles before I stuck the lunch ones in. We are pleased as peaches on how Kane Contractors has really stayed on schedule, I heard Bunny say after I walked through the doors into the kitchen. Kane Contractors. A lump formed in my throat at the sound of the name. It was very hard to swallow. I shook my head to make the thought go away. What on earth? I looked at the convection oven with the morning sausage casseroles in it and noticed the digital buttons weren't lit up. I hit the oven button and nothing. I opened the oven door. The casseroles were still runny and lumpy. I stuck my hand in the oven and it was cold, not a lick of heat. Great, I groaned and hurriedly took out a couple of the 4 casseroles I had in there and moved them to the other convection oven next to it, where I crammed them in with the lunch quiches. This is going to have to work. I gulped, knowing it probably wasn't going to work since both of them required different cooking temperatures. I headed back out to the shop and grabbed my cell phone out of the pocket of my apron and dialed my Aunt Maxine. Aunt Maxie, I'm so glad you answered. My rapidly beating heart settled down after I'd heard the comforting sound of her voice. This better be good. The tone in her voice wasn't happiness. I need my beauty sleep. I'm on the prowl, you know. Yeah. Prowl. My aunt was in her mid-60s and widowed. Widowed at a young age, too. But as far as I knew, she was happily single. Listen, can you hurry down to the shop and grab some of the lunch quiches for me and put them in your oven to bake? I asked. You didn't call a handyman yet? She let me know that she'd warned me several times after I'd bought the place how the previous owner of the restaurant had undercooked food and eventually got shut down by the health department. No, I muttered, knowing I really should have listened to her, but the cost was something I wasn't able to afford right now. I was trying to wait until this first week was open and then I'd hire one. I'm gonna say I told you so, just because I can say I told you so, and you won't give no sass back. I told you so, she said in a playful voice. I'll be right over. Thank you so much. I love you, and I know you love me. A sigh of relief escaped me. There weren't too many times Aunt Maxie didn't save me. In fact, the reason I'd come back to Honey Springs was due to her. I love my mom, but she seemed to hover around me when I'd gone home to Lexington after my divorce. Aunt Maxie had lived in Honey Springs all her life, and she was my dad's sister. Unfortunately, he died of cancer years ago. I'd spend summers here with Aunt Maxie, and the cozy town had become a second home to me. I loved the small shops scattered throughout the town, but the boardwalk and pier were my favorite spots in Honey Springs. Aunt Maxie owned a few rental properties, the Beehive being one, as well as Crooked Cat Bookstore, plus a couple residential places. Unfortunately for me, she didn't have any houses available, so I bought a pretty run-down cabin alongside the lake and only a 4-minute bike ride from the coffee house. It was a perfect place to live, but needed a few upgrades. Still, it was mine, and I loved every part of it, even the broken ones. "Are you ladies ready for your slice of country sausage casserole?" I asked and sliced into the warm casserole, plating 2 nice-sized pieces on 2 lattice milk glass plates. "Here you go." I set a plate down in front of each of them. "This looks amazing, Roxy." Bunny leaned over the plate. She closed her eyes and inhaled. "And smells delicious." There was nothing as satisfying to me as seeing someone who enjoyed something I'd made with my hands. "Thank you." I took a step back and put my hands in a prayer position up in front of my face. "I'm honored. I hope you enjoy the taste, too." "I'm sure we will," she said. Maybelle didn't have to say anything. She'd already dug in and was on her 3rd bite. I walked over to the door, not only to see if Aunt Maxie was on her way, but to see if there was anyone walking along the boardwalk who I could offer a free coffee to. Even if some of the construction workers were employed by Kane, there was a lot of construction going on, and even they had to eat, or at least warm up with a coffee. My eyes scanned the workers to make sure I didn't see anyone I knew from my past summers here. There was a bit of satisfaction and a bit of sadness when I didn't recognize any of them. It was probably a good thing. "You've outdone yourself with this one," Maybelle called from behind me and forced me to come back out of my memories that were good and bad. "Thank you so much." I stared down the boardwalk where a tall, lean man with a yellow hard hat on was standing next to the new beauty salon and spa. He had a set of plans rolled out in front of him. A couple of men on each side of him were looking at the plans. They nodded and spoke with each other. The early morning chill had yet to give way to the spring afternoon weather. I knew the spa was going to open along with most of the other shops before the annual Spring Honey Festival, in hopes that'd bring the tourists we needed to revitalize the sleepy town. That was one of the reasons I'd moved back. The fond memories of lazy days spent on the pier and watching all the people going in and out of the shops outweighed the only bad memory I'd had. Those days had been long gone, and now I was going to do my part to help bring it back. Not only did the Honey Springs economy need it, I needed it to help restore my soul. "Are you two okay?" I asked on my way back to the counter. They nodded and went back to discussing their friend who apparently hadn't shown up for a meeting or something. I grabbed a thermos that could hold 6 cups of coffee and stuck it under the Bunn Industrial Coffee Maker to fill. While it filled up, I grabbed a few to-go cups. I ran a finger over the cute The Beehive logo I'd designed. It was fun to see the bee that had a coffee bean for a body come to life on the materials I'd had printed for merchandise, as well as on marketing materials. The bell over the door dinged and I looked up. "Alexis Rourke," Bunny greeted the petite blonde. "We were just discussing where you've been." "You have?" Alexis Rourke wore her blonde hair in a conservative nature with a bob cut just beneath her ears, and straight across bangs. She had on a pair of tennis shoes, khakis, and a pullover hoodie with the Honey Springs logo on it. "I even went by your house and your decorative candles weren't even lit up." Maybelle eyed her suspiciously. "Why, Maybelle Donovan!" Alexis drew her hands up to her chest. "You do care about me." "Of course we do." Bunny pushed back the only extra chair at their cafe table. "Sit." She patted the seat. "Where have you been?" Alexis waved her off and was content standing next to the table. I don't have time to sit. I've got to open the shop. Maxine Bloom is at it again. She said my aunt's name with exhaustion. Raising the rent on the bookstore. I'm going to have to stop volunteering at the Pet Palace. Why? Because you volunteer with Maxine? Bunny asked and sipped on her coffee. No, so I can keep the bookstore open an extra day. I close early on Friday so I can volunteer. No more. She shook her head. She pointed at me and shook her finger. I hear you are Maxine's niece. You hear right. I offered a warm smile in hopes she didn't hold it against me that my Aunt Maxine was her landlord. Did I also hear you say that you're the owner of Crooked Cat Bookstore? I am. Her eyes narrowed as though she was sizing me up. I have fond memories of your bookstore when I used to come visit during the summer. A happy sigh escaped me. I remember sitting in that big purple beanbag that was in the front window next to the cat tree. You had that little gray cat and that amazing banned book section. I'll be. I remember your eyes. A smile formed and reached her eyes. They twinkled as though the memory was bright. That's when Maxine and I got along. She'd bring you in there while she was doing her property rounds and tell you to read books. I knew I was watching you. I believe my love of reading stems from you and all the time I spent in your store. I pointed to the coffee maker. Can I get you a cup of coffee? On the house. Ours wasn't, Maybelle grumbled under her breath. I'd love one to go. And give me one of them cake donuts. She pulled her chin to the side and tilted her eyes over her shoulder as she enjoyed the look on Maybelle's face. With the to-go cup of coffee and the beehive bag filled with a donut, she bid her friends goodbye. I'll see y'all at the town council meeting tomorrow. I've got a few things to say about the zoning thing and Maxine Bloom. She skirted out of the shop. Maybelle and Bunny put their heads together and both tried to whisper above the other. I figured it was a good time to take the workers the coffee. I'll be right back. I'm going to run some coffee down to the workers. I held the thermos up along with the cups. The sun was popping up over the trees that stood along the lake like soldiers and filtered over the calm water of the lake. There were a couple of small bass boats running side by side with a couple of men in them, probably looking for a good inlet to bass fish. The wood boards of the boardwalk groaned underneath each step I took as I got closer to the group of men. Good morning, I greeted them. I'm Roxanne Bloom, owner of the Beehive. I gestured toward the coffee shop. I've made all this coffee and only a few customers have come in. I left out the fact that I'd only had the same 2 customers all week long. And I'd hate to see this fresh coffee go to waste, so I thought I'd bring it to y'all. That's mighty nice of you. The tall man grinned from under the hard hat. He kept his eyes on the thermos. One of the men took the cups out of my hand while another one took the thermos. We appreciate that, don't we, boys? The man's deep voice echoed off the limestone banks of the lake. The glare of the sun reflecting off the lake made it difficult to see his face. The men thanked me. If y'all get hungry, I also serve food. I smiled and clasped my hands in front of me. I was definitely trying to use the old saying that a way to a man's heart was through his stomach. Not that I was trying to get into any of their hearts. I wasn't. But I was trying to get to their stomachs and their wallets. Enjoy. We will, and we'll return your thermos, the man said before he went back to pointing out things about the spa. It was my cue to head on back. They had work to do, and so did I. Hello, honey. Aunt Maxie was leaning her bike up against the outside of the shop. She pulled off her knit cap. She tucked the hat in the purse that was strapped across her body and pulled out a can of hairspray. She raked her hand upward through her hair and used her other hand to spray it to high heaven. You know, you need to get a bike rack. I do need a bike rack, But I also need to get a new oven or have this one looked at. I opened the door for her and let her walk in before me. New hair color since yesterday? She gave the newly blonde-colored hair another good spray before she stuck the can back in her purse and started toward the door. Alice D. down at the Honeycomb says it's all the rage. Makes me feel young as a whippersnapper. She turned to me. The morning sun sprinkled down upon her. I shook my head and realized having her bike up against the coffee house was probably not a good place for it to lean in case someone tripped over it. Most of the community rode bikes everywhere since Honey Springs was a small, compact town that took pride in their landscape and Kentucky bluegrass that made the entire town look like a fancy landscape painting. You look a little like Phyllis Diller. And it wasn't just the hair. Aunt Maxie had put on a little too much makeup. Well, well, if it's not Maxine Bloom. Bunny Bowowski didn't seem all that happy to see Aunt Maxie. And with a new hairdo. You'll serve just about anybody. Aunt Maxie curled her nose at me. You two know each other? I asked, hoping to bring a little peace between us. Know her? Bunny scoffed. She's been down at the Moose trying to get her claws into Floyd, my man. Don't flatter yourself, Bunny. I want a man that can walk without stopping every 2 feet so he can get his footing up under him so he don't fall. Aunt Maxie drew her chin in the air and looked down her nose. Besides, that's not what's got you all worked up. Aunt Maxie is why I've come to Honey Springs. I patted my aunt on the back. I used to come here when I was a child and spent many summers here, right here in this very spot when it was the diner. I loved being here so much that I decided to move here and open the Beehive. I hoped that their mutual like for me would at least bring them together. The last thing I needed was my only 2 paying customers to boycott me because of Aunt Maxie. We'll see you tomorrow, Roxy. Bunny stood up and motioned for Maybelle to follow. We've got committee stuff to do. The 3 women gave each other the Baptist nod, where they didn't wish ill will, but not necessarily success. The Southern woman's way around good manners. Glad they're gone. Aunt Maxie spouted out and walked to the back of the shop. She put her hands on her hips and looked around. This looks good, she said in approval. Many customers? Nope, you just ran off the only 2 I've had since I opened. I gave her a wry look. Cup of coffee? I can't. I've got to get your casseroles and head to a meeting. It's hard being a councilwoman. Aunt Maxie had held the office for over 30 years and was very proud of it. That's why old Bunny's all mad. She and her group of cronies think that just 'cause we're in craft group together, that I'll just let 'em do whatever they want regarding the festivals and the beautification committee. Apparently Aunt Maxie didn't agree on something in their meeting. Didn't surprise me. Aunt Maxie wasn't one to go along with the crowd when she was passionate about something. There are 2 things I knew not to get into with others: politics and religion. Around here, both were just as important as a newborn baby, wedding, or a funeral. They aren't too worried about whatever it is that you've made them mad about. They're worried about one of their friends. Oh! Aunt Maxie perked up and walked on my heels on our way back to the kitchen. I don't know. I can't remember her name. She actually came in. I grabbed the 2 lunch quiches I'd taken out of the oven earlier and wrapped them in tinfoil, pinching the sides as tight as I could. She owns Crooked Cat. Alexis Rourke, Aunt Maxie groaned. I laughed and stacked the 2 quiches. She said that you 2 are fond of each other. Don't get me started on her because I don't come with breaks. Aunt Maxie picked up the quiches. You know those leftover donuts you gave me yesterday? Yes, what about them? I asked. I took them to her last night, sort of a peace offering, Aunt Maxie said. She was just fine, so there's no need to worry about her. Those women love to worry. If they aren't gossiping or worried about someone, they're dead. they were happy to see her and that she was okay. I was just about to ask her about Alexis's claim that Aunt Maxie was going to raise the rent, but the bell over the shop door dinged, alerting me that someone had come in. Aunt Maxie and I looked. "Good morning, Maxine." The man I'd taken coffee to took off his hard hat with his left hand. His right gripped the thermos. "Good to see ya." Aunt Maxie's joy of seeing the man was evident all over her face. Even her eyes tipped up in the corners with giddiness. "I wanted to thank you for the coffee. My men appreciate your kindness." His features were familiar. His big brown eyes were warm and matched the tender smile. "I'm glad to see the two of you have mended ways. You know I believe everything happens for a reason." Aunt Maxie walked over to the door as she recited her favorite saying. "I'll have these back to you in a couple of hours. See you later, Patrick." Patrick? I took a deeper look at the man standing in front of me. Patrick Kane? I looked a little deeper. Patrick Kane. My heart sank. 2. "I've got to get on my way." Aunt Maxie had always been good at removing herself from sticky situations, and coming face to face with Patrick Kane was a very sticky situation. "Oh, Patrick is more than capable to look at your stove while he's here." "Excuse me for 1 second." I held up a finger at Patrick and tried not to make eye contact, rushing out the door like a lunatic after Aunt Maxie. I grabbed the handle of her bike before she could pedal off. "What was that?" "That is your answer to a lot of things." She turned with a quick snap of her shoulders and jerked the bike handle back. The quiches jiggled in the iron basket on the front of the bike. "Your heart and your electrical issues." "Electrical issues, maybe," I whispered between my gritted teeth. "Heart, I don't think so." My grip loosened, my hand fell to the side. "Mm-hmm." A twinkle lurked in her eyes. "I've never been wrong." She balanced the bike before she pedaled off down the boardwalk. "I'll be back before lunch," she called over her shoulder. I stood there for a second, trying to gather my wits. Patrick Kane never crossed my mind when I decided to move to Honey Springs. Never might be a bit of a lie, but hardly ever. Rarely? Okay, he might have crossed my mind a couple of times when I moved to the cabin and realized the place still had knob and tube wiring that wasn't up to code. Something I knew when I bought the place, but it was affordable. Probably because of the electrical upgrades needed, but it was mine. "I guess you wouldn't have brought the coffee if you'd known it was me." Patrick's voice came from the door of the shop. I turned around and walked back in, leaving him still standing at the door. "Thanks again, Roxy," he said, with his hands still curled around the doorknob. Hearing my name coming out of his mouth brought back so many memories for me. Memories that I'd tried hard to forget, and when I got married, I did forget them. The only problem, it seems, was that forgetting those memories was only temporary. "Yeah." I gave a slight wave and was a little embarrassed that the only word I seemed to get out was, "Yeah." "I can take a look at that stove your aunt was talking about." He nodded to the back of the shop. "I used to come in here and do service calls for the last owner." The door pushed open, causing Patrick to drop his hand off the knob. "Hey, you about ready?" the man asked Patrick when he saw him. "Roxy, this is Steve Arpell. Steve, this is Roxy Bloom, a longtime friend of mine." Patrick did the introduction. Apparently not long time enough. He had my pulse and heart beating so fast I wasn't sure if I was going to make it. "Nice to meet you," Steve said. "Thank you for the coffee this morning. It really hit the spot." "Steve works for me. He's new to Honey Springs," Patrick said. When Patrick spoke, I couldn't help but notice the man he'd become and the chiseled cheekbones he had. "I'm new to Honey Springs as well." I made sure to take a sudden interest in Steve to take my mind off Patrick. Are you an electrician? Yes, ma'am, Steve said with pride. Do you do work on the side? I asked. I can, but I'm just now getting my feet wet around here, so I don't know many people, he said. I slipped my hand in the crook of his arm and squeezed him. You know me, and I need an electrician. I dragged him through the shop, and he stumbled as he looked back over his shoulder at Patrick. You can't do that, Roxy, Patrick warned. He's on my dime right now. Fine, you pay him and I'll pay you. But I want Steve to look at it, I answered over my shoulder on our way back to the kitchen. For some reason, the stove was working yesterday just fine. This morning, it baked a couple of my breakfast casseroles while I had my lunch quiche in the other oven, and when I went to check on the breakfast casseroles, they were still runny and the oven wasn't hot. Okay, let me take a look, he said. I pointed to the broken stove and rushed over to the other one. I'd completely forgotten about the breakfast casseroles. And they were clearly too done when I noticed the browning around the edges was a little too black. Let me make something very clear. I didn't forget. Patrick Kane made me forget. See, I reminded myself, bad news. Patrick Kane had always been bad news. Steve pulled the oven out. The bell over the shop door dinged, and I walked back out to see if I had another customer. Unfortunately, no one was there, and I could see out the window that Patrick had walked outside. Being a tad bit nosy, I walked over to the window, hiding in the corner. I pulled back the curtain and peeked so he couldn't see me. There was a woman and a young boy. The woman had shoulder-length blonde hair that hung in waves. She had a bright smile. She stood about 5'6", mainly legs that were covered in a pair of knee-high boots, skinny khakis, and a long cream sweater. Perfect outfit for the early spring day we were having. I pulled back a little when the little boy with brown hair and brown eyes like Patrick's curled his arms around Patrick's legs. Patrick picked him up and the boy squeezed Patrick's neck, giving him a big kiss on the cheek. I let go of the curtain. As it fell back in place, I leaned back and let my heart fall back in place. Good news! Steve caused me to jump when he walked into the shop. Luckily, it didn't seem like he noticed me snooping because he didn't skip a beat. There's a short in the plug of the stove. I'll tell Patrick and he can get you worked into the schedule. So you can't do it? I asked. You heard the boss. Right now, he's keeping me busy with all the shops here on the boardwalk. Steve shrugged. But it's a quick fix, and you'll be back up and running in no time. Okay. I forced a smile. I guess it's good I don't have a lot of customers. You will. Steve put his hand on the doorknob and turned around. I have a feeling this entire town is about to turn around with all the new development going on. I even heard a strip mall is going up on the outskirts of town. Really? My brows furrowed. His words made my heart dip. The one thing I loved about this town was the fact that there wasn't a mall or any big-named stores. Patrick will be in touch. Steve shut the door behind him. When I noticed that Steve, Patrick, the woman, and the boy were walking away from the shop and down the boardwalk, I scurried back over to the window and swung the curtain open. The little boy's hand was entwined with Patrick's. The silence of the beehive was far from what I'd envisioned. I stood there, trying to figure out if the hole in my heart was from the fact my coffee shop didn't have the crowd I'd anticipated, or the fact that the little piece of my heart that had Patrick Kane's name on it seemed to realize someone else had already claimed his. 3. Most of the day I spent leaned over the counter and staring out the window at the lake. Every once in a while, someone would walk by but didn't bother coming in. What was left of one of the quiches was in the scalloped platter with my fork still in it. Why so doom and gloom? The grand opening isn't for a couple of days. Then you'll be wishing for a break like this. A lady with a long-sleeved denim dress that hit just above her knees and had the cutest ruffled ending on the sleeves walked into the beehive. Her chin-length silver bob with blunt bangs looked great against the blue and silver accessories. "I'll take a basic chai, and I don't want it out of one of those machines." She wagged her pointer finger. The turquoise silver ring took up half of her finger. "At least that's what I hear you do best." "Ah." I pushed myself up to standing. I pushed the half-eaten quiche toward her and pulled out a fork and napkin from underneath the counter. "You must know my Aunt Maxie." "I do, Roxanne. Louise Carlton." She eased herself down on one of the 2 stools I had at the counter and picked up the fork. She carefully chose the bite she wanted and put it in her mouth. Mmm. She licked her lips. "Goat cheese and spinach?" "Yes, ma'am." I instantly liked her. Anyone who loves my food, I instantly love. Everyone but Patrick Kane. "With a little sun-dried tomato." "Magnificent." She smacked her lips together. "What about that tea?" "You got it." I snapped my fingers and headed back to the kitchen. "It's going to be a minute or 5, I warned. My chai tea wasn't like most coffee houses. I actually boiled it on the stove. I used cardamom. The leafy tea came from the ginger family and went perfectly with some cinnamon powder, star anise, fennel seed, nutmeg, ginger, cloves, and peppercorns. "That smells heavenly." Louise walked back into the kitchen. "It's a little lonely out there." "You're not telling me anything I don't know." I stirred the boiling mixture, letting the aroma fill the kitchen. "But it's much better than where I was a year ago. I'll take the loneliness." "Oh, honey, you aren't lonely." She walked with grace. There was a sense of maturity about her that I really liked. A friendly sort. "Lonely is when no one cares. You have a lot of people who care for you, and I just might have the perfect thing to cure your loneliness." "You aren't here to play matchmaker, are you?" I asked Louise and poured the milk into the boiling pot. "If you mean with the 4-legged kind," she shrugged. "Maybe." She winked. "I run the Pet Palace. It's what some towns call the SPCA, but since we don't have funds or run it like an SPCA, we all chip in and find homes, clean, and volunteer where needed. I have the perfect 4-legged companion to cure that loneliness." "I can barely take care of me and all these repairs I'm going to have to do in the cabin and in here." I pointed to the other stove where the oven was broken. I took out the strainer and put the tea in the water, bringing the temperature down to simmer. "Why don't you just come by and look after you close?" She pulled the sleeve up on her left arm and looked at her silver watch. "Which is about now." "Now?" I laughed. "I'm not supposed to close until later." "Honey, there isn't anyone coming down here right now." She told me something that I already knew. "But if you have another slice of quiche, I'll take it to go. I'd like to take it to Alexis Rourke." She came in here today. The fond memories of Alexis and Crooked Cat warmed me. But not without hearing from Bunny and Maybelle about her candles. "I see you've already been introduced to the gossip." Louise patted my back and she looked into the pot. "That smells so good. Why don't we put that in a to-go cup and check out some 4-legged companions?" 4. The Pet Palace was located on the north end of Honey Springs. I recalled maybe one other time I'd been there with Aunt Maxie. From what I remember and gathered from Louise, Aunt Maxie still volunteers there every Saturday. Since my cabin was pretty close to the lake, I didn't have to drive my car to the boardwalk where the beehive was located. Most of the citizens of Honey Springs rode a bicycle, and since there was one left behind at the cabin, I'd pumped up the tires and had been riding it to work. I'd told Louise that I'd meet her at the Pet Palace. Even though business hadn't been blown out of the water the first week at the coffee shop, I was okay with that and really looked forward to the big honey festival coming up, which coincided with the grand opening of the boardwalk shops. After all, they'd moved it from Central Park, which was literally in the middle of Honey Springs, to the boardwalk. All the new shops or remodeled shops were having a grand opening, and the Beehive was no different. I was excited to visit the new spa, diner, and boutiques, and revisit the bookstore. All of those stores screamed me time, and that was something I didn't do when I was married. Me time, I thought with a smile, as the sun warmed my face and the breeze swept through my hair as the bike rattled down the wooden planks of the boardwalk. The late afternoon sun was staying out a little longer since the spring season was almost here, a much-needed welcome that would also bring in business. The two-lane country road from the boardwalk to the cabin was pretty much desolate on most days. It was nice to be able to relax and take a ride after a long day of watching the door. And maybe Louise was right. A dog might be a good companion for me. I gripped the plastic handles of the bike and looked at the wire basket that was screwed on the front of it. It wasn't a small basket, but it wasn't oversized. It'd be a perfect size for a small to medium-sized dog so I could still ride the bike to work. Only I wasn't sure how I could get a dog to stay still. I guess I could take a dog obedience class or ask all the other residents of Honey Springs that ride with their dogs on their bikes. Plus, it was only a 5-minute bike ride from the cabin to the boardwalk. Surely a dog could sit still that long. The shadow of the sun's rays played tag with me through the newly grown leaves. When I'd moved here a month ago, the leaves were just little buds, and remnants of the winter weather were still lingering. The bike hugged the road as it went around the 2 curves I had to take to get to the cabin before I came upon the gravel driveway. The bike veered to the right and left as the gravel spit up underneath the tires. Pop! I weeble-wobbled and tried to hold the bike steady as the busted tire flipped and flopped off the rim. The bike had another idea, and down I went. Oh, no! I looked at my scraped-up hands and down at the rip in my jeans. Now I definitely have to go to the boutique. Lemons to lemonade, I said, the mantra I'd adopted since I'd gotten divorced. I picked up the bike and hobbled back to the cabin. It was a typical old log cabin that no one wanted. Of course they didn't. It had the old knob and tube wiring that had to be changed out to meet code. And there weren't any type of regular walls or concrete. It was logs laid upon logs. The realtor assured me the potbelly stove was perfect for cold winter nights and to warm the chilly mornings. The front porch happened to be my favorite place and was what really sold me, besides the cheap price tag. Aunt Maxie had several rental houses, and over the years had accumulated furniture, so I was happy when she gave me the key to her storage unit and let me pick out anything I wanted. The 2 rocking chairs my grandfather had made were a perfect addition to the cabin. I'd even taken a couple of her outdoor pillows and placed them on the rockers for a warm feel. They were deep brown ladderback style and so comfortable. The inside was one big room with a combination kitchen and dining room. The bathroom and laundry room were located on the far back right. There was a set of stairs that led up to one big room that was considered the bedroom. The natural light from the skylights and the large window in the bedroom really made the room inviting. After I'd added the white iron bed suite from Aunt Maxie's storage unit and a few quilts she'd had stored, the bedroom was cozy and perfect for me. As much as I wanted to stay and snuggle up for the evening with a good book, I'd told Louise I'd meet her, and I was a woman of my word. I quickly changed into a pair of yoga pants that I'd bought for the sole purpose to do yoga, but that never happened. Maybe with the new studio in Honey Springs, I might go see what yoga was all about. It wasn't the idea of the exercise or flexibility that sounded good to me. It was the stress-free environment that I'd heard all about that made me want to take the classes. I grabbed my car keys off the counter and locked up the cabin before I headed out of town to meet Louise. The Pet Palace was on the north end of town, so I took the side roads instead of going through town, though I did need to go to the grocery store before the Honey Festival this weekend. It wouldn't be good if I ran out of supplies at the Beehive. There wouldn't be any time tonight to head into town and get what I needed. Besides, making a list tomorrow while I was at the shop would be best. I'd sure forget something if I tried to go off my memory. It didn't take long to drive to the Pet Palace. It was on a large piece of donated land that sat on a hill. The property was fenced in, and the building looked fairly newer than the old metal building that I remembered. It was a welcome sight because on my way over, my stomach was in knots from just anticipating what condition the shelter might be in. A smile crossed my lips as I read the sign at the entrance. All creatures welcomed and loved. Isn't that how we all should live? I parked next to the building. Louise came outside and greeted me with a wave and a smile. "This looks brand new." I couldn't help but notice the view. The spring sun was setting and sprinkled an orange glow over the fields. In a couple of the dog runs, a few of the bigger dogs ran and jumped and played. Their wagging tails were enough to tell me how happy they were. There were about 10 people working in the various fields closest to the building. "We had a new building donated about a year ago. We've been very happy with it." Louise gestured for me to walk ahead of her down the sidewalk toward the front entrance. "Didn't you come here once or twice with Maxine when you were a little girl?" I was just trying to think about that. I remember coming once and Aunt Maxie took home an orange tabby. I smiled from the memory. I remember holding that cat all the way home. "Matilda!" Louise's eyes lit up. "She was an old cat that found us. Maxine said she had a heart for the elderly animals." I know that Aunt Maxie seems a little hard-hearted, but she's got a heart for every creature, even the two-legged humans. I walked into the warm comforts of the building. The inside was painted a warm brown. There was a gas fireplace in the middle of the room with a couple of couches placed in a box shape. A rug in the middle with a coffee table sitting on top. "You're going to put me out of business before I get started," I said, and pointed to the coffee bar up against the wall, only half joking. "You know as well as I do that people commune over a cup of coffee. We love the smell, too." She winked and motioned for me to follow her to the other side of the fireplace where the business part of the Pet Palace took place. The laminate gray countertop was in an L shape, and behind it were a couple of different chairs pushed up to the counter in front of a couple of computers. Behind those were file cabinets. "Roxanne, this is Stuart Roof. He's been with me for about 10 years now." She introduced me to an older gentleman with black hair combed neatly to the side. "Hi, Stuart." I shook his hand. "Roxanne owns the new coffee shop on the boardwalk, the Beehive. Isn't that cute?" Louise wrinkled her nose. "You really need to go in there and take your grandchildren." "So, you're Maxine's niece?" There was an excitement in his voice. "Yes, sir." I could tell by his smile that he was fond of Aunt Maxie. "She's very happy that you've come back to Honey Springs. I mean, I know you never lived here but for a few summers, but she talks all about those fun summers." He put his hands in his pockets. "She's a character, your aunt." "Yes, sir, she sure is." I smiled. "I'm going to take Roxanne back to look at a few dogs. She needs a companion." Louise grabbed a set of keys off of a hook behind the counter. "Watch out, they'll steal your heart," Stuart called after us before we walked through another door. "That's what I hope," Louise suggested. "By the way," Stuart said and handed her a sticky note. "Drew and Mari are going to be able to pick up an extra volunteer night starting in a couple of weeks." Louise looked at the note and then back at Stuart. There was a question that hung between them. "She said something about Drew saying he needed some much-needed time off and how the animals make him happy or something." Stuart shrugged and went back to typing on the computer. Louise walked ahead of me, clearly in deep thought as she fumbled with the keypad to get into the kennel area of Pet Palace. "It's been a long time since I've been here. I love the new remodel." I broke her train of thought. You know, Maxine loves to come here. She snapped back into the present and held the door open for me. She still volunteers regularly? I asked. Every week. Even though Maxine and Alexis have their differences, they are a good team. She opened the door and had me step through before she shut it behind us. All the craft girls have really stepped up and helped out. Everyone has a partner. Bunny and Maybelle also work together. You'd think they were all enemies the way they talk. I looked down the long hallway. They're harmless old women like me. Nothing better to do than pick at each other. She winked and took a few steps forward. The kennel part of the Pet Palace was the typical setup. The floor was concrete, which was normal for spills and accidents. The chain-link gates ran along each side of the narrow hallway. I didn't even have to walk down the hall to know that little round eyes were going to be looking at me. It was heart-wrenching to see them without a warm home where they could be cuddled and loved. Though I could tell by the big fluffy beds, stuffed animals, bowls full of water, and overflowing food bowls that Louise and her staff did take care of them. Still, I believed all creatures should be loved and cared for. Do you know what type of dog you might want? Louise asked. I wasn't even sure I wanted a dog until you said something at the beehive. I really hadn't thought about a dog, but she was right. I needed not only a companion, but a security system that I could afford. She took her time as we walked past each cage. All the dogs I passed jumped or sat there. I stopped in front of a poodle. That's Sassy. Louise put her hand through the gate, and Sassy snubbed her nose up at Louise. Sassy put her head down into the food bowl. See what I mean? I laughed. Yeah, she's adorable, but maybe not the watchdog I'm hoping for. I chewed on a passing thought. I wonder if you and I can partner up and maybe have a fundraiser on the boardwalk. I know that I don't bring in a lot of business. This weekend is the grand opening for the boardwalk's new opening. I'm assuming there'll be a lot of people coming down. You can set up some cages on the boardwalk in front of the beehive, and I'll serve free coffee to everyone. You are a genius! Louise clasped her hands in delight. A high-pitched yip come from a couple of cages down. First, I think there's someone who's anticipating meeting you. We walked down past a couple more cages, and there was a little schnauzer jumping to high heaven. When I bent down to get a look at the little guy, he sat down, his small tail wagging a mile a minute. This is Pepper. He's a little high-strung. Louise bent down next to me. She put a hand out. Her face reddened. He usually stops when you put a hand out. He's very excited. Pepper was a little curly and could stand a haircut. His ears stood up. He was more silver than black. His round, beady eyes stared at me, even when Louise was petting him. He was focused on me. His tongue dropped out of his mouth while his back end shook with excitement. Pepper, I said, and he jumped up. Sit, Pepper. He sat. Does he know tricks? I asked. Not that I know of. Pepper's owner is in the military and got deployed. That's how we got him. He's a sweet boy and very vocal, so I'm not sure how he'd do with customers if he wanted a companion at work. It seemed that Louise was trying to discourage me from taking him. We try to make the best match possible, and Pepper requires a lot of playing and walking. Not so much sitting and hanging out. So you're thinking he's not a great match for me? I questioned her. I think you should look around, she hedged. I put my hand in the cage and Pepper jumped back up. He rubbed his right side down my hand for a good scratch, turned around, and rubbed his left before he smelled my hand and licked it. He sat down and put his head on my hand. His big, round black eyes stared right into my soul. Unless you'd like to see him, Louise asked with hesitation. I'd love to see him, I said, and backed away from the cage, giving her space to open it. Pepper bounded out and jumped on me. Down, Pepper. Louise snapped her fingers. It's no problem. I giggled at the cute four-legged sweetheart and sat down. He eased into my lap and gave me a couple of kisses on my face before he sat in my lap and curled up into a ball. That's amazing. Louise bent down and looked at him. He's never been this calm when someone's asked to see him. He seems great to me. I ran my hand down his back. With a good haircut and some good loving, I think we are a perfect match. Are you sure? Louise's brows formed a V. An unsure look clouded in her eyes. I don't really like to place an animal and then have it not work out. Trial period, maybe? Her brows rose. Nope, I think we're a good match. I picked Pepper up and cradled him in my arms and stood up. Pepper Bloom. Louise laughed. Okay, we can head up front and do the paperwork if you're sure. I'm positive. I snuggled Pepper close to me, and he nuzzled his little whiskered face in my neck, giving me a little tickle. My heart soared. It sang a happy tune that I'd not felt since I'd decided to open the beehive. About that fundraiser, Louise started to make plans about our idea of the joint venture. I'll do the advertising and you just make the coffee. With a few details nailed down about the fundraiser and some signatures signed on Pepper's adoption papers, Pepper and I were in the car and on our way home. 5. What is he doing here? I asked Pepper. My headlights pierced the darkness and made a spotlight on my cabin's porch, where Patrick Kane was sitting in one of my rocking chairs. He used the toe of his boot to rock himself back and forth in a slow and fluid motion. I got out of the car. Shouldn't you be home at this hour with your wife and son? I asked, and walked around to open the passenger door to get Pepper out of the car. Wife and son? He scoffed, walking down the steps of the porch. I didn't know you had a dog. You don't know anything about me. I put Pepper on the ground, and he immediately scurried over to Patrick. Traitor. What a cutie. What's his name? He asked, and picked up my new furry watchdog. His name is Pepper, and he's supposed to be keeping me safe from intruders like you. I grabbed the adoption bag from the back seat. Louise had put in some dog food, some treats, and a couple of toys she insisted Pepper liked. Pepper liked to be loved on, and he liked to lick from what I could see. He knows I'm a good man. Patrick glanced up at me, and so did Pepper. You just get him from Louise? I did. She thought, or Aunt Maxie thought, I needed a dog. I didn't admit it, but they were right. In the short time it took me to drive from the pet palace to the cabin, my heart was filled with a flutter and joy with Pepper next to me. Why are you here? And not home with my imaginary wife and kid? He laughed and put Pepper back down on the ground. He pulled out the pocket knife his grandfather had given him. He'd carried that thing as long as I'd known him. In fact, I don't think he ever took it out of his jeans pocket. He flipped it out and started to pluck the dirt from the soles of his boots. I saw you leave the boardwalk with a little boy and woman. There wasn't any need to hide the fact that I knew he was married. It did me no good. Roxy. His lips turned up. He seemed to be enjoying my reaction. He closed the pocket knife and put it back in his pocket. You've been watching me? No, I said flatly. You were in front of my shop. If it's any of your business, I'm not married. That was my sister-in-law and nephew, both of whom I'm very close to since Tim's passing. His voice trailed off. Oh, gosh. A lump formed in my throat. I'd heard about Tim getting killed in Iraq. I'm so sorry. I'm being a jerk. It's just the last time I stopped and tried to swallow the lump. The last time we saw each other was when you were here last. We were 18. Have you talked to Chrissy? He asked. No, I left everything behind that year, including Chrissy. I stared at him and wanted to keep that night out of my mind like it had been for years. Here I was, standing in the very town I thought I'd left behind. I needed to find Chrissy and see what she was up to, though I wasn't going to lie that I wasn't a bit unhappy that he wasn't married. Why are you here? Not to reminisce or gloat that I'm divorced, or fix the tire on my bike. I pointed to the bike with the new wheel. Or do you keep spare bike tires in your truck? Actually, I do. He shrugged. The lines around his eyes that made him look so mature deepened as his smile grew. Bike is still the #1 preferred mode of transportation around here. Does a flashlight work? That was one thing I do remember vividly about Patrick. He was always smiling. Of course it does, I laughed. At 4 a.m., it's still dark out. It comes in handy. 4 a.m.? He asked with an exhausted tone and ran his hand through his hair. I'm up anyways. My mind is still not wrapped around what my life has become. I wasn't going to sugarcoat anything. Divorce was painful no matter where on the love scale Kirk and I were. Truly, we never seemed to be in love at the same time. Still, I never imagined I'd be divorced by age 30. I'm not going to say that I told you so about him. There was displeasure in his voice. What? I asked, wondering what he was talking about. Nothing. It doesn't matter. Anyways, your aunt hired me to come look at your wiring since this place hasn't been lived in for at least 20 years. She said something about knob and tube. That's against code. I don't need you to look. I'll get my own contractor. In fact, Louise has someone that built her new building that I can call. Patrick Kane wasn't getting anywhere near my house or my life. That was my company. He shrugged and that little grin came back on his face. I'm the only contractor behind Kane Contracting. Why on earth doesn't that surprise me? I muttered and patted my leg for Pepper to follow me up the stairs. There was a gleam of interest in his brown eyes. Regardless, why not let me take a look? I chewed on the corner of my lip. It's been over 10 years since I've seen you. He looked down where Pepper had decided to pop a squat next to him. 12. It had been 12 years since I was 18, and the last summer I'd spent in Honey Springs. 12 years. His face split into a wide grin. You were 18. The smile grew bigger. He put his foot up on the step and leaned on his bent knee with his elbow. You were so mad at me. You had on those cut-off shorts and that white t-shirt I'd won you from the strongman hammer game at the festival. Yeah, I remember. My brow cocked. Your fists were tight and you were ready for a fight. He laughed. You knew how important Aunt Maxie's property was to me. Aunt Maxie had a place on the lake that I loved. I could be living there right now and not have a single issue like this tube and knob if it weren't for your daddy. Your aunt is the one who priced it to him. Patrick shot back and dragged his foot off the step. He tucked his hands in his pockets. He took it and paid her. She didn't mean it. Mean what? To sell? Then she shouldn't have priced it. She thought she was pricing it so high he wouldn't take it. She needed the money. He shrugged. What? I asked. She didn't tell you? He tilted his head. No. It was the beginning of the economic crisis here in Honey Springs. She had all that property she rents, and her house was her biggest debt. He took a step back. Why didn't she sell any of the rentals? I asked. It was her only source of income, and she knew she could live in one of those and have the debt of that big lake house off her back. His words stung me. It was her dream house. My dream house. Pepper licked my face like he knew I was getting upset talking about the past. You're going to have to ask her all about that. It was between my dad and your aunt. You've held it against me all these years." He gazed at me with a half smile. "So why don't you let me have a look at that wiring and see what I can do?" Fine. I was tired. I didn't have the energy to fuss with him, and the information he just shared with me was something I'd have to ask Aunt Maxie about, because she never shared with me that she was in trouble. He walked back up on the porch. As I unlocked the door, I was very aware he was standing there. He smelled the exact same as he did 12 years ago, and that sent my heart into a tailspin. I quickly rushed around the cabin and turned on all the lights to keep my head busy and away from my heart. "Would you like a cup of coffee?" I asked. "If it's going to taste anything like this morning's, heck yeah." He broke into a leisurely smile. I turned away so the secret smile on my face kept just that, a secret. "Here you go, Pepper." While I was in the kitchen, I placed Pepper's water bowl and food bowl next to the table. I'd never owned a dog and wasn't really sure what to do. Dogs loved a warm, cozy spot, so I put Pepper's dog bed next to the wood-burning stove and headed back to the kitchen to make the fresh pot of coffee. The coffee pot was the only thing I hadn't gotten from Aunt Maxie's storage unit. While the coffee brewed, I tried to stay out of Patrick's way and busied myself with feeding Pepper and throwing a few of his toys, but kept a close eye on Patrick. I'll never forget the first time I'd seen him. He was standing on a ladder outside of one of Aunt Maxie's rentals, replacing a light bulb in the front porch light. He had on a pair of rugged blue jeans and a black shirt. His hairline was dripping sweat. When he noticed me staring at him from Aunt Maxie's car, I tried to look away, but my eyes wouldn't cooperate with my mind. He was so good-looking, and I'd never seen a boy my age that looked like him. We were 16. A couple of days later, I'd run into him on the pier at the bait shop. He'd asked if I wanted to go fishing with him, and I did, even though I didn't know a thing about fishing. Good thing, too. The hook stuck my finger and he kissed it, leading up to my lips, and I was a goner. I ended up spending every single holiday off school and the next couple of summers with Aunt Maxie in Honey Springs. I was devastated when I'd heard his dad had bought my aunt's dream house right from underneath her, which I found out today wasn't the case at all. Something I was going to be sure to ask Aunt Maxie about. I couldn't help but wonder if my life would have been different if Patrick and I had gone through with our decision to run off at the end of the summer and elope. Something he'd obviously forgotten because he didn't even bring that up. "It looks like all of it's going to have to be replaced." He walked back into the kitchen with his brown tool bag in hand. I took 2 mugs off the hooks on the wall and poured the freshly made coffee in them. "How much is that going to cost me?" I asked, putting the mugs on the 2-person table and sat down. Pepper jumped into my lap and laid down as though this was something we'd been doing a long time. I ran my hands down his fur. My heart soared. I think I just felt the first bit of instant gratification pet owners talk about when they talk about how much unconditional love their pet gives them. "Let me do some numbers. I think I have a lot of the things lying around the shop. I'll get back to you." He picked up the mug and took a sip. His eyes pierced the steam rolling out of it. "Tell me about your marriage breaking up." "What?" I nearly choked on my coffee. "I want to hear what happened." He leaned back in the ladder chair. The legs creaked as he crossed an ankle to rest on his knee. "We met in college. I got a degree in marketing, and like you said, the economy was crap, so I decided to go to law school with Kirk. He was a brilliant student and a much better lawyer. He's handsome, suave, and says all the right things." I dragged the pad of my finger around the edge of my mug. "And he also can't be monogamous." "Oh." His brows lifted. "So, a year's gone by. He had to pay me alimony, and that's about to run out in a few months, so I thought I'd better get my act together." I patted the table. I took a barista class and a few cooking classes. I realized how much I loved it, and I'm pretty good at it. Better than I am at being a lawyer. So I came to visit Aunt Maxie and saw how the boardwalk was going to be brought back to life, and I said, why not? And here you are. He reached his hand over and put it on top of mine. A shiver of delight followed his touch. You're just as pretty today as you were 12 years ago. I dragged my hand out from underneath his and smiled. 6. The cool morning air invigorated me. Pepper, not so much. He shivered over to the bush and did his morning business before he ran back up the steps to the front door. Poor baby. I picked up the shivering little fellow and took him back into the cabin. I sat down in front of the pot-belly stove to warm both of us. 4 o'clock comes early, doesn't it? Pepper curled up in my lap. As much as I wanted to sit there and warm by the fire with a hot cup of coffee with Pepper tugging on my heartstrings, I knew I had coffee to brew and casseroles to make. I let you sleep in while I got my shower. I talked to him as if he really understood me with his big eyes staring up at me. Do you want to stay here or go with me? He raised his head and tilted it with perked up ears. Do you want to go bye-bye? I asked in a kid voice that I never knew I had. He jumped down and darted toward the door. I'm going to have to get you a little doggy coat. I turned down the stove, knowing it'd keep the perfect temperature in the cabin, even though the weird spring weather was so unpredictable in Kentucky. I grabbed a blanket that was a perfect thickness for the basket and took a quick look around before I grabbed my phone, sticking it in my back pocket. Pepper was a little hesitant after I'd filled the basket with the blanket and put him in. I patted him so he'd lay down, and I tucked the edges of the blanket around him. The reflectors of the bike danced in the moonlight across the pavement of the country road as I took it much slower than normal. I'd yet to master bike riding since I'd been back, and adding Pepper made it even sketchier. But Pepper stayed still. The frogs croaked along the right side of the road where just beyond the tree line was the lake. The crickets chirped their harmonious song between the frogs' chorus. A beautiful, melodic sound that could only be heard at this hour of the morning. The sound of the rubber of the bike tires whizzed along the road with the flashlight spotlighting my way. Good boy, I repeated over and over until I saw the ramp of the boardwalk. A sigh of relief swept over me, realizing I'd made it with Pepper. The tires rattled and bumped over the wood planks along the boardwalk. The lake was still and calm underneath the full moon. Briefly, I stopped and pulled the bike to the edge of the railing. Pepper sat up in the basket. Look at that view. My voice broke the silence that hung in the air. This is one of the things I love about Honey Springs, Pepper. His little round black eyes stared at me. And I love you. I reached down and picked him up, giving him a kiss on top of his head before I put him on the boardwalk and let him walk alongside me as I pushed the bike. We'll head down that way when you need to go for a walk. I nodded toward the other end of the boardwalk when Pepper and I stopped under the awning of the beehive. The wooden front door had the cute bee logo made out of the coffee bean and coffee cup. I'd fallen in love with it the first time I'd seen it. The bell dinged when I unlocked the door and walked in. Pepper ran in like he knew exactly where to go and what to do. He rushed around smelling different things and ran back to me just as I flipped on the light. Were you making sure no one was in here? I bent down and ran my hand down his silver fur. He wagged his tail in delight. I need to bake some homemade dog treats. That was a wonderful idea. Not only for Pepper, but for the pet palace. I'd even thought I'd call Louise and let her know that Pepper and I would love to volunteer just like the other women. The first thing I did when I got to work was flip on the industrial coffee pots. The night before, I'd get everything set up for the next day, so if I were to run late, all I had to do was flip a switch. I preheated the oven and looked at the one not working. I should have told Patrick to come by and fix it today. If I saw him on the boardwalk, maybe I'd say something. Either way, I made a plan to thaw the assortment of muffins I'd made over the weekend and frozen for the morning selection, while I used the oven to bake the lunch casserole. Today was going to be a little on the chillier side of spring, so I decided to make the standard chicken noodle soup and stuffed pepper soup. Both would be paired with a fresh baguette I'd gotten from the bakery in town a couple of days ago and needed to use before it was past its shelf date. Plus, soup was a good, happy, cozy food that I wanted to take down to Alexis for lunch. A peace offering, even though I wasn't Aunt Maxie. I didn't want to get in the middle of their argument, but Aunt Maxie had to have a good reason to want to raise the rent. I just hoped she wasn't in trouble like she was the last time I was here, 12 years ago. While Pepper made himself at home, finding all the little bits of food that I didn't get up with the sweeper, I took the muffins out of the freezer to thaw and the ingredients for the soups out of the refrigerator. It wasn't that I'd gone to culinary school or pastry school. I hadn't. But I knew a coffee shop with some good country cooking added to it was a perfect combination when I decided to open the Bean Hive. Chopping had always been my favorite part of cooking. It was a legal way to take my anger out on Kirk after I'd found him in our office with a client of ours that had been newly divorced. I'd made the pepper soup that night as well, and I chopped the heck out of the celery ribs and onions, remembering how I'd felt. After I'd gotten all my ingredients ready to combine and cook, I grabbed the large red kettle from the top open shelving in the kitchen. The lid fell to the ground. Grr, grr. Pepper jumped up and ran to the door. "It was just me, Pepper," I called out into the front of the shop. "Arf, arf." Pepper's bark got deeper and deeper with each growl. "You can't bark at everyone walking on the boardwalk." I rubbed my hands on the towel that was tucked into the belt of my apron and walked through the kitchen door. "Get down from there," I scolded Pepper. He was standing on top of the cafe table barking at the window. His legs stood firm, his growl grew deep. He didn't budge. "Are you okay?" I'd heard many times how someone had adopted a dog and didn't really get to know the dog for a few days, only to return it. Maybe Pepper wasn't the kind, sweet dog I thought would be good for the coffee house. Pepper only responded with more deep growling. I walked over to the door. The sun was just popping up and was the only movement I could see. The rumble of a speedboat engine caught me off guard. I checked my watch. It was already 6 a.m., a tad bit early for a fast boat. I flipped the hanging sign on the door to open and unlocked it. Off to the left of the walkout pier, a boat sped down the lake. The morning clouds parted. The sun popped up just as the speedboat rounded the curve in the lake, the silver strip on the back of the boat sparkling. Pepper was standing at the door, wagging his cute tail and acting normal again. "That was a boat." I picked him up. "You're going to have to get used to boats if you're going to hang around here." I put him on the floor and headed back to the kitchen to turn the kettle on to simmer so the soup would be ready in time for lunch. Pepper seemed to have calmed down after whatever had rattled him. He seemed to notice I was baking something especially for him. I combined the low-sodium peanut butter, whole wheat flour, baking powder, and milk in a big round glass bowl. Instead of rolling out the dough in the kitchen, I took the bowl, a dog bone-shaped cookie cutter, and stuck the rolling pin under my arm along with my red silicone spoon, and headed out to the front just in case someone came in. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee floated in the air. The muffins had thawed. I placed them in the tiered glass case on display with some of the fresh-cut flowers I'd gotten from the farmer's market in town. With a fresh cup of coffee to get me started, I put some kibble in a bowl for Pepper along with some fresh water before I rolled out the dough and made several dog-bone treats and placed them on the cookie sheet. The bell dinged over the door, and in came Maybelle and Bunny. Each one was out talking the other. "Good morning, ladies," I called and watched with a close eye on how they were going to respond to seeing Pepper. Is that Pepper? Maybelle asked when she noticed him right off. It is, I said. Pepper didn't once take his head out of the bowl. I adopted him from Pet Palace last night. Louise never stops. Every animal, including polecats, will have a home if it were up to her, Bunny joked. I loved working in his kennel. I loved playing with him, Maybelle nodded. Only 'cause he kissed you, and that's all the kisses you're getting. Bunny winked at me as she tried to get Maybelle's goat. You can come in here any time and get those kisses, I teased back. How did the shops look this morning? I asked about their daily walkthrough. I was surprised to see Alexis was in the bookstore so early. Bunny nodded toward Maybelle. It does show she's taken a vested interest in keeping the store up to date and ready for the grand opening tomorrow. She's in there because she knew we were going to say something at our town council meeting tonight, Maybelle said. Roxy, are you coming to the town council meeting? Anything to do with the growth of Honey Springs, count me in. I bagged up a couple of the blueberry muffins and filled a to-go cup of coffee. What would you ladies like to eat this morning? What type of muffin is that? Maybelle pointed. That's a raspberry cinnamon twist. I got the raspberries fresh at the farmer's market. Very good. I recalled the smell of them when I made them. It pairs well with the full-bodied coffee. I gestured over to the coffee bar where they could get their own. I'll have that, Bunny spoke up. Make it two. Maybelle walked over to the coffee bar. I put 2 muffins on a couple decorative antique saucers with a couple pats of butter and a butter knife with the cutest honeybee adorned on top. I placed each piece I'd found at Wild and Whimsy on the table where the 2 women were going to sit. Do you mind if I run this down to Alexis? I asked, holding up the bag and coffee. No, honey, you go on. Bunny flung her hand for me to leave. We'll watch the place for you. Thanks. I patted my leg. Come on, Pepper. Pepper rushed over to the door with his little tail wagging and danced on the pads of his paws. It had warmed up a few degrees outside since I'd been out. It was a perfect time for me to let Pepper go potty and to give Alexis that peace offering. The door to Crooked Cat was slightly open. I knocked it open a little more with my elbow, careful not to spill the coffee. Alexis? I called into the shop. It's me, Roxanne Bloom from the Bean Hive. Crooked Cat was still just as I remembered. The bean bags had been replaced by newer ones. The brick fireplace that stood in the middle was still the focal point, with comfy chairs and big rugs. The dark shelves seemed to go on for miles and miles with beautiful books lined up. The children's section had the small furniture and the puppet stage with a big sign that listed the times of the next puppet shows. In the back of the store was my favorite section of all, the banned books. Aunt Maxie always said that Alexis liked to cause problems when it came to banned books, and how Alexis loved to let everyone know to buy the banned books first. I remember Alexis had a big stamp that read banned, and she stamped each one on the inside along with a smiley face. I set the coffee on top of the banned bookshelf and looked at all the books that had been placed haphazardly on the floor. Books can collect a lot of dust, and I bet Alexis was dusting the shelves, though she could have stacked them neatly on the floor. I picked up one of the books. Just like I remember, the first page of the book there was banned stamped inside. Running my fingers over it made me smile. Alexis? I called. Pepper, here. I scolded him when he ran through an open door that had a sign clearly marked Alexis only. Can't you read? I tisked, knowing she was probably back there doing inventory and getting ready for the big grand opening. Or even ready to come back out and put up a nicer banned book display. Alexis? I called when I walked through the door. Alexis? My voice cracked when I saw a pair of feet sticking out from behind a desk. Alexis! I screamed when I saw her lifeless body on the ground with a donut that looked very familiar. And the word banned stamped on her forehead, the stamp lying next to her. 7. My dog biscuits. I've got to make the dog biscuits. I kept repeating this as it was all I could think of while I stood outside on the boardwalk, surrounded by all sorts of policemen and detectives. I nearly fainted when I saw the coroner's white van pull up next to the boardwalk. The van was exactly like the ones in the television shows. My stomach knotted. "Ma'am, your dog biscuits are going to have to wait." The officer handed me a bottle of water and sat me down at one of the cafe tables in front of Crooked Cat Bookstore.
"What in blue blazes is going on around here?"
Without even looking, I recognized the shrill voice.
"Heavens to Betsy, it is you! Roxanne Bloom standing right here in the very flesh."
Chrissy Lane was there in all her glory. The sun-washed blonde hair was not her natural red. It had to be from a bottle. The light dusting of red freckles sprinkled across her nose was her trademark. Another thing I'd quickly noticed were her sassily uplifted set of breasts.
"I told the girls down in Honeycomb that they'd heard wrong, and it was just a rumor. But I guess I was wrong."
She lifted her hand in the air. Her dime store square solitaire diamond flashed as she wiggled her fingers.
"I got the heavenly touch if you need a little change in that hair of yours."
She blinked big false lashes at me.
"I'm doing hair now."
She was always such a pretty thing.
"Well?"
She looked at me with a blank face.
"Roxy."
She waved her hand in front of my eyes. Chrissy, it's great seeing you." I pointed to the bookstore. "Did you know Alexis?"
"I know every knot and lump in her neck."
She wiggled her eyes again.
"Wait, dead?"
"Miss Bloom?" The officer called my name. There was some sort of bag in his hand.
"Spencer Shepard, what's going on round here?"
Chrissy asked.
"You dirty dog."
She smacked his arm.
"Are you already hitting on the new girl in town?"
"Chrissy?" Spencer Shepard took off his hat. He had deep green eyes, a hard jaw over a neck thick with tendons, and a deep chest. His sandy blonde hair wasn't styled in the typical crew cut. It was longer and wavy down to his ears. He'd definitely not hailed from these parts. I'd have remembered Spencer Shepard. "What's going on, Roxy?" The familiar voice and warm breath whisked past my ear, sending chills along my neckline. "Spencer? Chrissy?" Patrick held the hard hat underneath his arm. He bent down and patted on Pepper. "Unfortunately, Miss Bloom found Alexis in her shop," Spencer said.
"That's not a big deal."
Chrissy cackled. "She's dead." Spencer slid his eyes over to Chrissy and then turned his attention to me. He uncurled the clear evidence bag. The familiar donut was inside. "I understand this piece of evidence might be from your new coffee shop." I gulped, remembering Aunt Maxie had told me that she'd taken the leftovers to Alexis. "Yes, that looks like something I'd bake." "Do you think you can come on down to the station and give a statement? And maybe tell me when and how Alexis Rourke got the donut?" His brow cocked. He handed the evidence bag off to another officer that walked by. "You know what to do with that," he said to the other guy. There was a sudden fright deep in my gut. Without saying it, Spencer already had it in his head that Alexis died from my donut. "Hold on, Spencer." Patrick put his hand on my arm. "Roxy, we need to get you a lawyer."
"Lawyer?"
Chrissy cocked her leg to the side and rested her hand on her hip.
"She's a lawyer."
"Miss Bloom, what time can you come down to the station?" Officer Shepard asked. Pepper walked over and smelled the officer's shoes. He sat down at his feet and stared up at him with his cute, round black eyes. His tail wagged along the wood planks. The officer reached down and gave Pepper a scratch behind his ear. Pepper's leg thumped behind him in delight. "Here, Pepper." Patrick patted his leg. Pepper didn't discriminate between the hands that wanted to give him a rub. Spencer looked at Patrick with slanted eyes. "I'm not sure." My mind couldn't erase the first image of Alexis's feet and sensible shoes sticking out from underneath her desk. "I'm going to need you to give a full statement." His eyes bore into me. The golden flecks twinkled in the green irises. "We're going to process the scene, which will take most of the day, so why don't I come on down to the coffee stand and give you a ride down to the station?" "Coffee house. It's a coffee house," I corrected him. "I can bring her down to the station." Patrick stepped up. He looked at me. "I'll take you down to the station." "Who exactly are you to Miss Bloom?" There was a huskiness in his voice.
This is getting interesting.
Chrissy crossed her arms as a flicker of amusement crossed her expression. "I'm an old friend." Patrick curled his shoulders back, determination in his eyes. "I'm fine," I assured both of them. "I think I'm in a bit of a shock. And yes," I nodded to the officer. "Please stop by when you're finished with the scene and we can make a plan." "Great." Spencer took a business card out of the pocket of his police jacket. He took the pen out of his shirt pocket and scribbled something on the card before he handed it to me. "This is my personal cell number. If you need anything, you call me." "She'll call me," Patrick said with a stern voice. "Right, Roxy?" I took the card and offered a slight smile of gratitude. A crowd had gathered around the front of Crooked Cat. It was a shame that it took a murder to get this many people on the boardwalk before the grand opening. "Thank you, officer," I said. "Spencer. You can call me Spencer." He grinned and exposed a very handsome smile. "Spencer." I tucked the card in the pocket of my apron. Patrick let out a long, exhausting sigh. A gentle laugh ripped through Chrissy. Spencer kept those sparkling green eyes on me. "Please jot down anything you remember throughout the day. Anything that seems out of character. Sounds, people you've never seen down here before. Anything." His chest lifted and fell as he took a deep breath. "There are strange people down here all day long because they're trying hard to get this boardwalk finished before the Honey Festival." Patrick's fuse was nearing its end. There was definitely something going on between the two men. Something I wasn't able to put my finger on, but I didn't have time to figure it out.
What on earth is going on?
Maybelle scooted up next to me.
Me and Bunny are swamped down at your store and we ran out of coffee. Bunny's trying to figure out how to make coffee, but we're just too old.
Oh, gosh. I'd forgotten about leaving the coffee house in the hands of two 70-year-old women. "I'm sorry, I came down here to bring Alexis some morning muffins and left the coffee house with a couple of customers. I need to get back." I clapped my hands at Pepper. "Let's go, Pepper." "That's fine. I'll be down later." Spencer smiled. "Come down for a free coffee and muffin," I said, and waved, Pepper trotting next to me. "Wait, Roxy." Patrick's heavy boots thudded along the wood planks of the boardwalk.
Bye, Roxy,
Chrissy called.
"I'll be down at lunch."
I threw my hand up in the air and waved to acknowledge her.
I'm not kidding. The beehive is swamped.
Maybelle was amused. I couldn't believe my eyes. There was a line out the door of the beehive. 8.
Nothing like a dead body to bring him in,
Bunny said.
Next.
She'd put on the beehive apron and knotted her hair in a small ponytail by using a couple of twisty ties together. I'd never seen anything like it. Yeah, until they find out Alexis's cold hand had a grip on one of my donuts, I said, and felt like a deer in headlights. I put my hand on Bunny's arm. Thank you for stepping in.
You better get to cooking.
She jerked her head toward the kitchen.
We are busy.
We? I asked.
Honey, you need help.
She nodded and turned to the next customer. There wasn't an ounce in my body that wanted to argue with her. Plus, there was no denying that I needed help. The hum of voices and the whispers of Alexis's death trickling over the coffee house could be heard in the kitchen. I tried to put the images of Alexis in the back of my head. I had a business to run. I grabbed more muffins from the freezer and did a quick defrost and popped them in the oven for a light golden brown topping. The dog biscuits had been cut and placed on a cookie sheet, which I assumed Bunny did while I was gone. The casseroles had been put in the one working oven, and at this rate, I was going to have to get Aunt Maxie's help again. "Roxy?" The familiar voice of Patrick came through the kitchen door. Pepper had jumped up from the blanket I'd laid on the floor and scurried over to Patrick when he appeared in the door. "Hey." He bent down and patted Pepper's head. He put down a dog bed with a little bone pattern on it. He attached a blue bandana to Pepper as well. "I got you a few presents." "That's so kind." I rubbed my hands down my apron and walked over to them. "Thank you." "You're welcome. I figured if you were going to be bringing him to work, he needed a proper place to sleep and look good." He pointed to the scarf. "I'd gotten the girls over at a Walk in the Bark pet boutique to do a quick embroider for me." "Oh, cute!" I squealed when I noticed the Beehive logo on it, momentarily forgetting about Alexis. "Head dog," I read, and laughed when I saw Pepper's title scrolled under the logo. My eyes slid up to Patrick's. There was such a familiar and warm feeling about them that made me feel happy. "Thank you." True sincerity came out of my mouth. This was very kind and thoughtful. "You're welcome." He stuck out his hand. "Peace?" He referred again to the long-ago grudge that we'd discussed the night before. Only then, it seemed more than just a misunderstanding. Boy, I sure miss those uncomplicated days. "Peace." I took his hand. My heart took a perilous leap.
"What on earth?"
Bunny asked sarcastically.
"I've got people to feed out here, and I can't get this coffee thing figured out, and here you two are playing kissy face."
I jerked my hand out of Patrick's, fully aware his eyes were still focused on me. "No, we aren't." I sucked in a deep breath to help bring me back to reality. "We're bearing the hatchet."
"Just as long as you aren't throwing it and another dead body pops up."
She giggled and disappeared back out in the coffee house. "You better get out there and make some coffee." Patrick's muscles in his face tightened. "Oh, yeah, right." I walked past him, expecting him to follow me, but he didn't. The line was still long, and all the tables inside the coffee house were taken. Even some of the teas and coffees I'd had packaged with the Beehive logo had been bought. I counted the scoops of freshly ground coffee and started the 3 pots for the quick brews. A few seconds later, Patrick popped through the kitchen door with the fresh batch of muffins on the cookie sheet. He looked funny with oven mitts on his hands and not holding a screwdriver. He paused for a moment, and our eyes caught for a second too long.
"What time?"
Bunny asked. "What time what?" I turned around. There was a customer at the counter waiting for whatever it was that Bunny had asked me.
"What time is lunch served?"
She looked at me like I'd lost my mind. 11. I glanced over her shoulder and smiled at the customer. "Great." The woman took out a business card. "I own a Walk in the Bark, and I have a feeling we're going to be down here all the time." "Thank you for getting Pepper's bandana ready so quickly." I pointed to Pepper, who'd followed Patrick into the coffee house when he brought the muffins in. "Anything for Patrick." The woman winked. Her bright smile exploded across her fair-skinned face. Her brown eyes squinted. She had her brown hair pulled back into a ponytail with side bangs. "I don't know what that little dog or you have over him, but no woman in Honey Springs has ever been able to snag him." She looked over at Patrick, and I followed her gaze. He did have classic, handsome features and had aged nicely. He was smiling and talking to a few women over the glass counter. They were talking about the boardwalk and the grand opening in the morning. I was surprised that he'd not been snagged either. Too bad I wasn't in the market for a romance. Not that he'd look twice at me. Of course, we'd been kids when we dated, but 12 years made a difference in people. Plus, I had the beehive, and not to mention the death of Alexis. I'm Morgan Keyes. Kind was how I'd describe her. Roxanne Bloom. You can call me Roxy. I reciprocated with a friendly grin. Is it true that you found Alexis? Morgan asked. I did. I was taking her some muffins because she and I bit the edge of my lip. Aunt Maxie hadn't been in the coffee house, and I was sure she'd heard the news. And they'd gotten in a fight about the rent. Oh no. The worst thoughts swirled in my head. It was unusual that Aunt Maxie hadn't called, and it was already after 8 a.m. Plus, she knew I needed the oven fixed. So why hadn't she called me to see if I needed her to cook my casseroles? I'll be fixing the oven if you need me. Patrick's voice broke my ridiculous thoughts. Are you okay? His dark, watchful eyes missed nothing when it came to reading me. I'm fine. I smiled. You don't need to fix the oven. I'm sure you have customers to get to before the grand opening tomorrow. You're a customer. He tilted his head to the side. Well, Maxie is a customer. She called me early this morning to hire me. She said you was going to be busy this morning and couldn't help out baking your casseroles. That's why I came by early, but Bunny told me you'd gone down to see Alexis. Oh, I wasn't so interested in his reasoning for being there, just interested in what Aunt Maxie was doing. Did she say what she was doing? No. He shook his head. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, he dragged his hand down my arm. I shivered. It has to take some toll that you found Alexis. Which reminds me. His face grew stern. I'll take you to the station today. Don't get in that police car with Spencer. My, oh my. Bunny did a little jig on her way over to the counter to grab a muffin. Is there a little jealousy between you and Spencer? I noticed Morgan had stood there listening to everything we were saying. Ridiculous, Bunny. You keep your gossip to yourself. Patrick rolled his eyes and disappeared back into the kitchen. It was nice to meet you, Morgan. I waved by and went over to the coffee machines. She'd heard just enough to stroke her curiosity about Patrick and me, though there was really nothing going on. The bannering sure did make it seem like it, even though Patrick had denied anything. The rest of the morning went pretty smooth. Patrick had gotten the oven fixed in no time. No matter how much I tried, every second there was a moment without constantly doing something. Images of Alexis's shoes sticking out from underneath her desk popped up. Pepper had found interest in all the boats that passed along the boardwalk. He'd run along the coffee house windows and either bark or growl. That was fun. Bunny rested her hip against the counter with a piping hot cup of coffee in her hand. I could get used to this. I have no idea how to thank you. I helped myself to a cup of coffee. It was the perfect time for a little break. There were a few customers sitting inside, but more had taken their drinks outside. The morning chill had warmed from the early afternoon sun. The lake was buzzing with boats. The sound of hammers and saws from the contractors bounced off the trees. They were busy getting all the final touches complete for the grand opening. A few vendors had started to set up their booths in anticipation of the Honey Festival that was also taking place tomorrow. You know, I'm retired and I'm more than happy to help out. Bunny's eyes grazed over the cup as she took a drink. Help out? I laughed. You ran this place while I was back there cooking.
I'm more than happy to help out every day.
She shrugged. What if I hired you? I asked. She pushed her hip off the counter and stood up. She put her coffee on the counter, turned to me, and smiled. Her cheeks balled. Her eyes sparkled.
You've got a deal.
She stuck her hand out. She smiled like a kid who just got a lollipop. Around here, a handshake spoke volumes. 9. Good evening. Spencer Shepard walked in the front door of the coffee house just as Bunny was filling up the coffee and tea bars for tomorrow morning. I'd just gotten the last bite-size assortment of muffins in the oven. I'd had a lot of leftover berries from the farmer's market, and combining them with a little honey was the perfect snack for festival goers. To keep my mind and hands busy, I'd also made some Southern tea cookies for the council meeting and a few thermoses of coffee. I'd offer you a coffee, but there's nothing fresh right now. They wiped me out clean today. I made several notes throughout the day to make sure I didn't run out again. I'd even made a schedule to brew fresh and extra coffee. But I do make a mean black eye. I gestured over to the espresso machine. It was calling my name. I needed the extra boost to get me through the night, since I'd yet to hear from Aunt Maxie, and hunting her down was my #1 priority when I got finished preparing for tomorrow. Her answering machine had picked up all 20 times I'd called. I don't know what a black eye is, but it sounds good for today. He smiled. I feel like I've got a black eye from not getting any further on who killed Alexis. He walked up to the counter and peeled off his jacket, his muscular arms wedged in a blue police t-shirt. I gulped and forced myself to look away. It's just a regular cup of coffee with 2 shots of espresso. I let the machine buzz and whiz underneath my fingers. It was a comfort that soothed my soul and calmed my nerves that Officer Shepard seemed to cause. So you don't have any more leads? No, he said, and sat at the counter. When I turned back around with his black eye, Bunny was seated next to him and took the cup I set on the counter. Spencer looked at her and smiled while I started a second cup for him. The video cameras weren't working because the boardwalk hasn't been in real heavy use, with only a few shops open now, according to Kane Contractors. His tone held a distinctive dissatisfaction. They can do what they want since they own the property. They own the boardwalk? I asked, knowing that Aunt Maxie owned the buildings with the Beanhive and Crooked Cat Bookstore. I thought Honey Springs owned it.
They did, and it wasn't making any money,
Bunny chirped up. She pulled back her shoulders, looked me in the eye, and said,
They promised the council that they'd revitalize the boardwalk if we sold it to 'em. He was just sitting here rotting.
How does Aunt Maxie own the 2 buildings? I asked as I finished Spencer's drink and set it in front of him. I guess it was a grandfathered property, along with the bait and tackle shop and the marina. Spencer picked up his drink. It was funny seeing his large hands pick up a cup that was just too small for his fingers. It didn't seem to bother him. He continued to sip it. I'd like to take you down to the station for some questioning. Before I could answer, a woman with kinky copper hair barged through the front door. Her eyes occupied the space between her and Spencer. I heard her suck in a deep breath all the way across the room and above the hum of the machines.
Why haven't you got Maxine Bloom in custody?
The woman marched across the room. Pepper jumped up and started to bark and growl.
You better call that damn dog off now or I'll give it something to really howl about.
She warned through gritted teeth and a clenched fist shaking toward Pepper. Here, Pepper. I called for him to calm down. Leslie. Spencer stood up. I asked you to stay quiet about your accusations until I collected all the facts.
The facts are...
She curled her head around his massive body and looked at the espresso.
You are here with that woman, drinking these fancy coffees when you need to be finding her murderous aunt.
Okay. I stepped out from behind the counter. I don't know who you are, but my Aunt Maxie is far from a murderer, so stop throwing that around. And you can turn right around and skedaddle on out of here. I walked 2 fingers in the air and then looked at Spencer. I have a right to kick her out, right? I wasn't sure of the law, but it seemed pretty darn reasonable to me.
I'm Leslie Rourke, Alexis's daughter, and I've heard all about you and this little coffee house and your aunt not raising your rent, but she sure didn't mind raising my mother's rent.
You didn't say anything about Maxine Bloom raising the rent. Spencer stood up. You said the two had a disagreement, and I needed to ask Maxine about it.
So you aren't doing your job,
Leslie said in more of a rhetorical tone. Can I see you for a second? Spencer took Leslie by the arm and dragged her toward the door. My internal alarm rang. They seemed to be more than just cop and concerned citizen.
Those two,
Bunny tisked.
She's meaner than a skillet full of rattlesnakes. They fight like a married couple.
Are they? I started to ask about the volatile sparks between the two.
Together?
Bunny asked with a cocked brow. Both of us brought our espressos up to our lips, looked back at the two arguing in the corner up front, and we took a sip.
No.
Sorta.
No.
She wasn't so sure, but the last no was pretty firm. It sounds like you aren't sure. The corner of my lip lifted, my curiosity piqued. Not that I was in the market, or even good at reading what men wanted. It was obviously far from it. But I did know when someone was flirting with me, whether they had real intent or not. Plus, there was that little jealousy spark between him and Patrick this morning.
It's complicated,
Bunny said flatly. When the bell over the door dinged and Patrick walked in, things got real complicated. Leslie looked between the two of them, scowled, and I'm not sure, but I think she growled before she huffed out. Don't let the door hit you, I grumbled under my breath. How did the oven work today? Patrick's demeanor changed from eye-glaring to smiling when he walked past Spencer, ignoring him and Leslie. Great, thank you. I narrowed my eyes as I pondered if I should ask. Then I did. Tell me what's going on between you, and her. I pointed to each of them before I pointed to the door. Nothing. Both responded as though I was nuts. Bunny chortled.
On that note, I'm going to flip the sign and head on home after I stop by All About the Details to see what they need help with.
All About the Details was the event planning business where everyone was gathering to make sure the finishing touches were ready for tomorrow. From what I understood, it had enough space to accommodate everyone. I'll be down there soon. I waved bye to her. I had made plans to meet Louise down there to firm up our plans for our collaborative grand opening and adoptions tomorrow.
You two be easy on her,
Bunny warned before she walked out the door. I'm fine. I looked between the two men. Thank you, Patrick. The oven worked great. Thank you for stopping by. Pepper danced around Patrick's feet and finally settled down after Patrick gave him some attention. Spencer took his seat in front of his espresso and seemed to enjoy it a little too much. I think I'll stick around and walk you over to All About the Details, since there's a killer on the loose. Patrick glanced over at Spencer. I can escort her over there. Spencer took another sip. His eyes smiled at me over the top of his cup. He was enjoying this a little too much. We've got some things to discuss. Isn't that right, Roxy? Roxy? Patrick cocked a brow. Only her friends call her Roxy. Patrick, do you mind taking Pepper out for a walk to go potty? Then I'm sure we'll be finished, and I'd love for you to walk me over to All About the Details. I handed him Pepper's leash, though I'd yet to put Pepper on it. With a bit of trepidation, Patrick took the leash and clipped it on Pepper's collar. He slid a stern look toward Spencer before he finally took Pepper outside. You can't possibly think my Aunt Maxie murdered Alexis. I was ready to get down to business, to clear my aunt's name that woman had tried to tarnish, even though I'd heard Aunt Maxie say she didn't really care for Alexis. Just because she was going to raise the rent doesn't mean she killed her. No, but when they've had major disagreements in public, and it wasn't a secret they were enemies. He leaned his elbows on the counter. Alexis did stand up at the council meeting and claim that she'd leave the boardwalk over her dead body. Oh, a knot on my lip. That doesn't sound so good, does it? No, and I do need to talk to your aunt. Do you happen to know where she is? He asked. I shook my head. There were some things you didn't say to a cop when you were a lawyer. My aunt needed representation, and lucky for her, I still had my license to practice. I could offer her some advice, and I was sure there was a good lawyer in town. It was time to turn the tables away from Aunt Maxie. I'm not sure if I can help, but Bunny and Maybelle had come in and said they'd noticed Crooked Cat's light was on. They figured Alexis was down there getting ready for the grand opening. I looked around. Bunny had done a nice job getting the shop ready for tomorrow's big day. All the drink stations were filled, and the merchandise was properly priced for sale. I left Bunny in charge so I could take Alexis some muffins and a coffee. I left out the part about the peace offering it actually really was. We've all been working hard down here to get ready for the big grand opening. No one wants to disappoint. The cup had a little bit of black eye left in it, and I gulped it down while I waited for Spencer to finish writing away in that little notebook of his. I squinted to see if I could see exactly what he was writing. My lawyer paranoia kicked in. When I got there, the door to the bookstore was cracked open and Pepper ran inside. I shrugged. I walked in and called out her name. When she didn't answer, I took a moment to reminisce about the time I'd spent there as a teenager. Must be fond memories. He looked up from his notebook. It's the first real smile I've seen since I met you. I smile. I let out a laugh. Not a real smile. He stared at me as though he was watching my every move, quirk, and action. You're guarded. Yeah, you put on a great fake smile. But that one? He shook his finger at me. That memory sure made you smile. Anyways, I brushed him off. Pepper ran through the door that had Alexis's name on it, and I followed him. That's when I saw her feet sticking out from behind the desk. I checked for a pulse and was going to perform CPR, but my voice cracked. I swallowed hard. That's when I called 911 and ran out the door. You didn't see anything strange? He asked, going back to the notebook. No. I shook my head. I was baking and making the coffee. Nothing. My jaw dropped. But I stopped. But what? His head popped up. Did you remember something? My mouth opened and then I shut it, remembering that I was talking to a cop and Aunt Maxie seemed to be on his list of suspects. Though I did remember Pepper barking his head off, and the strange speedboat that zoomed off around the time Pepper was barking. All of this was just circumstantial, of course, but it was enough for me to look into before I gave him any information. Besides, there was no way I wanted to implicate Aunt Maxie anymore. I needed to find her. I do, Louise called after she popped her head through the coffeehouse door. You ready to go to the meeting? Sure, let me get the goodies. I turned to walk into the kitchen, but quickly turned on the balls of my feet back to Spencer. We are done, right? I mean, I told you my movements and how I found Alexis. His eyes lowered. I had a sneaking suspicion he knew I was holding something back. I smiled. Ah, he sighed. That fake grin again. He pushed himself up to stand. If I have any questions, I know where to find you. If you talk to your aunt, tell her I'm looking for her. He and Louise gave the good old Baptist nod when they passed each other. I heard you found Alexis. Louise grabbed the paper coffee cups I pushed her way when she walked up to the counter. And with one of your donuts. You did? I gestured for her to follow me to the kitchen. News travels fast. Honey, gossip around here is just as hot as your coffee. Louise stood over the cookies I'd made and picked one up before putting it in her mouth. But I've assured everyone that your donuts didn't kill her. Because I also heard she had a big old goose egg on her head. I took the muffins out of the oven and set them on the cooling rack. There was no time to store them right now since they were still hot. By the time the meeting was over, they'd be nice and cool. I'd stop by and store them then. As in, hit over the head? I asked with a bit of relief. The bell dinged and the sound of Pepper's nails clicked across the floor. In here, I called out. Patrick took Pepper for a walk. He did? Louise asked with interest. Your aunt told me about your past with him. Yeah, well, that was 12 years ago and an ex-husband later. I gave her the I don't want to talk about it look about the time Patrick and Pepper came into the kitchen. Did Pepper's past owner have a boat? I don't think so. Why? She asked. He is definitely interested in boats. I grabbed the tea cookies and the plastic wrap, covering them and pinching around the edges. He was running along the boardwalk when one of the dinner boats from the watershed went out, Patrick said. He laid the leash on the kitchen farm table that I knew would be perfect for little friend gatherings like this one. He sat down and peeled back the plastic wrap on the cookie tray and sneaked out a cookie. I gave him the wonky eye and he winked, making my heart drop. I quickly turned away and grabbed the coffee thermoses. Louise, can you get the cookies before Patrick eats them all? Pepper, let's go. I headed out of the kitchen and they followed me. Have either of you heard from Aunt Maxie? I asked, putting the thermoses on the counter in the coffee house so I could grab my keys. I haven't. It's strange, too, because she would have been all over the death of Alexis, Louise said. Louise's words rang in my ears. She clearly knew about Aunt Maxie's tiff with Alexis. She did leave a message for me to make sure I'd fixed your oven. Patrick held the door open. What time was that? I asked, untying my apron and laying it over the counter before I grabbed the keys to lock up. I told you earlier it was early, he reminded me. I'm sorry, my mind has been all jumbled up. I grabbed the thermoses. I can imagine finding a dead body can be stressful, he said. The faint smell of his cologne curled around my nose when I walked past him. The memories of us hit me like a 2x4, stopping me in my tracks. I looked at him. The muscles in my face tightened. A vague sense of familiarity passed between us. Yeah, dead body, I choked out, knowing that it was everything about being back that was crowding all the space in my head. 10. Thank goodness running the coffee house was on automatic pilot for me, and I didn't have to think so much when it came to perfecting the coffee or the light baking I was offering to the customers. It was a good front for what I was truly feeling internally. The beautification committee had been busy. There were twinkling lights strung along the wood railing of the boardwalk and down the pier. The tents for the vendors were set up alongside each other, and they too had twinkling lights connecting them. Pepper and Patrick walked ahead of Louise and me. You know, he's available. Louise nudged me. And Pepper loves him. Now you're sounding like Aunt Maxie, I said, and you make it seem as though I'm a single mom. Pepper is a special baby. He has a way of bringing people together. She nodded and carefully held onto the tray of cookies. In fact, many people wanted to adopt him, but he never seemed as interested as he was in you. Is that right? I asked, and watched as a speedboat zoomed down the lake. I squinted to see if I recognized it as the one from this morning, But when they sped past the pier, the cross-section of the stern wasn't sparkly like the one I'd seen this morning. Well, he did have a date once with that awful Leslie Rourke, but she showed her true colors by two-timing him with Spencer. Louise tisked. Officer Shepard? My eyes popped open and I stopped in my tracks. Oh, honey, if you want him, he's single too. She wiggled her drawn-on eyebrows. You can't go wrong with either of 'em. Both strong, nice as pie. And I bet they taste just as sweet. She winked. No, thank you. Leslie Rourke wasn't exactly what I'd call a sweet young woman, and she clearly didn't see the appeal of either man. I'm curious. I stopped. What on earth did they see in her? Leslie Rourke can put on the charm and switch it off in an instant. She's a gold digger and would stop at nothing to get what she wants. Louise leaned closer to me. Between you and me, Alexis told me once that she and Leslie got in a fight because she said that Leslie wanted everything handed to her all her life. Since she was a single mom, she'd spent all her life working at Crooked Cat, and every penny went to Leslie. When the economy started to dip around here, that's when Leslie decided she needed to be taken care of. Louise pursed her lips. Who better to take care of her than the richest bachelor in town? Who? I asked and pulled back. Patrick Kane, of course. A mischievous look came into her eyes. Then you've got Spencer, who's set to have a great political career here in Honey Springs. And from what I hear, the mayor's office is in his sights. Wouldn't Leslie love to be the first lady of Honey Springs? Someone called for Louise from the door of All About the Details, and she scurried over while I took a minute to look around the boardwalk. Around this time of year, the days started to get longer. The sunset reached out and over the lake, sending a magical glow over the boardwalk. Honey Springs was beautiful, and even though the day's sadness lingered in the night air, I was still happy to be here. My phone chirped from my back pocket. I put the thermos down and took it out, eagerly pressing the talk button when Aunt Maxie's face appeared on the screen. Where are you? I asked. I'm home. I'm going to be late to the meeting. She acted as though nothing was going on. Where were you all day? Everyone is looking for you. I curled my chin down into my chest when I noticed Officer Shepard was looking at me from underneath the awning of All About the Details. Who's looking for me? She asked. Didn't you hear? I asked through my gritted teeth. Alexis Rourke is dead. I found her this morning, and the cops want to talk to you. To me? She shouted into the phone. I pressed it closer to my ear as if someone else could hear her. I didn't kill the old biddy. And that's why they want to talk to you. I referred to how she addressed Alexis. Apparently, everyone is in a big uproar because of a public fight you had with her over the rent. Inflation! Aunt Maxie screamed through the phone. I've been painting the duplexes in town all day long, getting them ready to put a for rent sign in the yard. You didn't check your phone? I asked. I've been calling all day. I didn't take it with me. I just got home and saw where you've been burning it up, so I called back before I jumped in the shower. She paused. Did Patrick get your oven fixed this morning? Yes, thank you, but that's not our main concern right now. I jumped around when I felt a presence next to me. Spencer! My heart dipped. I stammered. I'll be right with you. Is that Maxine? He asked. I guess my silence told him the truth. Tell her that I need her to call me ASAP. He held his hand out. Let me talk to her. Bye. I pushed the off button and put the phone back in my pocket. Why did you do that? He asked. Come on, Roxy. Patrick interrupted me and Spencer, and I was so happy for it. I wasn't sure how long I was going to dodge him about Aunt Maxie. Roxy, you need to answer my questions. A look of displeasure spread across Spencer's face. "I've got to go." I grabbed the thermos and took off toward Patrick and Pepper. Once I got to the door and turned back around, Spencer had bolted down the boardwalk, no doubt on his way to Aunt Maxie's house. I quickly texted her to let her know that Spencer was probably on his way to find her, and that she should make herself scarce until I could talk to her. All about the details was definitely true to the name. The inside was definitely about the details of what the shop was about. When you walked through the double doors, it opened into an entryway that was decorated for the Honey Festival. There were 3 large, bright yellow and black constructed beehives on each side of the walkway that led down to a large ballroom. The beehives had large bees painted in bright colors that were stuck out of the top of them. The base of the beehives had drips of honey with a flag across the bottom with the Honey Festival logo. The ballroom tables had white linen tablecloths and about 10 chairs around each table. There was a stage in the very front. The lighting was dimmed purple. There were place settings on the tables with fine china and stamped crystal to go along with the cloth napkins and sterling silverware. In the middle of each table was a smaller version of the beehives in the entrance. An assortment of honeys and mason jars was placed on the tables.
Very nice, right?
Chrissy stood next to me, waving the big diamond ring around.
They're hosting the festival dance here.
"Where'd you get your ring?" I asked, going off the subject.
All this?
She held it out in front of us.
It looks real, right?
She moved it around. Uh-huh. My mouth twisted. It so didn't look real. "Festival dance?" I asked, going back to our conversation.
Yeah.
She wiggled her shoulders.
You've got to come. It's going to be a blast, especially for us single gals. Which reminds me.
She bounced on her toes.
You're coming tonight, right?
"Where?" I asked. The day's events have me a little off kilter.
The bar. All the girls are coming. I told everyone at the spa that the rumors were true. Roxanne Bloom was back in town and breaking hearts, just like she did every summer.
Chrissy's face scrunched up with the biggest smile. "Breaking hearts?" I laughed.
Don't try to deny how those 2 boys were clamoring after you this morning. Falling all over each other.
Chrissy gave me a long, theatrical wink. "You've not changed a bit." I brushed off the comment.
You got that right.
She grabbed me by the arm.
Come on, we'll be late, and they still hate it when you're late around here.
She dragged me to the right of the entryway, past a few doors that had signs with office engraved on them, and down the hall to a smaller banquet room, where there were straight-back chairs lined up and a small table at the front facing the chairs. "Can we please start the meeting?" The man stood next to the table in the room. I eased down into a seat in the back row next to Chrissy, but not without noticing that Patrick, Pepper, and Louise had taken seats up front. My cookies and coffee were sitting on the table, and they looked half ravaged. Excuse me. A woman walked in front of me and Chrissy to get to the seat in the middle of the row where we were sitting. Her purse hanging on her shoulder whacked me in the face. "Sorry. Excuse me.
She's always late."
Chrissy rolled her eyes.
She's the president of the beautification committee. Perfect marriage.
Chrissy knocked her head side to side.
At least that's what everyone says at the spa.
I simply pressed my lips together and nodded. This was a far cry from where I'd been the last 12 years. No room for gossip when you went to college and focused on being number 1 in your law school class, with late nights studying with my ex-cheater, Kirk Swindle. I fell hard for his suave mannerisms. His work ethic was so appealing, too, not to mention his celebrity good looks. We'd spent a long time during our internship with the best law firm in NYC. It was a dream come true. When we couldn't deny the chemistry between us, we fell hard. At least, I fell hard. It was perfect. Life was perfect. And any hint of Patrick Kane was left in my memory. Though every once in a while his name tugged at my heart. When that happened, I'd throw myself back into my perfect life and make excuses as to why I couldn't visit Aunt Maxie or fly her to see us. I should have known to stay away from an attorney named Swindle. Heck, that's why I kept my maiden name. The woman plopped down into the chair next to me and let out an audible sigh. "Sorry," she said flatly and dragged her purse onto her lap. "Mari Kirkwood." She put her hand out. "Roxanne Bloom." I shook it. "You new here?" she asked. She had moody gray eyes, dark hair, and a thin build. She looked to be around 5'3". "Not really." My brows furrowed. "Maybe. Sort of."
Aw, hell, this is Maxine Bloom's niece.
Chrissy snorted from around me.
She owns the Beehive. I'm sure you've heard all about her at Craft Club or the Beautification Committee.
"Yes, where is Maxine?" Mari's chin lifted above the crowd and looked around. "She's at home." I smiled. "It was nice to meet you," I added in a whisper when I noticed someone was up in front addressing the group. "Shame to hear about Alexis." Her eyes dipped along with the corners of her mouth. "Did they know who killed her?"
Not that I heard of, but there's a lot of speculation.
Chrissy's lips pursed. "Don't you remember how she talked about that daughter of hers?" Mari whispered across me. I leaned back in the chair so the two of them could gossip. Fine with me. Anything that I could use to get Aunt Maxie off the suspect list was welcome. She'd said at the committee meeting last week that her daughter had slammed the shop's door shut and shattered that glass.
I forgot all about that.
Chrissy seemed to be noodling the idea.
Then there was that time they came in for that Mother's Day special we was offering at the Honeycomb. They didn't get past the receptionist area without fighting about something.
You ask me. Mari nodded. She's a no-count, and Spencer Shepard needs to be looking into her. The woman in front of us turned around and gave them the wonky eye. Chrissy offered an apologetic smile. Not Mari. She straightened her shoulders, shook her hair, and glared at her.
I never.
She tisked before she folded her arms across her chest and crossed her leg over the other, swinging the dangling foot. I tuned into the meeting. It seemed to be a typical council meeting going over the budget and the different committees. "Is Mari here?" the man up front asked. "Here." Mari's hand shot up and her purse fell to the ground. At the same time, we both went down to pick up her purse and our heads smacked together. We jerked up and rubbed our heads before we busted out laughing. It seemed her scattered appearance was more than just at this moment. Her shoes had dried mud on them and the hem of her pants was falling out. "I'm here." She had her purse gathered up in her arms and stood up. "The Beautification Committee will be putting up the last of the decorative flags on the carriage lights. I was supposed to get those up this morning, but with Drew out of town, I had a lot of things at home to get completed, and that includes the council luncheon set for the day after the festival. Which reminds me, have y'all RSVP'd to the email I sent?" she asked the group. A few nods and murmurs rumbled through the group. "They never RSVP." Mari looked down at me and snarled. "Never? How hard is it, people?" "I can't believe after the day our community has had that y'all are still having this meeting." Leslie busted through the door. "My mother was murdered." There was a gasp and pause after each one of her words.
This day couldn't get any better.
Chrissy rubbed her hands together and sat up straight.
This'll provide the Honeycomb plenty of chair talk tomorrow.
Leslie marched down the aisle, her frizzy hair flopping. The entire room grew silent. Mari eased back down in her chair. She picked up the rest of the contents of her purse off the floor and stuffed them in before she stood back up. "Excuse me, sorry." She winced. "Excuse me, lots to do. I don't have time to listen to this crap."
You aren't going to wait around to see what happens?
Chrissy couldn't believe Mari would leave. I've got flags to hang. Maury rolled her eyes. Say, she bent over Chrissy and put her hand on my knee. Do you think you could whip up something sweet and do one of those coffee bars for the luncheon at my home on Monday after the festival? I hated to turn down business. I was closed on Sundays even though I was in the coffee house baking and preparing the menu and specialty drinks for the upcoming week. I was sure I could slip in something good for the Monday meeting. I'd love to. Great. She patted my knee. I'll come see you tomorrow during the festival. I nodded at her, but my eyes focused on Leslie. My mother was murdered, and you want to continue with the festival? She shook with anger. Leslie, dear. Louise stood up. Your mother would have wanted us to continue. Leslie glared at her with a hatred that scared me. She moved her eyes to Patrick. Her face softened. Patrick, she cried out. You can help me. Patrick stood up and curled Leslie into the crook of his muscular arm. A tinge of sickness pierced my gut, taking me off guard. He whispered something in her ear. She let out a few sniffles and batted her eyes at him. I'm gonna puke. Chrissy stuck her tongue out to drive the point home. She's got a right to be upset about her mom. I could already tell I wasn't going to be friends with Leslie, but I did feel awful for her circumstances with her mother. Not about her being in Patrick's arms. You know what? You say I haven't changed. Chrissy cocked a brow. You haven't changed, and that's why this world has swallowed you up and spit you out right back here. Inwardly, I growled at Chrissy and turned my attention on Patrick as he passed down the aisle with a crying Leslie on his shoulder. His eyes met mine as they walked past the row I was sitting in. There was a gentle understanding settled in them. Pepper! I called for my dog, who was trotting next to them. He ran over to me and jumped into my lap. I focused all my attention on him. Sorry for the interruption, folks, the mayor said from the front of the room, bringing the attention back to the meeting. We are all saddened about the death of Alexis Rourke. She was a very important member of this community, and we are sure she'd want us to continue with the festival, since she was very instrumental in bringing the boardwalk back to life as a member of the beautification committee, as well as the festival. Very instrumental? I wondered what that meant. Aunt Maxie wanted the festival here, too. I took a quick look around. Spencer wasn't back. I pulled my phone out of my pocket, and Aunt Maxie hadn't texted me back. Aunt Maxie might have had words with Alexis, but I couldn't get the mayor's words out of my head about Alexis making sure the festival was on the boardwalk. The what-ifs swirled around. What if someone in the town was mad about moving it because it would hurt their business? What if she didn't support the other side and made someone else mad? From all the shows I'd seen on TV, money was a big reason to be murdered, and business was business, which included money. If Alexis had taken money out of someone's pocket, maybe that was why she'd gotten killed. Besides, Aunt Maxie couldn't hurt a flea off of one of the dogs at the Pet Palace, much less kill a person. How about the beehive? Louise bounced back on her feet and pointed back to me. Roxy is going to have a lot of business, and I'm sure she wouldn't mind. Mind what? I asked in a soft voice and with a shocked look. The tickets! Louise smiled back at me. Stand up! She instructed me and lifted her palms to the ceiling. This is Roxanne Bloom. She owns the Beanhive, and she brought the tea cookies all y'all are enjoying. Louise was better at spreading the word than any advertising I'd thought about doing. You don't mind selling tickets to the marina's boat rides over to the bee farm across the lake, do you? She asked. There are so many people who love to come that the marina can't take all the orders. The mayor pointed to a gruff-looking man with a pair of brown overalls on. Unfortunately, the marina was left out of the budget when the boardwalk was being reconfigured by Alexis and her committee. The man's face tensed. Even under his beard, I could see his jaw clench. Chrissy leaned over.
It was a big deal when they decided to redo the boardwalk. The beautification committee was in charge of what shops were going to be on the boardwalk, as you know.
Aunt Maxie had called me and told me that she thought it would be a good idea to come back here and open a shop on the new boardwalk. She'd done all the paperwork and taken the necessary steps to get the beehive approved. She even paid all the fees and for the inspections. She said it was her divorce gift to me since she hated Kirk anyways. There was no sense in arguing with her because no one argued with Maxine Bloom and won. My brows furrowed at my thought. Again, she's not a murderer.
It was a big fight between Bibb and Alexis 'cause she completely left out his marina in her design.
Chrissy shrugged. So you mean to tell me that Bibb would have reason to have killed Alexis? I asked, realizing Bibb must be the owner of the marina. Shock coursed through Chrissy as her body stiffened and her mouth dropped open. Her eyes darted back and forth. And the boat, I gasped.
What boat?
Chrissy asked. Roxy? Louise asked. Well? Sure. I shook my head a little to refocus on the meeting. Yeah. I waved my hand in the air. I'll sell tickets. Bibb's eyes met mine. His dark eyes sharpened. The mayor and Louise made the final arrangements for the ticket sales at the coffee house.
Do you really think Big Bibb killed her?
Chrissy's words were haunting. My phone chirped, signaling a new text. I looked at it. Roxanne, I think I need a lawyer. The fuzz hauled me down to the station. M. My mouth dried. My stomach knotted. I don't know, but I'm going to look into it. I showed Chrissy the text and stood up to leave.
Not alone you aren't.
Chrissy followed behind Pepper and me out of the meeting. Good, because I need a ride. I wasted no time. Aunt Maxie needed me. I was going to be there for her just like she'd always been there for me. 11. It's slicker than owl shit, that one. Aunt Maxie didn't hold back when I walked into the police station and found her sitting in the chair next to a desk with a nameplate that read Spencer Shepard. Her hair had been patted down like a drowned rat, and she had no makeup on. Shh! My eyes grew wide. I looked around the busy station to make sure no one heard her. He's gonna hear you. I don't care if he hears me. He accused me of killing Alexis Rourke. She huffed, puffed, and crossed her arms. He dragged me down here during my mud mask ritual and didn't let me get fixed up. Accused me of killing someone. Who ever heard of such?
Did you?
Chrissy asked and juggled Pepper in her arms. He twisted and turned until he finally wiggled out and jumped on the ground. Is that Pepper? Aunt Maxie asked. Yes, he adopted me. It was time I was just honest with myself. But that isn't what's important right now.
But it is important.
Chrissy clasped her hands.
Didn't you and Alexis volunteer at the Pet Palace last night?
You are a smart girl. Aunt Maxie jumped up, practically knocking me out of the way as she rushed over to the bathroom door that had a mail sign on it. Open up this door, Spencer. She beat the palm of her hand on it. What? Confused, I turned to Chrissy.
Every Sunday I volunteer in the Pet Palace office 'cause I can't...
Her voice turned into baby talk and she bent down to Pepper.
Stand those little sad little bitty eyes looking at me when I tried to clean the kennels.
Go on. I rolled my wrist, gesturing her to continue.
And I make the volunteer list on Sunday, so it's ready to go on Monday when Louise gets there so she can email it to the volunteers. The week runs Tuesday to Monday. Maxie and Alexis always work together. Last night was their night. I gotten a call from Louise late about the schedule because Alexis didn't show up.
So you're thinking she was already dead? I asked.
Yes, or soon thereafter, which gives your aunt an alibi last night, because the night staff would have seen her.
Chrissy was brilliant, even though she seemed to be a few fries short of a Happy Meal.
What kind of lawyer are you?
She rolled her eyes.
You need to ask for a refund.
I laughed. Both of us sat back and watched as Aunt Maxie gave Spencer the business. He sent Aunt Maxie back to her chair, and we sat there as he made a couple of phone calls. Ladies? He looked at each of the three of us in turn. He spoke directly to Aunt Maxie. You're free to go, but don't leave town and call me back if I call you. Come on. She tugged on me as she got up and passed my chair. I'd like to talk to you a little more, Spencer said to me after I looked back at him. Not now. While I didn't have a license to practice law in Kentucky, I did know my rights, and I didn't have to answer anything at the moment. Though I did have the license to make a great cup of coffee. Do you mind taking us back to the Beehive? I asked Chrissy on our way out of the police station. I was going to leave my questioning for Aunt Maxie when I was armed with an espresso. All three of us piled into Chrissy's 1960s VW Bug with Pepper on my lap. There was complete silence on the 5-minute drive from downtown Honey Springs to the boardwalk. All three of us seemed to be still processing all the events of the day. Downtown was pretty much the same as I remembered. Central Park was smack dab in the middle of town. There was a sidewalk around it, and different sidewalks leading to the middle of the park where a big white gazebo stood. The Honey Festival had always been held in the park, but from what I gathered, Alexis had a lot to do with getting the festival moved to the boardwalk. The same flags Maury had dangled down from the dimly lit carriage lights were dotting all of the downtown sidewalks. The tippy tops of the daffodils popping out of the soil around the park were barely visible, showing the first signs of spring for the small town. I smiled with the vivid memory of the colorful flowers that made the downtown area come alive. The courthouse was located in the middle of Main Street, with a beautiful view of the park. It was where I had to go tomorrow to check out how to keep my law license current, especially now. There was a medical building where the dentist, optometrist, podiatrist, and good old-fashioned medical doctors were located. Aunt Maxie used to have all her annual appointments during the summer, and we'd spend a full day in that building. If I was lucky, she'd leave me at Crooked Cat, where I'd spend my day surrounded by books and that beanbag chair.
I can't believe you're going to sell the boat rides for the marina,
Chrissy said as she pulled into the parking lot of the boardwalk. It was completely empty. I didn't have a choice. I got out and put Pepper on the ground. All of us trotted up the steps of the boardwalk and briefly stopped at Crooked Cat where the crime scene tape had been taken down. Do you think they'll open tomorrow? I asked. Knowing Leslie? Aunt Maxie's forehead wrinkled as she raised her brows. Yep.
This gives me the creeps. Let's go.
Chrissy took off in the direction of the coffee shop. Aunt Maxie took her time looking at all the vendors who'd already put up their tents. She couldn't pass without saying something about each one. Some of the comments weren't as flattering as they should be.
I think the boat ride over to the bee farm will be a big hit.
Chrissy stood by the door and waited for me to unlock it.
I heard they'll give a tour as well as show 'em how they extract the honey from the combs.
I'm excited to get some fresh honey for my coffees, teas, and a few recipes. I flipped the light on and illuminated the coffee house. Still takes my breath away in here. Aunt Maxie let out a deep sigh, shutting the door behind her. I let them get settled while I turned on the espresso machine. The only thing I really needed to get done before tomorrow was the homemade dog treats. I'm still so shocked about how Alexis's daughter reacted at the meeting, I said as I put the stacked-up cookie sheets and parchment paper out for Chrissy to help me with the dog treats. If I remembered correctly, Chrissy was a pretty good baker and cook. She had to be. Her parents were gone a lot, and she took care of herself. But my recollection was only a couple months out of the year. Everyone always seemed so busy in the summer, especially in Honey Springs, since it was a place where families used to come to vacation at the lake.
Wait a daggone minute!
Aunt Maxie curled her hand around the mug and watched as I mixed the batter for the rest of the peanut butter dog treats. Chrissy rolled it out, used the bone cookie cutter to cut out the shapes, and put them out on the parchment paper.
Leslie was at the meeting? She's always at the meetings,
Chrissy noted, putting the last dog bone on the cookie sheet before she grabbed another one.
How many of these do you have to make?
I'm having Louise bring the animals from the Pet Palace in an effort to get some of them adopted. I thought I'd send a little bag of treats home in their adoption bag. I added more ingredients to the bowl. Why did you say that about Leslie? I think she's upset that the community Alexis embraced is moving on with life and not really recognizing what happened. Chrissy looked up from the flat dough.
Leslie is the last person to ever take up for her mother.
She was against the boardwalk revitalization and wanted her mother to close the shop or move it to the downtown area. Aunt Maxie took another drink and a tea cookie. She shoved it in her mouth. She mumbled around a mouthful.
They fought like cats and dogs, almost to the point of shoving. I remember that at the craft meeting.
Chrissy nodded and put the cutouts on the parchment paper to fill another sheet. Enough to want to kill her mom? I asked.
Last week at craft night, they'd gotten into a fight, but I couldn't hear what it was over.
Aunt Maxie stood up.
I tried to listen. I was going to ask Alexis about it at Pet Palace, but that's when she never showed up. Alexis did talk about how Leslie should have been the parent because she was always trying to give her advice on how to live.
What was your beef with Alexis? I asked. Aunt Maxie was silent. I need to know if I'm going to try to represent you or get you the right representation. Chrissy's ears were on alert, and I knew it. There was going to be gossip, but I'd rather it come from the horse's mouth than as hearsay.
It was nothing personal. I own the building down there and needed more money for the rent. Kane Properties isn't cheap.
She fiddled with the paper napkin the cookie had been on.
I've raised her rent once in the past 25 years she's been renting from me, and it wasn't much.
My rent for the Beehive was the highest on the boardwalk due to the location, but I was happy to have it and pay the price. I'd gone over the paperwork with Aunt Maxie before I'd signed on the dotted line. It was the lawyer in me that did it. The only paperwork I didn't look at was the contract between Aunt Maxie and Kane Properties. The lease agreement from Kane. Did you have to sign something? I asked her.
I signed on your behalf, but Alexis had to sign an agreement with him, too, about the upkeep of the shop and the rules of the boardwalk, Aunt Maxie said.
I'd like to get a copy of my agreement. It was just good practice to keep all the paperwork together and have my own copies. Aunt Maxie bent down and patted Pepper on the head. He snored away in his new bed that Patrick had given him. Images of him walking Leslie out forced a snarl on my face.
What's that look?
Chrissy asked. Patrick and Leslie are an item? I asked.
She wanted to be an item, with both him and Spencer. The only problem...
She grabbed up the leftover dough from the cookie cutter and rolled it back up into a ball before she started to roll it back out with a rolling pin.
Was neither of them really wanted her. It's a competition thing with them. They're the only eligible bachelors in Honey Springs.
Patrick sure did rush to her defense tonight. I couldn't stop the words from coming out of my mouth.
Why, Roxanne Bloom!
Aunt Maxie's eyes drew up. Her lashes cast a shadow.
You sound like that 18-year-old girl again.
Her words caused me to suck in a quick breath. Without looking at Aunt Maxie, I looked down at my hands that were definitely not 18 years old anymore. But inside, I was feeling like that 18-year-old kid. 12. Beep, beep, beep. 4 a.m. sure did come early, especially since Pepper and I didn't get home until a little after midnight. Chrissy had taken Aunt Maxie home for me since I had my bike. The dog biscuits were cut and I'd get them in the oven as soon as I got to the coffee house this morning. Pepper looked up from the bottom of the bed with a look of, not again. Welcome to your life. I gave him a good rub on his head before I headed off to the shower. The warm water was a welcome wake-up to my slumber. I was going to actually put on makeup and do my hair, since it was the first real day of opening. It's Honey Festival time! I sang in the shower to Pepper, who had peeked his nose around the shower curtain. So fun! It was mornings like these that I was glad I had decided on a coffeehouse uniform. It never turned out good when I tried to mix and match clothes at 4 a.m. With my shoulder-length brown hair blow-dried, some mascara, a little blush, and some red lipstick swiped across my lips, I grabbed another black t-shirt with the Beehive logo that I thought would fit Bunny. With Pepper in the basket and my headlight on my bike turned on to light our way on the curvy road, we were on our 3 to 4 minute ride to the boardwalk. When the tires of the bike made the bumping and thumping sound over the wood planks, Pepper popped his head up like he already knew where we were. Oh, no. My heart dropped with a frightful thought when I saw the lights were on in the coffee house. I clearly remembered turning off the lights and locking up last night. I got off the bike and held onto the handlebars as I walked it up to the front door and peeked in. What on earth? A sigh of relief escaped deep from my gut when I saw Bunny at the counter. She'd already had a Beehive apron on over her clothes and neatly tied around her plump waist. She had on a pair of black pants like me and some sensible shoes. Her hair was tucked up under a hairnet. Pepper hopped out of the basket after I opened the door. He darted back to his bowl where Bunny had already filled it with kibble. Good morning! Bunny was a little too happy for the time. Secretly, I wished I'd had just a fourth of her energy. I couldn't sleep. I was so excited about my first day and the Honey Festival. I'm glad you're here. I walked the bike back to the kitchen and took her shirt out of the basket. Wow! I looked at the stoves and ovens that Bunny had already started. I emerged from the kitchen and handed her the shirt. You've already got everything going. I don't let grass grow under my feet. She held the shirt up to her. I'll go put this on right away. She disappeared into the bathroom. She'd started on the coffees and teapots, so I went ahead and picked up where she left off. The apple timer on the stove dinged, and I hurried back to check on the dog treats Bunny had put in the oven. Those smell so good. Bunny looked over my shoulder. Her nose sniffed the air. Too bad they're dog treats. You can still eat 'em. The brown, butter-colored, bone-shaped peanut butter treats turned out to be the perfect size for little mouths and big mouths. They're only made of real ingredients like wheat flour and peanut butter. I just might have to try one. She giggled and held her arms out. How do I look? You look great. I put on 2 oven mitts and took out the 2 cookie sheets filled with the tasty dog treats, setting them on the counter and placing 2 more sheets in the oven. How do you know how to run a kitchen? I reset the apple timer for 18 minutes. I worked in the diner that was here for a year. She smiled. In fact, don't you remember coming in here when you were wee little and having a fountain drink? I do. The memory had been stuck way back in my head. It was one of the last memories I have of me and my dad. Yes. She nodded and gave me the sympathetic look I was used to when people brought up the early death of my father. He died of cancer when I was about 8 years old. Aunt Maxie was his favorite sister, and he wanted to make sure that I'd fall in love with Honey Springs and Aunt Maxie just like him. They also came here for the summers when they were children. How's your mother? She asked and filled the small plastic bags with 4 dog treats before handing them to me to tie with a string of twine. Each finished bag I put in a basket so they could sit on the table for the adoptions. She's doing great. I rarely talked about my mother. She got remarried a few years ago, right before me.
I heard, she said.
There was no way I was going to probe her for any information that Aunt Maxie had told her. Mom and Aunt Maxie didn't get along. They never did. Mom always claimed she tried to butt in on how to raise me. It was a sore spot with her and my dad. But Dad continued to bring me here for weeks and started to leave me here and there.
Say, have you heard any more about Alexis?
Bunny asked and rushed back to the kitchen to take the next batch of dog treats out of the oven. I followed her in there and checked on the bags of frozen donuts I'd taken out of the freezer to get ready to ice and decorate. Early last week, I'd made the cutest little bee fondant shapes to go on a couple of the special honey cake donuts I'd made just for the grand opening weekend. I haven't. I just know that she didn't show up on her volunteer night at Pet Palace when Aunt Maxie did. I wonder when she died. That would clear Aunt Maxie for sure. I pulled open the glazes I'd made just for the honey donuts.
What are the flavors?
Bunny asked, peeking over my shoulder. Vanilla glaze, chocolate glaze, and a honey cider glaze. I opened the little bag of bees and dumped them out on the counter. I made these cute bees to go on top like little confetti.
You are so good.
She licked her lips.
I hope you're as good of a lawyer as a baker and barista.
Better. Which reminded me. I need to run down to the courthouse this morning before the festival starts so I can check on my license.
No problem. They open at 7:30. The festival doesn't start till 9.
She scurried off to finish the rest of the dog treats while I worked in the kitchen to get the donuts finished and the lunch menu items prepared. Around 7, I texted Aunt Maxie a quick message to see if she'd slept okay. She messaged back that she did and was going to be stopping by the coffee house this morning.
You've lost your mind.
Maybelle waddled in as soon as Bunny turned the sign on the door.
I thought you were kidding when I heard your message on my machine after I got home from the moose. Or had a little too much to drink.
She made the cup gesture to her mouth and winked.
The only drink you had too much of was water.
Bunny moved behind the counter and arranged the donuts in the cabinets. While the two of them bantered back and forth, I grabbed my phone and put Pepper on his leash to give him a quick walk before I headed out on my bike to the courthouse. "Pet Palace," Louise answered on the first ring. "Hi, Louise, it's Roxy. I wanted to make sure she didn't need any help. I wanted to see if you need anything before I ran to the courthouse." Pepper pulled and nearly jerked my arm off. He wagged, jumped, and barked off into the distance. At the end of the boardwalk next to the marina was Patrick Kane. He didn't bother to wave when he saw me. The big smile was greeting enough. He bent down and put his arms out. I dropped the leash and Pepper ran into his arms. "I've got everything I need," she said. There was some clanking in the background. "Stuart is getting all the stuff in the truck now." "Wonderful." I eyed Patrick when I got closer. "Patrick Kane will be in front of the coffee house and will help you set up. The weather's already warm, so the animals should be happy outside. Bunny has the basket of dog treats to set on the table." Patrick opened his mouth to protest, but shut it once I gave him the look. He mouthed that I owed him, but I saw it the other way around by him taking up with Leslie at the council meeting last night. In fact, Patrick will be at the end of the boardwalk near Crooked Cat and will help you and Stuart carry the kennels and anything else you need. I offered him a sweet smile. He tried to refuse, but Pepper kissed him across the nose and he laughed. "Are you my personal secretary now?" he asked when I got off the phone and put Pepper back on the boardwalk with the leash in his hand. Slowly, we walked back toward the coffee house and stopped in front of each vendor. "I figured you owed me since you took off with your girlfriend last night, leaving me and Pepper all alone in the dark night." I teased with my voice, only my insides cringed. She's far from my girlfriend, and if I hadn't taken her out, a scene would have taken place. It's not pretty when Leslie's been belly up to the bar."
He stopped in front of a vendor that had glass-blown orbs for sale. I moseyed to the next vendor, where the woman was setting out soaps, lip balms, body creams, bath salts, and all sorts of scented goods made with honey. She seemed to be cozy, all snuggled up in the crook of your neck. I shrugged and picked up a pair of bee earrings from another vendor who had jewelry.
"Roxanne Bloom, are you jealous?" he asked.
"Nope." I shook my head and picked up a large mason jar with honey and the comb inside. "How much?" I asked the vendor. "The large are $5 and the small jars are $3." The woman continued to stack and put more jars out. "Are you local?" I asked. There were so many cool things I could do with the comb, which most bee farmers left in the hives to produce more honey. "We're just a few counties over." She took her card out of the front pocket of her apron and handed it to me. "Great, I'll come by later." I pointed across the way to the bean hive. "I own the bean hive." I was smelling something really good coming from there. She smiled and rubbed her stomach. "Donuts." I wiggled my eyebrows. "Honey donuts. You go on over and tell Bunny I sent you in for a free donut and coffee to go with it." "Thank you," she said as I was walking away.
"Are you ignoring me?"
Patrick asked and let go of Pepper's leash after he tugged toward the door of the coffee house. "Never." I gestured toward the other end of the boardwalk. "You better hurry up and get down there. Louise is going to be waiting for you." There was a bit of hesitation before he huffed a little and gave me a good stern look before he marched down the boardwalk. There were a few people already in the coffee house giving Bunny their order, but not enough to stop me from biking down to the courthouse and see what I needed to do about getting the papers I needed to apply for a law license in Kentucky. Even though I'd never get it in a few days, at least I'd have it done. Bunny assured me that she had it covered and would grab Maybelle, who was on her third donut, if she needed help. I guess the look on my face was enough for her to tell Maybelle that she was in charge of Pepper while I was gone, and her donuts were payment. The boardwalk was only about a 7-minute bike ride to town. The cozy town was the charm, and with the revitalization of the boardwalk, I knew they hoped to have the flourishing community they'd had years ago. The fresh morning air swept through my hair in a warm breeze. The fragrant field of the bluegrass curled my nose and put a big smile on my face. There was nothing better than clean air. Clean country air. The first building was the Honey Springs Church. Many a Sunday was spent there during my summers, but many memories of Patrick and me slipping out the back door also flirted with my head. Next to that was the firehouse and police station where I'd rescued Aunt Maxie last night. Across the street from that was the Moose Lodge before the big circle in the middle of town, which was Central Park. Along Main Street were the Brants Filler-Up, Clesinger Realty, the courthouse with City Hall, Donald's Barber Shop, and the local community college. There were other shops around Central Park, but today wasn't the day to explore, though I did feel like they were probably the same stores that were there years ago. The brilliant sun popped over the roof of the buildings, almost making me pedal back to the lake because I knew the clouds had parted over the lake, giving the water a spectacular sight. But there were things to do, and enjoying many mornings at the lake was a dream come true. I hurried up the courthouse steps and hoped to be the first in line, but there was a man in front of me. "If you ask me, there are a lot of people in this town that were tired of her complaining," the woman behind the clerk's tall office counter said to the man and typed away on her computer. "She sure didn't hold back when it came to Big Bib." The man gnawed on the edge of a toothpick. "I was at the Moose last week, and he was steaming like a freight train about how she claims she didn't know he wanted to be part of the celebration and part of the money associated with the beautification." The woman looked over the man's shoulder at me. She shut her lips and grabbed a piece of paper that had printed off the printer behind her. Sign here, here, and here." She pointed with a finger and handed him a pen.
Big Bib said she left him out of it because of the secret Leslie told him when they were cuddled up at the Moose.
His mustache bounced up and down as he talked. The man looked over his shoulder at me once he made eye contact with the woman who tried to give him an inconspicuous nod toward me. Leslie? My ears perked up. My lips pinched together in a tight closed-mouth smile. My eyes squinted.
"I'll talk to you later."
The man tapped his finger on the counter.
"Thanks for the boat tags."
"Can I help you?" The woman's voice was flat. "I wanted to know what I need to do to get in front of the clerk of courts to get a license to practice law in Honey Springs." I knew I was going to have to be approved by the judge of the court in which I wanted to practice and be admitted to the Kentucky Bar Association. "First, you're going to need to fill this out." She pulled an application out of a drawer and smacked it on the counter. "Pay an application fee for processing, and you'll get a letter in the mail when the judge wants to talk to you." I took the form and pretended to look at it. For a second, I thought about asking her about the conversation about Big Bib between her and the man, especially the Leslie and secret part. "Next!" she yelled at the woman behind me, not giving me the opportunity to ask. 13. On a normal morning that was as warm as this one was turning out to be, I'd take my time and let the bike pedals carry me the 7 minutes back to the boardwalk. Today wasn't normal. Not because of the Honey Festival starting in the next hour, but the fact I'd overheard the conversation between the deputy clerk and the man who was getting a boat license. Clearly, he had a boat, which I could assume he kept at one of the boat slips at the marina. Plus, he'd confirmed that he'd heard Leslie tell Big Bib some sort of big secret that I planned to find out one way or another. I just didn't know how I was going to. There really was a class in law school where they taught us how to get, or what I'd call manipulate, information out of people. Since I had to get the tickets from the marina this morning to start selling the boat rides over to the bee farm across the lake, I'd use some of those skills. The closer I got to the boardwalk, the faster I pedaled. There was a warm bath in my future because I knew my legs were going to ache from the pumping. There was a bike ramp where the marina met the boardwalk. Bike riding wasn't technically allowed on the boardwalk or pier. A couple of times this week I'd broken that rule. As I saw it, I was the only one on the boardwalk at 4:30-ish in the morning and the last one off it at 10 or 11 o'clock at night. Dark when I got there and dark when I left. There was no way I wasn't going to ride my bike from the front door of my cabin to the front door of the coffee house with a killer on the loose. "Happy Honey Festival!" Mari's voice trilled through a sea of strings that were attached to a bunch of balloons. "Drew, this is Roxanne Bloom, the caterer I was telling you about." Barista and small pastry chef, not a caterer. I extended a hand for him to take. He took it, but he didn't look at me. He didn't have any emotion. "Give me the balloons." He dropped my hand and reached for half of her strings. Mari gave me the other half, and he walked away. She held up 2 fingers for me to give her 2 strings and apologized for her husband. "You'll have to excuse him. He's tired this morning. He's been working out of town lately." I followed her up the ramp of the boardwalk, handing her a couple of balloons every few feet for her to tie around the posts. "Don't the flags look good?" she asked and wrinkled her nose in delight. "They do." I watched her husband over her shoulder walk on the boardwalk and put up the balloons. Someone with the hoodie of their sweatshirt up stopped him. He glanced back at Mari and went back to talking to the other person. He'd leaned in, and I could see how tight his lips were when he talked. Too bad I couldn't read lips, but I could read body language, and he was tense. "What does your husband do?" I asked. "Drive me crazy." She winked and grabbed a couple more strings. "Aw, I love the old bear. He works for the National Library Association. He works in the banned books department." "Banned books?"
My mind raced back to the morning I found Alexis, and the only section in the bookstore that was destroyed was the banned books. "Did he do business with Alexis?" I asked. "Not that I know of. He works with libraries, not bookstores." She smiled. I glanced back over her shoulder, and Drew was walking back, while the jogger was running down the boardwalk the opposite way of us toward Crooked Cat. "I'll be by this afternoon with my address for you." She waved me off, which was fine by me. There was very little time left to get the tickets and any information I needed about this conversation between Big Bib and Leslie. I knew I was banking on it being the only Leslie that I knew in Honey Springs. But what were the odds of another one at the Moose? Slim. Just like the odds that Drew knew anything about Alexis's death, but it was still something to chew on. If there was one thing I'd learned as a barista, a baker, and a lawyer, never leave anything undone. Nothing turns out good if you did. Mari and Drew scurried down the boardwalk, continuing to tie up the balloons while I walked down the ramp to the marina. The steel boat slips ran clear across the bottom of the boardwalk. The slips ended exactly where I'd seen the boat pull out full throttle, in the no-wake zone, I might add. When I did figure out whom the boat belonged to, and if they didn't have anything to do with Alexis's murder, I was for sure going to let them know this was a no-wake zone. There was a cottage-style building that looked like it used to be a lake house. The awning over the door flapped in the warm breeze coming off the lake. The front glass door had a flip sign on it and said open. After I walked in, I could tell it was the main building for the marina. They even sold different items to go with boats. There were life jackets hanging on the wall, fire extinguishers, buoys, koozie can holders, and all sorts of floating devices, to name a few of the things they sold. No one was inside, but the man I'd seen at the courthouse was outside standing on the dock facing the lake, smoking a cigarette. When he saw me coming out the door, he butted out the cigarette.
"Ain't you the woman I saw at the clerk's office?"
He muttered under his mustache. I nodded. The way he looked at me sent a knot in my stomach.
"What you want?"
"I'm Roxanne Bloom. I'm new to the area." Roxy to friends, but he's no friend. "I own the Beehive on the boardwalk, and I'm here to get the tickets to sell for the boat rides to the bee farm." I pointed across the lake. He looked down his nose at me.
"I'll have to ask Big Bib about it."
He walked past me. With his hand on the door, he looked back at me.
"Are you the coffee lady that found Alexis?"
I cleared my throat. "I am." My lips curled together. This was one of those times that silence was golden, especially if Big Bib had told him Leslie's secret.
"You know Leslie, her daughter?"
he asked and dropped his hand from the door. He folded his arms across his chest. "I met her just yesterday when she showed up at the bookstore after the police called her about her mom." I shrugged.
"Mom?"
His chest puffed as he laughed.
They were no mother-daughter duo. In fact, Leslie didn't even grow up here.
"You mean Leslie isn't Alexis's daughter?" I asked. My jaw dropped.
"Yeah, she's her daughter. They just never acted like it. Leslie went to live with other relatives because they didn't get along. And she ain't never called Alexis Mom,"
he said. "You know?" I snapped my fingers. "I didn't remember Alexis having a daughter around my age when I was here."
"When you were here?"
His lids drew down, eyes zeroed in on me.
"I thought you said you was new here."
"New to living here full time." I flip-flopped my hand in the air. "My aunt is Maxine Bloom, and I used to spend the summers here with her as a teen."
"I love Maxie. She's a hoot."
The smile curved underneath the mustache.
"I remember you. You'd come down here and beg for some worms for that cane pole. You were knee-high to a grasshopper."
"You can't be much older than me." I was going to use the honey was always better than vinegar philosophy. His cheeks flushed a little red.
"Oh, go on."
He pulled the door open.
Babe, Roxanne's here to get the tickets to sell at that fancy coffee place.
Roxy, I decided we might become friends.
Huh?
He asked. You can call me Roxy. I smiled. I don't go by Roxanne.
Steve.
He nodded.
I'm just Steve.
Nice to meet. I hesitated. See you again after all these years. The big burly man that I'd seen at the council meeting came out of the door wearing a pair of green waders. He had a pair of red suspenders clipped to them. His gut stuck out from between them above the waist of the waders. Damn propellers. Disgust laced the words from his mouth.
Steve, can you go see if you can get it out of the mud before people get on the first ride at 9?
Steve walked back in.
You must be Roxanne.
He took out a roll of tickets and handed them to me.
Each ticket is $3. It gets you on the boat across the lake and back. Any other expense will be through the farm people. I'm only here to shuttle back and forth.
I took the tickets. It seemed simple enough.
Say.
His eyes narrowed as he took a long look at me.
Aren't you the gal from the meeting?
Yes. A sigh escaped me. He wasn't too bright. Remember I said I'd help you sell the tickets?
Yeah, that's right.
He shoved his hands in his pockets. What about a liability form? I asked.
Lia who?
Confusion swept across his face. Liability in case you wreck or sink? It was the lawyer in me that would have told him what he needed to do if he were a client of mine.
You giving me bad juju or something?
He asked, though I could tell he didn't want an answer. Nope, no bad juju here, just the fancy coffee girl. I held the tickets in the air and waved them.
What was your name again?
He asked. Roxanne Bloom? There was no way I was going to let him call me Roxy. Nor did it seem that I was going to get any information out of him about Leslie.
You found Leslie's mom.
He started it, and I went with it. Steve had already told me about Leslie and her mom, which was all sorts of interesting. I only could hope Bibb might tell me the secret. I did. Do you know her? I asked.
Everyone knows everyone around here.
He looked down the lake at a boat starting to gear down to almost idling as they entered the no-wake zone. It's awful. I feel bad for Leslie. I let out a sad sigh. I'm not sure if it was the sigh or the name that got his attention, but his posture changed. His shoulders curled back, he puffed up his chest, and his gut jiggled out between the suspenders again.
You know Leslie?
He eyed me. Yeah, doesn't everyone? I was as vague as I could be. It was her mom.
Used loosely. And any friend of Leslie knows that her mom never put her first, even since Leslie moved here. They had one of them volatile mother-daughter relationships.
He rocked back and forth on his muddy boots. When I saw them together, they seemed to get along. I acted as though we were just having a casual conversation and watched Steve sloop around in the shallow water, fussing and cursing under his breath. It's unfortunate that your marina was left out of the budget. That seemed to get his attention. I guess Alexis was in charge of that. I shrugged.
I'm doing fine down here. I don't need all the frills. It would have been nice to maybe get some parts for the boat since I need it, and they wanted me to have these rides.
He pointed to the tickets.
The money from the tickets won't even cover the cost of getting the boat in the best shape for the rides over. It only covers gas.
I guess that made you real mad. I hinted around for a motive.
Are you trying to accuse me of something, Miss Bloom?
He took his hands out of his pockets and crossed his arms over his massive chest.
Because I don't like your tone.
I'm just saying there seem to be a lot of people not very fond of Alexis, that's all. I gulped, wondering if the killer was in front of me.
I wouldn't waste my time or energy on her. Besides,
his eyes drew down on me.
I was with Leslie at the Moose that night.
All night? I asked. Had he just given himself and her an alibi? His mouth opened, his eyes became slits. Then his mouth slammed shut. Splash! Just as I was sure Bib was going to tell me something, Steve fell in the lake, his arms and legs flailing about. Bib rushed over and jerked Steve up by the back of his shirt. Steve spit water out of his mouth and bent over with his hands firmly planted on his thighs, gasping for air. "Are you okay?" I hollered out to them. They both lifted their hands in the air to let me know they were okay. Bib finished his off with a wave for me to go on. Dang, I said with disappointment that I didn't get the information about the secret. At least I had the tickets and I could come back to get more out of him. Regardless of the secret, I did find out some good information about the relationship between Leslie and Alexis. Not that it made Leslie a killer, but it was worth looking into. Now I had 2 people on my list, Leslie and Drew. 14. Louise, Stuart, and Patrick were standing in front of the beehive. They had a kennel set up on each side of the door, under the windows. They'd pulled the cafe tables out a little more on the boardwalk. Louise had set up a card table with a couple chairs situated behind it. There were some packets she'd made up about Pet Palace and even taken pictures of the animals that could be adopted. Stuart and Patrick each had a beehive paper cup in their hands. I loved seeing the black cups with the cute yellow bean bee printed on them. "Hello, Sassy." I bent down and looked into the kennel. I ignored the staring eyes of Patrick. Her little eyes broke my heart. Surely there was someone who'd take this sweet poodle, even though her name fit her and her breed. I reached over to the table and pulled out one of the treat bags Bunny and I had made and gave Sassy the few homemade peanut butter treats. That seemed to perk her up. "This is going to be a great day." Louise clasped her hands and bounced on the balls of her feet. "This is much better than trying to get people to drive out to Pet Palace for an adoption campaign." "I have an idea." I looked between the kennels. "Is that a cat?" "Yes." Louise smiled. "Chester, he's so loving." "Does Chester get along with dogs?" I asked. "Oh, yes, dogs, children, old people like me, young people like you." Her brows lifted in curiosity. I looked down the boardwalk and contemplated the idea in my head. There were people already starting to fill up the boardwalk and already walking from vendor to vendor. I'd like to take the opportunity to have each of the animals come into the coffee house. Walk around, show their personalities to the customers. I think if a potential owner sees the animals walking around and interacting, they're more inclined to adopt them than just sitting in a kennel, I suggested. Besides, seeing them in a kennel broke my heart. "I can walk Sassy a couple times throughout the day and hand out the adoption package you made up," Patrick chimed in. He looked between me and Louise. I couldn't help but look at him. My heart did a flip-flop when the sun hit his eyes, making them sparkle. There was a vague sense of familiarity that passed between us, causing me to grab the leash for Sassy and get her into the coffee house. There was no time for a rekindling of a love interest. I'd already sworn off any sort of romance until my feet were firmly planted on the ground and figured out exactly what my life was about.
Good morning.
Chrissy's black high-heeled sandals clicked when she walked up in a pair of tight snakeskin printed jeans with a thin black cotton sweater.
Hi there, Sassy.
Chrissy dipped down and gave Sassy a good scratch on the head.
Have you heard anything else?
She asked in a hushed whisper. Patrick's chin shifted to the side as though he was trying to eavesdrop. You want a coffee and donut? I asked and tugged on Sassy's leash so she'd follow me inside. I left Stuart and Louise standing next to the table where they were handing out the adoption items to a few customers. The customers inside the coffee house were buzzing around. A few had some mugs and were refilling them. A couple of people were perusing the bakery goods in the glass case, and a few of the tables were filled with customers laughing and enjoying their treats. Bunny had the gift of gab and charm. She was making all the customers laugh and feel right at home. I pulled out one of the bar stools at the bar that ran the length of the right window in the front of the coffee house. I unclipped the leash off Sassy's glittered collar. Pepper found her right away, and they did a nose-to-nose happy dance with each other. He darted off, and she followed him. It was like he was showing her around. The customers didn't seem to mind, and I didn't hear anyone yell that they were allergic to dogs, so my idea was a go for now. "I'll be right back with your treats. I have a lot to tell you," I said and damped my hands toward the ground. Weaving my way through the customers, I asked a few if I could help, and they said no. When I made it back, I pulled 2 ceramic mugs from underneath the counter so I wouldn't take the supplies from the counter where the customers could help themselves.
Business is good.
Bunny's eyes popped open with delight. Great. I took the boat tickets out of my pocket and handed them to her. Here are the tickets for the boat ride.
Oh, good.
She pulled out a lucite picture frame with the particulars about the boat ride and cost on it.
Mari dropped this off this morning before she went nuts on the balloons.
Both of us looked over the crowd and out the front windows where it was a sea of balloons dotting the boardwalk and pier. We laughed. "Do you need anything or any help?" I asked. She shook her head. My phone chirped from my back pocket. "It's Aunt Maxie." I disappeared into the kitchen. While I was in there, I went ahead and pulled the soups out of the refrigerator so I could simmer them on low. That way they'd be ready for the lunch crowd. "Aunt Maxie, where are you?" It was odd that she wasn't here to check on her investment in the beehive, or just check on me.
"I'm at home. Do you know that everyone in town thinks that I killed Alexis?"
She sounded pretty upset.
Now, don't get me wrong. I didn't really like the woman. But I didn't wish her no ill will. 6 feet under, coins on the eyes ill will.
Calm down. I'm working on getting down to the bottom of this. I've got some real leads. I put a couple of the pots on the stove just to get things ready for the soups. Did you know that Alexis and Leslie didn't really get along?
I know that Alexis changed her lease a year ago and put Leslie on it.
Aunt Maxie's words hit me. If she did that, then it means she'd put Leslie in her financial profile. The lawyer in me was coming out. Did Alexis have any money? Even though Bibbs said he was with her, it still didn't give her the alibi to satisfy me. There was something off about her and that whole relationship.
Honey, Alexis was tighter than a Baptist minister's wife's girdle at an all-you-can-eat pancake breakfast.
She wasn't one bit kidding. It was one thing I loved about Aunt Maxie, and why I loved spending time with her as a teenager. I'm not kidding. If Alexis had money and she had a bad relationship with Leslie, she'd do anything to make up for the last years. I was only throwing scenarios out there to help point the finger at someone other than Aunt Maxie. Maybe being on the shop's lease gave Leslie some sort of financial gain in the business.
I don't know. It seems like you're throwing crap at the wall and hoping it sticks. Shepard has people who heard me threatening her at the meeting. It makes me the #1 suspect, even though they can't put me at the bookstore. In fact, he even accused me of hiring someone.
Her voice trailed off. Did you? I asked.
Roxanne Bloom,
she screamed through the phone.
Now I know this town has made you lose your mind. You better go get you a shot of that fancy coffee that, by the way, kept me up all night.
I'm sorry, but don't worry. I'm going to find out who killed her and get you out of this mess. I let out a sigh. There was something missing, but I wasn't sure what it was. I've got to go. Chrissy is waiting for me. Sometimes Kirk and I would banter back and forth cases each of us had, and we'd come up with the craziest ideas about our clients. Sometimes they'd pan out, but most often not. Maybe Chrissy could be the one I could talk to about this. I headed back into the coffee house and grabbed a couple of the white lattice saucers I'd found at Wild and Whimsy, along with the rest of the mismatched plates, cups, and utensils. The silver creamer cows that were sitting on the tables were a find. Very nice place, a customer said to me after she'd asked Bunny if Bunny was the owner. Nice and cozy. Thank you. I put my hand on my heart. Exactly what I was going for. I hope you come back. Oh, I will. She nodded and took her cup of tea. I put a honey donut on each plate and filled the 2 mugs with coffee before putting them on a tray to take over to Chrissy.
Spill it.
Chrissy eyed the donuts and took the plate she wanted. She also grabbed a coffee mug and reached for the creamer and sugar on the bar. I sat down on the stool next to her and cupped the mug with both hands as I rested my forearms on the edge of the bar. Patrick was still standing outside of the coffee house with Louise. He was passing out a few of the packets to passing visitors. He still had some characteristics that reminded me of us as teenagers, but he'd definitely grown into a man. A man that wouldn't stay on the market too long if the right woman came along.
You still have a thing for him.
Chrissy's jaw dropped.
Roxanne Bloom, is the ink even dry on those divorce papers?
A year ago. I brought the mug up to my lips and kept an eye on Patrick. He is very handsome, isn't he?
I can't believe it. You know he'd jump at another chance with you in a heartbeat.
She tapped her long, spiky nail on the wood bar. I have a business to run, and no time to chase a childhood sweetheart. My shoulders lifted to my ears, and I turned to face her.
Who said anything about chasing, unless it's in the bedroom?
She winked. Anyways, I guess you knew Leslie didn't grow up here. It was a bit of information she and Aunt Maxie could have told me about.
We didn't even know she was alive until a couple of years ago, when she showed up and Alexis was forced to tell us who Leslie was during the Southern Women's Club.
Chrissy bit down into the donut and let out a groan that came from the depth of her gut. Southern Women's Club? I choked back a laugh. Who on earth created such a club?
Yeah. Swanky, they think.
She snarled. And you're in it? I asked again, figuring if Chrissy was in it, it wouldn't be hard for me to get in.
What?
She drew back.
You don't think I'm swanky?
Not at all, I said. So, you know Big Bib? She nodded and I continued. He has a secret Leslie told him, according to Steve. Chrissy tapped her heels on the floor and swiveled the bar stool. She pointed that long, spiky nail.
Do you see that woman right over there?
She asked. I followed her finger.
The one with the sunbed tan, brown hair, and expensive bag?
With the blue billowy top and black leggings? I asked.
Yep, that's the one.
Chrissy crinkled her nose and did a finger wave when the woman saw us staring.
Shit, she's coming over. She's the president of SWC.
SWC? I asked.
Southern Women's Club.
Chrissy spoke out of the side of her mouth.
Loretta!
Chrissy's voice dripped with charm when the very tanned woman moseyed up to us.
This is Roxanne Bloom, owner of the Beehive.
Roxy. I smiled. I figured if I wanted to be in the SWC, I'd better give her friend status. Loretta Beebe. Her southern accent caught me off guard, as did the tan. Nice to meet your acquaintance. Have you joined the church yet? We have a wonderful Sunday school class. You have a nice tan. Have you been to the beach? I asked, ignoring the Sunday school class comment, knowing Aunt Maxie would be trying to drag me to that soon enough. Oh, no. She shook her head. I'm part Indian.
Native American.
Chrissy looked around.
Loretta, you can't say that stuff anymore. It has to be all politically correct.
Whatever. She flung her wrist toward the ground. I like your little store. Coffee house? I'm sure Loretta and I were going to be good friends. I did know that I needed in the SWC. Or shop. I planted a smile on my face. Chrissy here was telling me that it's you I need to see about the SWC. Loretta's eyes drew up and down my body as if she were assessing me as SWC material. I'm a lawyer, too. For some reason, I felt like Loretta wanted more than a girl who grinds coffee beans and rolls ingredients together and hopes it all tastes good. We have a honeycraft meeting tomorrow at my house if you'd like to come, and we girls will vote on you. She stuck her hand in her fancy purse and pulled out a calling card with her name, number, and address on it. Do you know where Magnolia Court is located? I do, I said, and took the card. 6 o'clock, on the dot. She tapped her maroon fingernail on her big-faced watch. On the dot. She cocked her drawn-on brows. I'll be there, on the dot, I confirmed, holding her calling card between my fingers. Toodles. She finger-waved and air-kissed. I noticed she didn't buy anything.
She lies. She goes right on over to Lisa Stahl's house and uses that tanning bed she keeps in her garage.
Chrissy rolled her eyes.
Not a bit of Indian in her.
I didn't care if she was Indian, Native American, or a tanning bed queen. All I knew was that I was going to find out that secret Leslie was keeping once and for all. 15. Pepper and Sassy needed to go out, and when I brought them outside, Stuart offered to take them for a short walk if I'd cover the adoption table and help a family looking at a kitten. Daddy, the little girl whined and hugged up the stuffed monkey in her arms. Please, please, Daddy. But you have Skunky Monkey to take care of, the daddy reminded her.
I can take care of both, Daddy.
Her bright eyes looked up at her father. She must have melted his heart. His smile reached his eyes. We'll take the kitten. The dad pulled out his wallet. I'd just gotten settled with the adoption paperwork for the kitten when I heard a now familiar voice. Good afternoon. Spencer appeared next to the adoption table. If I'd seen him walking up, I'd have made myself scarce and hid in the kitchen. There were plenty of items to bake and coffees to brew. It was funny how I'd started to find comfort in hiding away with ingredients and the creation of my hands to escape the stress in my life. A coffee house was the first place I went after I'd found Kirk with the client in the uncompromising positions. And that was positions with an S. It was the smell that comforted me like a warm quilt. As far back as when my dad had died, I could remember feeling a salvation of sorts. Mom and Aunt Maxie had gathered at the kitchen table with the old hand press in the middle as they discussed my father's arrangements. Afternoon. My greeting to Spencer was brief. I'm getting the feeling that you aren't happy to see me. He placed the tips of his fingers of both hands on the table and leaned forward. I'm busy trying to get this kitty adopted. I nodded to the couple with the little girl that was holding the kitten. Fine. His lips thinned into a smile. I'll go grab a cup of coffee. The friction between us was palpable as he walked past the table and into the coffee house. I bet it's comforting having a boyfriend that's a cop with the murder just a couple of doors down. The dad signing the adoption papers caught me off guard. Shh. The mom covered her daughter's ears.
Crooked Cat is one of her favorite shops, and she loved the owner.
I'm just saying.
The man shrugged. He's not my boyfriend. I played it off with a laugh and eye roll.
Really?
The mom suddenly took interest.
It sure seemed like the chemistry between the two of you.
She hesitated.
Nothing.
She crinkled her nose. The irritation seeped up in my blood, but I let it go. I didn't need to lose the adoption, nor any business they might give the beehive. Here's your free bag. It has a package of litter and kibble to get you started. There are a couple of coupons you can use at A Walk in the Bark. I gestured down the boardwalk to where the pet boutique was located. To get a litter box and some more food or any fun accessories you need for the sweetie. I glanced over at the daughter. She had the kitten snuggled up in the crook of her neck. I couldn't bring myself to make eye contact with the parents in fear they'd catch my irritation. Louise will be in touch with you this week to do your home visit. I gave them Louise's business card. It was one of the things I loved about Pet Palace's adoption policy. Louise went to every single house to make sure the adoption was a good fit on both sides. She told me a couple of sad stories where the owner wanted a dog or cat but never imagined the messes they could make, making the pairing not compatible. Louise has taken many animals back to Pet Palace, only to try to rehome them. Hopefully this adoption was going to be fabulous. Stuart had come back from walking Sassy and Pepper and had taken my spot at the adoption table. It was time to face Spencer. I'd been stalling long enough. The Beehive was still as busy this afternoon as it was this morning. The soup was a hit, as were the donuts. In the afternoon, I only served the beverage products. I left it up to Buzz In-N-Out Diner to feed the visitors their supper. "How's your coffee?" I asked Spencer when I walked behind the bar and noticed that Bunny was as spry as she'd been earlier. "It's great." He stood at the counter. "Bunny, why don't you go on home for the day?" I suggested. "I don't know what I'd have done without you." "Are you sure?" Her brows dipped. "I'm positive. I can handle the rest of the afternoon." I looked at the door when the bell dinged, a little surprised to see Drew walk in. I looked between Spencer and Drew. Spencer eyed me and looked to see what I was looking at. I cleared my throat and hoped I didn't bring attention to my suspicion about Drew knowing something about Alexis. It was ridiculous, really, but the banned books comment tickled my brain, giving me a little niggling feeling that something was off. "I'll be back bright and early." Bunny wasted no time grabbing her pocketbook and hooking it in the crook of her arm. "I'll wash my apron, too." "You don't have to." I'd contracted with Honey Springs Dry Cleaner to come in once a week and grab the mats, rugs, and aprons. "I've got plenty in the back to use daily." She untied the apron and hung it on the coat tree that I used for a display next to the register at the end of the counter. "See you tomorrow." She waved and took her time leaving the coffee house. She stopped at a few tables and talked to the customers. Spencer had slipped to the front of the coffee house and leaned on the window bar using his forearm to prop himself up and the other hand to hold his coffee. His eyes peered over the mug, watching Drew's every move. "Hi again." I gulped when Drew walked up to the counter. "Would you like a cup of coffee, or are you a specialty coffee drinker?" My mouth continued. I couldn't stop. "I mean, you do love books, banned books. People who read love coffee. Well, most people." He held his hand up in the air for me to shut up. "I need 2 tickets for the boat ride to the bee farm for tomorrow. The marina's out of 'em, and Big Bib told me you were selling some." He pulled his wallet out of his pocket. "Sure." I pinched my lips together. I bent down and ripped 2 tickets from the roll on the shelf behind the counter, but not without taking a deep breath. "These are good for today or tomorrow." What was wrong with me? I'd been in a courtroom with criminals. I'd gone up against some of the biggest crime bosses in New York City, and I couldn't control my nerves from a squirrely little man who approved or unapproved banned books? 2 tickets are $6. I held the tickets out and waited as he counted out 6 ones. He took the tickets. He put one in his pocket and one in his wallet. I found that odd. "Thank you," he said in a bold tone, bringing my eyes from his wallet to his eyes. "Yes, I hope you and Mari enjoy the bee farm." I smiled. He gave me a second glance before he turned and walked out of the coffee house. He passed Spencer on his way out, but they didn't make eye contact or acknowledge each other. Spencer walked over to the coffee bar and refilled his mug while I kept my eye on Drew. The 2 large front windows on each side of the coffee shop door gave a perfect view of the boardwalk and lake. "You're nothing like your aunt." Spencer set his steaming cup of coffee down. His words were really a blur to my ears as I tried to watch Drew. My head tilted to the right to see past Spencer, who'd been rude to block my view. Leslie had approached Drew, and my adrenaline roared through my veins. It was a connection between two of my suspects and my banned books tie. What? Spencer looked back and turned around to wave his hand in front of my face. What? I asked back, keeping my eyes on Drew as he gave Leslie a ticket. You let out an audible gasp and looked back there. He pointed out the window. I did? I asked, looking at him. I didn't realize I'd done that. Oh. I brought my hand to my mouth and saw that Drew and Leslie were gone. Crap. Are you going to tell me what all that was about? He asked. What? I scrunched my brows together and shoved back a stray piece of my curly hair behind my ear. The obvious curiosity you have about Drew Kirkwood. He tapped the pad of his finger on his temple. You forget. I'm a cop, and I'm pretty observant. I can see that. I looked at his uniform. I was just looking at the customers, that's all. Mm-hmm. He ho-hummed, his eyes narrowed. He gave up on interrogating me. Your aunt has an alibi for the time of Alexis's attack, plus the time of death of around 5-ish in the morning, give or take an hour. That's good, Aunt Maxie's off the hook. I took the dry bar towel and wiped the counter to clean it, though it wasn't dirty. I just needed something to keep my hands busy and not seem so nervous. It hasn't stopped the gossip that she'd hired a hitman. Hitman in Honey Springs, he scoffed. I might still have some questions for her, but I wanted to come by and personally tell you that she's no longer a suspect. The donut came back as just a donut, and the initial cause of death is blunt force trauma to the head, as initially suspected. Thanks, I responded, then put a big smile on my face when I saw Patrick walk in with a construction hat under his arm. I reached across the counter and grabbed the last honey donut. I want you to have this. Poison-free, I joked. Spencer perked up and smiled. I kept looking at him, though I could see Patrick listening and staring at me from my peripheral vision. Thank you, Roxy. Spencer reached out for the donut. I held it for a second and gave him a flirty look. You are so welcome, officer. There was a hint of a tease in my voice. I appreciate you stopping by to see me. Patrick cleared his voice. Patrick! My voice escalated as if I'd just seen him. Spencer looked at him and rolled his eyes toward me. He grinned an evil grin at me. I'll be by to see you before I go home. Spencer seemed to play along. I waved by without saying anything. What was that about? Patrick asked after he and Spencer nearly bumped shoulders. What? I asked. Was he here asking about Alexis again? Patrick seemed perturbed. Because he can't just come in here and harass you. Actually, I tossed the towel aside and took someone's coffee bar money who'd held it out for me, gesturing toward the bar. He was here to let me know that Aunt Maxie is no longer on the official suspect list. And you believe him? Patrick put his hat on the ground when Pepper and Sassy came running up after they'd run inside when a customer left. He bent down and rubbed on both of them. This was one of the endearing traits Patrick had. He'd always loved any animal. When we'd go fishing, he made me use bread instead of crickets or mealworms. Of course, we never caught anything but a few kisses along the way. I guess, I said. There's no reason for me not to. If he thinks you're meddling in his investigation, he'd tell you anything to keep your nose out of it. Patrick stood up and grabbed a couple of the free pet treats out of the mason jar next to the cash register, giving the 2 dogs one apiece. Sassy sat down next to his feet and nudged his hand with her nose. Say, why don't you adopt Sassy? That was a great idea. No. He shook his head and pronounced no very clearly. But Patrick, I whined and swung my shoulders like a little schoolgirl and batted my eyes. She loves you. She doesn't do that with anyone. No. He casually waved his fingers at her so she'd go away, but she didn't. She pushed her nose harder on his hand. He waved those fingers again. This time, Sassy jumped to her feet and rubbed her body all along Patrick's leg. Both of us laughed. Sassy didn't see anything funny. She jumped up on her back feet and placed one paw on each of his shoulders, staring him in the eyes. "Come on," I encouraged him. "She's in love. How can you do that to her?" "Oh, wait. You did that to me." I pinched my lips together. I couldn't believe I'd just said that. "What?" He wasn't laughing anymore. He shoved Sassy off him, but she kept bugging him. "Did you just accuse me of dropping you?" His voice escalated. "Shh." I put my finger up to my lips and glanced around the coffee house. "There is no way I'm going to let you get away with that." His voice thundered over the coffee house. "You're the one who got mad at me because you thought my family had put your aunt in financial trouble. That's not the truth. I came to see you in college that fall." "What?" The coffee shop faded into the background, suddenly not seeming so important. "Yeah, I applied to NYU and got in. I was going to find you and make all the dreams we talked about come true." His jaw tensed, his nose flared. "I found you with him under a tree. In his arms. You didn't waste no time." He glared at me for a few seconds before he stalked across the coffee house floor. "Come on, Sassy," he yelled over his shoulder, his chin to the ground, and his eyes had followed. "Let's go home." My face flushed. I noticed all the customers staring at me. They all looked as if I should say something. "Coffee on the house," I muttered, and propped myself up on the counter with my elbows. My chin rested in my hands. 16. The Beehive coffee hours as posted are 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. As soon as the last customer left, I threw some kibble in Pepper's bowl, flipped the sign, and started to clean the coffee house. My mind had been gliding through the hours with all the conversations, used loosely, with Patrick, replayed over and over in my head. With each table, I took off the cow creamers, refilled the sugar packets, wiped down the tops of the tables and the vinyl chair covers. Before I knew it, I had the vacuum in hand and was sweeping the floor. There was no way that Patrick had applied and gone to NYU. He was smart, and I was sure he'd had no problem getting in. But he'd never expressed any interest in all the years I'd told him about me going there. He'd always said big city life wasn't for him, and he was happy to stay in Honey Springs, working in his father's business and one day taking it over. Which was what happened. It was me that had surprised me. After that summer, I vowed never to come back. Again, it wasn't until Aunt Maxie had given me an offer with the coffee house that I couldn't refuse. Really, I had nowhere else to go. Mom was off exploring the world with her new husband, and any roots I had were with the practice I'd opened with Kirk. I wasn't about to stay there. Honey Springs felt like home. As I swept, I imagined how different my life would be if I'd seen Patrick on campus. Would we be together? Would I have gone to law school? What about Kirk? Or even the Beehive? Nope. I refused to let myself go dwell on the what-ifs. That was never a good place to go. Everything is as it was meant to be. Even you, Pepper. I sat down in one of the chairs and gathered Pepper in my lap. The warmth of his body and soft heartbeat underneath his curly fur made my hurting heart feel a little better. There was a light tapping on the window. Chrissy and Morgan waved when I turned around. I put Pepper back on the floor and opened the door. The two giggling ladies tumbled in.
"Come on down to the watershed. The bar is fabulous."
Chrissy plunked down into one of the soft couches I had in a small gathering space next to the tea bar. "Yeah, drinks on me." Morgan sing-songed, plopping down next to Chrissy. "It looks like both of you have already had a couple of drinks." I walked back to the counter and dumped out any remaining cream in the silver cow creamers. They had to be cleaned, refilled, and put in the refrigerator so they'd be ready to go in the morning. It was the small things that helped make the early morning work hours so much easier.
You should have one.
Chrissy pointed at me with one eye closed.
You could use one.
Can't tonight. I went back to the kitchen to pull out the ingredients I needed for tomorrow's lunch casseroles. A salsa verde honey lime chicken with white rice. The honey theme was a lot of fun. A helping of this casserole was filling and delicious to the taste buds. The shuffling of feet and giggles let me know they were coming into the kitchen. Pepper had settled himself in the bed Patrick had bought from Morgan's pet store. I laid out the 6 large baking pans.
Do you know Leslie Rourke?
Chrissy asked Morgan.
Don't get me started on her and her mother.
Morgan sat down at the kitchen table and shoved one of the baking pans away from her.
I hate that Alexis is dead, but they need to look into Leslie. I heard that Maxie isn't a suspect anymore.
Chrissy shot my way. I'd already combined all the ingredients and was using the silicone spatula to help mix it all together. Yeah, Spencer came in and told me. I'm glad, too. I went down the table and put the mixed ingredients in a few pans. Aunt Maxie is upset because the people who overheard her and Alexis having words are now spreading the rumor that she hired a hit person to kill Alexis.
If I know Maxie...
Chrissy wiggled her finger.
And I know Maxie. She'd done it herself if she wanted it done.
You're right. I snickered and went back to the ingredients to mix up more for the rest of the pans. Do y'all know anything about Mari and Drew? I asked. I could have told them about what Bibb had told me about him being with Leslie at the Moose, but I didn't. They're weird. Morgan confirmed something I'd already seen. He's always out of town with those books. Banned books. I looked over at the tipsy women. It was the only section in the bookstore that was thrown all over the floor. Did Drew and Alexis not get along? The two of them looked at each other and shrugged. Does Leslie know Drew well? I asked. The images of them on the boardwalk where Drew handed her the boat ticket tickled my brain. I couldn't count on either of them to answer me with any sort of clear head. Drew came in here to get 2 tickets to the boat ride over to the bee farm for tomorrow. When he walked out, he handed one to Leslie. I chewed on my lip and looked at them, hoping it'd spur some memory of gossip about the two of them. Chrissy had put her head on the table and she was snoring. Morgan's was slumped over and her eyes were slightly closed. I guess you can go on the boat with them and see for yourself. Morgan had an excellent idea. I hurried along with the casseroles and stacked them in the refrigerator so they'd be ready to go in the oven. The oven clock read midnight, and I was suddenly really happy I still had enough donuts in the freezer to have for the morning rush. 4 a.m. was going to come too early if I didn't get home. I pulled Pepper's quilt out of my bike basket and threw it over the both of them. I took an apron and put it in the basket to replace it. The bike ride home was just a few minutes, and Pepper would be fine. I scribbled a note on the table for the girls in case they woke up, and how to lock the door, before I walked my bike and Pepper out through the coffee house door and onto the boardwalk. With the door locked, I'd noticed over the lake was the moon and a set of clouds. Not that I wanted to work up a sweat before I dropped into my bed, but those clouds looked really dark. Stormy dark. Pepper hunkered down into the basket as I pedaled down the boardwalk ramp and out to the road. The light on my bike was flipped on, but it was the full moon that made a nice spotlight on the blacktop, curvy country road. The air was muggy for not only the time of year, but the hour of the night. It was usually a sign of some thunderstorms, and I wished beyond wishing that if it did storm, it'd be overnight and not ruin the festival activities tomorrow. Especially since I'd decided to go to the bee farm, I wasn't sure what time Drew and Leslie were going to go, but I figured I'd have Morgan call me when she saw them get on the boat, since a walk in the bark had a perfect view of the marina. A light shot out and beyond my little bike light. I glanced back and noticed 2 headlights off in the distance before I took the last curve on the way to the cabin. I veered to the furthest edge of the road. The sound of an engine roared, and the rubber of the tires grinded on the road as it came closer and closer. As soon as the car approached, it swerved toward me, nearly sideswiping me. I yanked the handlebars to the right, sending me, Pepper, and the bike into the grassy shoulder. The tires of the bike popped, and I tried to steady it as best I could before it hit a wire fence, sending me and Pepper into the air. 17. Where is Pepper? I demanded to know. The beeps of the emergency room monitors echoed around the room and bounced off the pulled-together curtains. The doctor jabbed his pen light in my face and used his fingers to push open my lids, blinding me in the process. I'm not joking. I was getting madder by the minute, and there wasn't anything worse than a Southern woman losing her mind. Where is my dog? I've got him. Patrick's familiar voice entered the room. I jerked my head away from the doctor's light and peeked around his arm. There he was, Pepper in Patrick's arms. Louise is coming by with the local veterinarian to check him out, but he looks fine. Patrick smiled as he tried to hide the scared look in his eyes. The doctor left the room. What happened? How did you lose control of the bike? Were you tired? He drilled me with questions. I'll answer those, but first I want to know how you knew I was here. There were some sketchy moments that faded in and out, which made me question if I'd called him or had the EMTs call. They called your aunt and she called me since I was closest to the hospital. He sat on the edge of the bed. So, answer my questions. The IV fluid needle stuck in my hand tugged when I reached over to pat Pepper. Someone tried to run me over. I knew the word sounded so strange in a place like Honey Springs, because nothing ever happened like that around these parts. Run you over? He stood up, his brows cocked. What do you mean, run you over? Exactly how it sounds. I chewed my tongue to stop me from saying anything more smart-alecky. I was grateful he was here. It really was a relief. I'd left the coffee house and it was late. Pepper was in the basket, and I remember seeing the headlights. I'd steered the bike all the way over to the edge of the pavement. The car nearly sideswiped me. I sucked in a deep breath because I needed the courage to tell him what I was about to say, because he wasn't going to like it. After we swerved off the road, the tires popped, and I went head first into the fence. The person in the car stopped. I heard them stop for a few minutes as I lay there. I called out for help, but I heard them get back in their car. They didn't help you? Patrick's voice was tense. I could tell he was trying to be comforting. They took off? Yes. There were so many vague memories about what happened after. I didn't even remember the ambulance coming. You're lucky. The doctor who'd returned during our conversation looked over his glasses. That you were awake enough to call 911. Oh, I bit the edge of my lip. My brows furrowed. I don't even remember that. Do you remember calling your aunt? Patrick asked. I shook my head. Are you sure someone stopped? I mean, you don't remember calling anyone, Patrick said, trying to make sure. I'm positive. I remember hearing the gravel under their feet. I called out for help, and that's when I remember a car door shutting and hearing the car take off. The details are so vague. I looked out into the room trying to play it over in my head. Nothing. All I recalled were the sounds. It's not unusual for the details of a traumatic event to be a little fuzzy for the first day or two. The doctor pulled off his gloves. Everything looks good, nothing broken. Doesn't seem like a concussion, just a little banged up. I'm going to give you a prescription for some extra-strength ibuprofen to help with any aches or pains you might have due to falling off the bike." "Thank you, doctor." I offered a smile. The rings on the curtain zipped open. Spencer stood on the other side. He looked between me and Patrick. "I'm here on official business, if you don't mind," he said to Patrick.
"I do mind."
Patrick pushed his shoulders back.
"She was run off the road by some crazy driver, and I want to make sure that you're going to do something about it. Unlike the murder investigation for Alexis. Would you like me to arrest you for tampering with evidence?"
Spencer seemed to love to throw up his authority in Patrick's face, and it was very entertaining.
"I'll be outside with Pepper."
He pointed to the curtain. As soon as he walked out, Spencer zipped the curtain shut. He walked over and eased down on the bed. "What happened?" he asked in a concerned and soft tone. "How did you know I was here? Did I call you, too?" I asked. "No, the EMTs called dispatch and said they didn't think it was an accident. I sent the crime scene guys over to check out the wreck." He put his warm hand on top of mine. "Can you recall anything?" "Well, not much. I do remember pulling way over to make sure I wasn't in the way. The bike lights were on. Pepper was in the basket, and the car tried to sideswipe me. I wondered if I told the story enough, more memories would come back. My bike tires popped, and I smacked into the fence. But I swear the person stopped and got out. I called for help, but they got back in the car and took off." He took his hand off mine and wrote in the little notebook. After a couple of minutes, he looked up. "There were some tracks in the gravel on the edge of the road that matches what you're saying." He finished writing down what I'd said. "The tracks aren't good enough to lift a tread to see what type of tire, so if you can remember anything else, it'd be great." No one else was around. It was late. I gulped. "I probably shouldn't tell you this, because now I think I opened a can of worms." The doctor was working on my file. He walked around Spencer taking my vitals. "What?" There wasn't a happy-you're-okay tone in his voice anymore. The beeping from the monitor rang in my ear. I lifted my hand and punched the mute button on the gadget. "I've been looking into Alexis's murder." I let it rip out of my mouth. He jerked up and ran his hand through his hair before he stood up and paced in front of my bed. I sat up. "I know I shouldn't have, but Aunt Maxie was in trouble and you—" My voice trailed. The doctor pulled the rolling table thing with my plastic puke bucket and styrofoam cup with chipped ice in it to him as he wrote in my file. "What? I didn't tell you any of my leads because you aren't a cop or an official." He shook his head. Anger tensed in his clenched jaw. "This would be a motive for someone to run you off the road." "I know. I thought so too. Maybe I got a little close on a clue." I shrugged and eased myself back down on the pillow. My head was starting to hurt. "What are these clues you think you might have uncovered?" he asked, and leaned over the bottom of my bed with his hands planted on the plastic baseboard by my feet. He stared at me with hooded eyes. "Well," I patted down my body. "There wasn't anything broken. I wasn't any worse for the wear. I might be right. I was on to something. Was it Drew? Leslie? Or what about Big Bib?" Yeah, I stuck my nose in something I probably shouldn't, but I was Southern. That's one thing I was good at. Hence the lawyer gig. Only better way to get things out of people? Over a cup of coffee. Hence the beehive. "I don't know." I shrugged, deciding not to tell him my clues. He was the cop. "I think that maybe someone overheard me talking about it at the coffee house before Aunt Maxie was taken off your suspect list." "So, you aren't going to share with me?" He pushed himself up to standing and did that whole cop, I'm the guy in charge here stance. "I don't really remember." I put my hand on my head. "My head hurts, and I really don't remember a whole lot." The doctor rushed over. He felt my head. He pushed his fat fingers down into my wrist for a pulse and used his stethoscope to listen to my heart. Your amateur sleuthing happened way before you got run off the road. Spencer was losing his patience. The doctor put his hand up in the air and listened to my heart a little more. I didn't have to work too hard to get my blood pumping. I could see out the crack of the curtain Patrick snuggling Pepper and kissing him on his furry head. It warmed my heart and made my pulse soar. She needs to rest now. The doctor adjusted the stethoscope around his neck. You're going to have to let her recover at least 24 hours before she can answer any more questions. Maybe some of the blurring images will come in clear by then. Spencer's eyes darted between me and the doctor before he gave up. He shoved past the curtain with a slight nod to Patrick and walked out. 18. The smell of the wood burning in the stove woke me from the best slumber I'd had in the past year. My body ached when I turned toward the bedside table to see the time, reminding me of last night's hit and run. Or should it be hit, run, and send a message since they didn't technically run me over? It wasn't quite 4 a.m. I still had about 30 minutes to get up before I had to get ready for work. I dragged the warm quilt up to my chin to snuggle in for the remaining time, and Pepper wasn't on the bottom, weighing it down like he'd done the past few days. Fire? I jumped out of bed and noticed I still had the hospital gown on from the emergency room. My head cocked to the side as I listened to a mumble coming from the gathering room in the cabin, which was the combined kitchen and family room. With a fistful of quilt, I got out of bed and dragged it around my shoulder. The foggy mind was swirling in my head. You're up. Patrick, Sassy, and Pepper sat by the potbelly stove. Patrick had a tin mug of coffee in one hand, and his other hand was stroking a very happy schnauzer. Sassy lay on the old red plaid stadium blanket, asleep and snoring. What are you doing here? I asked. I brought you home last night and wasn't about to leave you here alone. He stood up and handed me his coffee. Here, maybe this'll help chase away the fog. Thank you, I said. Our hands met. His big hands covered my thin hands. I brought the tin mug up to my lips, and his hands dropped down. Over top of the mug, I looked deep into his eyes. The lines deepened at the corners. There was a sincere look of concern on his face that chilled me to the core. He opened up the old cedar chest that I'd also retrieved from Aunt Maxie's storage shed, which was rumored to be made by my grandfather, and he took out another blanket, draping it over my legs. What? What's wrong? I asked, grateful for the coffee. I'm not leaving you alone here at night until they can catch whoever it was that tried to kill you. He walked past me, past the couch, and plucked another tin mug off one of the many pegs on the wall. I really don't think they were trying to kill me. I think they were trying to shut me up, I said, and eased down in front of the stove with the quilt still wrapped around me. He poured from the fresh pot. The smell of the coffee and the wood burning in the stove was warming to the soul. It was still early, but it was exactly what I needed at this moment. It didn't hurt that Patrick was here, too. What on earth did you discover that would make someone want to shut you up? He walked over and sat down next to me. His presence was comforting and made me want to share with him the things I'd found out. I don't really know anything, but I have been poking around a little bit as a lawyer, just in case Aunt Maxie needed me. I tried really hard to remember all of the events of last night. Nothing was coming. I continued. I found out that Leslie has a secret about her mom. She also was put on the lease for the bookstore. I was going to go to the courthouse to see about Alexis's will. I find it odd she'd give Leslie anything. According to everyone who knew them, they had a very volatile relationship. You're assuming Leslie was holding something over Alexis's head and forced her to put her on the lease. He snapped a finger. Sassy jumped up. He ran that big hand down her curly fur. I watched him stroke her a few times. Not you, girl. He laughed, filling the room. I smiled. As much as I wanted to believe he'd changed since I'd been in love with him, I knew he hadn't. He'd always been caring, loving, and put others before him. I remember seeing her and Leslie going into the Rhett law offices downtown. I could ask Chuck Rhett about it. I'm doing some side work for him at their house. Sassy lay back down, and he went back to drinking his steaming coffee. That would be great. It was funny how he'd suddenly gotten interested in figuring it out. I also found out that Drew Kirkwood works with banned books. The banned books section of Crooked Cat was the only section that looked like someone had rummaged through it. All the books were thrown on the floor. I thought Alexis was cleaning the shelf and getting it ready for the Honey Festival. I don't understand. His brows drew together. He came into the coffee house to buy 2 tickets to the Bee Farm boat ride. I thought it was for him and Maury. It wasn't. He walked out of the coffee house and handed one to Leslie. That was probably my biggest piece of evidence of the 2 of them being in cahoots. That is odd. He looked out and over his mug into the family room. It was glowing with the dimly lit candles that sat on the red, chippy, long sofa table behind the couch. The cabin was cozy and homey, exactly the way I'd planned. I found the cream couch slipcover at an estate sale. The chippy red tables were from a roadside garbage pile that I'd repurposed. The old oriental rug with reds, blues, and whites was from a yard sale, where I'd picked up a bunch of old stadium blankets, tin candle holders, and fluffy pillows. It was definitely different than I was used to living in. Kirk would have never let me live this comfy. He'd say it was too cluttered, too southern. What on earth did I ever see in him? A long time ago, Alexis and Drew had gotten into an argument at one of the council meetings about a banned book. That doesn't mean he killed her. Patrick took my mug from my hands. She must have won because ever since then, he quit coming to the meetings. It was shortly after that Leslie came to town. I figured Drew and Alexis made up because she and Maury were in charge of the beautification committee. Why did you take my coffee? I asked, though I was rolling around what he'd said about the argument. The more I thought about Drew's interaction with Leslie and his tiff with Alexis, knowing banned books were very important to both, the more I wanted to check him out. You need to get moving if we're going to get the coffee brewed and donuts ready for the morning rush. He never ceased to amaze me. What? He looked down at himself as if there was something wrong. I'm at a loss for words, I whispered. Your kindness is overwhelming, after the unkindness I've shown you the past few days. He reached out and pushed a piece of my fuzzy hair out of my face. He grabbed the edges of the quilt and tugged it up over my shoulders, snugging it around my neck. He was so close I could feel his breath on my cheek, and for a moment I thought he was going to kiss me, before Sassy wedged herself between us. I better get a quick shower. I turned to go down the hall. I put my finger on the Band-Aid on my forehead that had been there since I'd been at the hospital. There's some food in the pantry for the fur babies you can give them before we go. We? A sigh escaped me. No matter how awful my body hurt when I moved a certain way, and the thought that someone was really trying to get me to keep my trap shut, I was feeling giddy inside. 19. Patrick drove all 4 of us to the boardwalk. He insisted on driving all of us, making it cozy in the pickup truck. The parking lot was empty, and the sound of little dog nails tickled the wooden boardwalk. The beehive was nice and warm. Gosh, I'd completely forgotten I'd turned on the heat before I left because I'd left Morgan and Chrissy here, fast asleep. Did you remember something? Patrick asked. I did. I called over my shoulder on my way to the back of the coffee house and through the kitchen door. Pepper scurried along next to me. I stopped and smiled at my friends who were still nestled in the chairs with the quilt over them. Patrick walked in. What in the world is going on here? He asked. I put a finger up to my mouth and shooed him out of the kitchen while trying to corral Pepper before he jumped on them and gave them a big wet kiss. Last night they came by to see me after they'd been out to tie one on. I grabbed the carafes for the coffee makers and began to fill them. They'd passed out before I left, so I put a blanket on them. When we walked in and I felt the heat, I remembered I'd left them here. I turned on a dime and ran smack dab into Patrick, a carafe in each hand. He placed a hand on each one of my shoulders. He leaned in and pressed his lips against my forehead. I closed my eyes and focused on the warmth of his lips, and not on the Band-Aid covering a couple of scratches.
I think you missed.
Chrissy's voice came from the kitchen door. The sound of dog toenails clicked as the dogs danced around her feet. Patrick jerked away, and I took a step back. I put the carafes on the counter. "Did we wake you?" I asked.
What on earth?
She rushed over and looked at the bandage on my forehead.
Did you have a run-in with a coffee mug? Spatula?
Funny. I cocked a brow. She was practically killed from a hit and run after she left here. Patrick didn't bother with the joking around. "Patrick, we are moving on," I reminded him.
I see you two are moving on.
Chrissy dragged a finger back and forth between us before she put her hand on my arm.
What happened?
I told Chrissy everything I remembered while I got the coffee brewing, the table and display up for Pet Palace, and the donuts from the kitchen refrigerator. Morgan had woken up due to all of the bustle. I asked her to let me know when Drew and Leslie got in line for the boat ride, and she took off so she could get ready before her day started at a walk in the bark. I can't shake the feeling that they didn't want to necessarily kill me, they just wanted to send me a message. I pulled out some of the extra animal biscuits Chrissy and I had made. I'd stuck them under the counter so I'd just have to pull them out to get them ready for this morning.
You don't think it was because of Big Bib?
Chrissy was quick to remind me of just how intimidating Big Bib was. I don't know. I tried really hard to remember the sounds of the footsteps, but the pain of landing on my side when I went into the fence was what I was nursing when I heard the gravel under their feet. I've tried to remember how the person walked up to me and Pepper, but all I can remember is holding my side and asking for help before they took off.
Pepper didn't bark or jump or anything?
Chrissy asked a really good question. I gulped and tried to busy myself so Chrissy didn't notice how uneasy the fact that Pepper didn't do anything made me. My eyes shifted to Pepper and Sassy. The both of them were on a piece of the dog bed Patrick had bought for Pepper.
I gotta get going.
Chrissy walked over and hugged me.
You need to take care of yourself. Let Spencer handle this, and let Patrick care for you.
Her brows wiggled.
If you know what I mean.
Stop it, I gasped.
I haven't seen him this goo-goo-eyed since you left 10 years ago. That's a long time not to be goo-goo-eyed over anyone. Trust me, he's had plenty of opportunities come his way.
She gave me one last squeeze before she walked to the door.
I'll be down between appointments to get a coffee.
Patrick and I waved her off. He'd already straightened anything that wasn't already fixed up last night. Chrissy said something really smart. There was a tug in my gut. Patrick's head tilted, and he looked at me as if he'd had enough of me snooping. I quickly poured a couple cups of plain coffee. Just hear me out. I walked around to the front of the counter and sat down at one of the cafe tables. I set the steaming mugs on the table and urged him to sit down. I think Chrissy is right. Let Spencer take care of the investigating, and let me take care of you. The younger Patrick would have been protective, yet hear what I had to say. The older Patrick was definitely more of a protector and think things through kind of guy. There was a new relationship building between us. More adult-like, which I wasn't used to with Patrick. Silly, since we'd grown up. What was I to expect? The young boy who picked me up and hung out on the pier, jumped into the lake, drank Ale 8 in the back of the pickup truck while we watched the blanket of stars pop out over Honey Springs? Long gone were those days. We had responsibilities. Keeping me alive was proving to be one task he was taking on.
Pepper didn't bark or growl, I blurted out. The whites of his eyes flashed. It was as though I could see the thought roll around in his head.
Are you saying that you think Pepper knew the person? He asked.
Yes. I scooted up on the edge of the chair. If Pepper didn't know them, he'd have jumped up and acted crazy. He just sat next to me. A vivid memory came to me of Pepper sitting next to my head as I tried to roll over to see the person who'd walked over to see if I was either dead or alive. Here, Pepper. I patted my leg and Pepper jumped off the dog bed. It didn't bother Sassy any. She just adjusted herself to take up the entire bed. Pepper did his normal thing, bounced around me and the table on his back legs, excited to get attention.
You had me there for a second.
There was a slight twitch in Patrick's eye. I put my hand out to Pepper. He immediately sat. No excitement, no jumping, no bouncing, no tail wagging. See? My jaw dropped. I knew I was right. Whoever wanted to run me down has to work at the Pet Palace. He knows that command, and whoever ran me down knew he knew the command and did it to him to make him stay so still. Patrick ran his hand through his hair and a worried sigh escaped him. The chair creaked as he leaned back. His eyes never left Pepper. Good boy. I rubbed the top of Pepper's head and got up. The bags of homemade treats were still on the counter in the basket, ready for me to put on the adoption table. I grabbed a bag and opened it. The crinkling of the bag got Sassy's attention. She pranced over to get a treat, too. I let Patrick's head niggle on the thought while I got Pepper and Sassy a couple of scoops of kibble for their bowls. My apron was hanging on the coat tree next to the counter, and I grabbed it, tying it around me as I headed back into the kitchen to retrieve the donuts out of the oven I'd stuck them in to warm. The icing I'd made with the special honey was ready to be piped on the donuts. I'd drizzle some on now while the donuts were hot, and after they cooled, I'd do a few twirling designs so the icing would harden into a pretty design. I pulled out 2 pans of donuts and placed them on the cooling rack.
All right.
Patrick appeared in the doorway of the kitchen.
Will Louise tell you who works at the Pet Palace?
I'm sure she would, but she and Stuart are the only regular paid employees. There are a slew of volunteers. I chewed on the edge of my cheek as I tried to concentrate on the icing bag and steadying my hand as I did swipes across the donuts.
My #1 goal today is to keep you safe.
There was no negotiating in his tone.
If you can get a list from her, I'll check each one out and see where they were when you were run down.
I don't think we need a list. I think Drew Kirkwood and Leslie Rourke are in cahoots. And when I met him and asked him about Crooked Cat and banned books, he got a little fidgety. Leslie's been too busy playing the grieving daughter for me to really get to know her. I couldn't stop thinking about the tickets Drew came in here and bought for the bee farm. It was a little feeling I kept to myself since Patrick was being all protective and stuff. But I don't think it was Leslie who tried to run me off the road. I knew Chrissy was onto something with her theory.
Why not?
Patrick asked. Because the first time Leslie came in here was a few hours after Alexis had died. Pepper went nuts, barking and growling, so unlike him. I was so happy I'd remembered that little bit of detail, because Pepper did nothing when the person who ran me off the road walked over to me that night. "I do," Bunny called from the front door right after the bell dinged. "Yesterday was a success." I walked past Patrick into the coffee house. Bunny was hanging her pocketbook on the coat rack and grabbed her apron. She took something out of the hanging bag. "It was?" I asked and wiped my hands down the front of my apron. Pepper trotted next to me. "Yes, we're even able to pay Kane contractors what we owe 'em in full." She snapped a check in front of Patrick.
"Thank you."
Patrick put his hand out and Pepper sat down. "See?"
I pointed to Pepper to reiterate my thoughts on Pepper knowing the person who deliberately ran me off the road.
What?
Bunny looked between me and Patrick. Nothing. I figured the fewer people who knew I was still snooping, the odds of someone coming after me again were pretty slim.
Okay.
She grinned as if Patrick and I had some sort of cute secret between us.
I'll get the donuts ready.
She skirted back to the kitchen.
You can go now. My next babysitter's here.
I smiled and stuck my hands on my hips. Patrick stared at me for a minute. He might have a few more lines around his eyes, but he's still just as handsome as ever. I'm gonna get this check back to the office and check in, or we won't be able to pay our workers, he said. We don't want the boardwalk project to go under. He waved the check in the air and whistled for Sassy. When the bell dinged over the door, I gulped. I swallowed harder, trying to stop my mind from running wild. Patrick Kane's family owns the boardwalk. Aunt Maxie did say the rent had gotten so high for her, and that's why she'd raised the rent on Crooked Cat. Then she also said something about the leases, which I didn't see because she signed for me. Plus, I was having a hard time shaking off the idea of Patrick jumping to Leslie's rescue at the meeting after she'd had that breakdown. Patrick took that check, and when he put his hand out, Pepper sat down. Alexis. My head swirled with images of her coming in the beehive a couple mornings ago and saying she'd had something to say about the zoning of the boardwalk, which had to do with Kane contractors, according to Aunt Maxie. But what about the zoning? I reached down and grabbed a donut, putting it in my mouth and taking a bite. I chewed on it, and the idea that Patrick Kane knew more than he was telling me. Interesting that he'd not tried to kiss me. I chewed a little more. He did know all of my sleuthing. He also knew I stayed at the coffee house late. Was Patrick Kane Leslie's right-hand man? Did they really have a relationship more than he let on? Not to mention the video cameras were conveniently not working the night of Alexis's death. Suddenly, the clues were pointing to Patrick Kane. I swallowed. Blech. I stuck my tongue out at the terrible taste and looked down. I'd eaten one of the dog treats. I grabbed a napkin and spit out the rest. My finger ran over the bandage on my forehead. No way Patrick killed Alexis, I thought. My mind must still be a little jumbled from the fall. I narrowed my eyes, looking out at the boardwalk. 20. The rest of the morning I was in a fog. Thinking about the clues that pointed to Patrick as a possible suspect really made my stomach curl. Louise had brought a few more dogs and a cat from the Pet Palace. It warmed my heart to see her and Stuart talking to candidates for adoption.
Well, if this ain't a sight for sore eyes.
Aunt Maxie stood at the counter. She had a big scarf over her head tied underneath her chin and a big pair of hot pink sunglasses covering half of her face.
Aunt Maxie, I'm so glad to see you.
I walked around the counter.
Why are you dressed like that?
Bunny changed places with me. She came to work the register so I could refill the tea and coffee bar while I chatted with my aunt.
Incognito.
She pulled the glasses from her face and wiggled her brows. From who? I asked. I hated to break it to her, but her bright orange lipstick wasn't the least bit incognito.
People who think I killed you-know-who.
Her lip curled. Listen. I glanced around the coffee house to make sure we were out of earshot of anyone who'd be listening. What was the deal with Kane contractors and rezoning with the boardwalk?
Kane had bought up some of the shops that were willing to sell under Kane Properties. I didn't sell, so I came up with a lease agreement for here and the building where Crooked Cat's located.
She helped herself to a hot cup of tea. She slowly stirred some sugar into the hot liquid.
They put the storefront up for sale with a blind bid. The agreement was the highest bid won, no matter what the amount was.
But the catch is that if you won the storefront, you still had to pay a lease. So Kane Properties own the land, and no matter if you own the building, there's a lease agreement. This didn't seem so out of sorts. Did Alexis Rourke have in a bid? How do I know? Her face contorted. It was a blind bid. My phone chirped a text from Morgan. I was happy she remembered me asking her to text me when she saw Drew and Leslie heading down to the marina. But you said she was late on her rent. Do you think she held off on paying the rent because she was hoping to get one of those stores? It might have been a long shot, but as a lawyer, I'd seen many things that I'd never thought were possible. Why are you asking these questions? She asked. For you, I noted and patted her back. Now, you go make nice with Bunny and work the coffee house while I go run a few errands. Bunny and Aunt Maxie looked between each other. I didn't have time to police them. I left the coffee house in good faith that they wouldn't kill each other. The boardwalk was filled with tourists, and the vendors' tents were packed. The Honey Festival looked as though it were a hit. I maneuvered through the crowd, glad I didn't bring Pepper. On the ramp down to the marina, my phone chirped a text. It was Mari. She wanted to know if I could stop by and discuss the arrangements for the council luncheon on Monday. As I waited in line to get on the boat for the bee farm, I texted her back to let her know that I was going to the Southern Women's Club for craft night, but could run by afterward. She said that was fine, and we made a final plan. The boat was a ferry boat. Where the car would go, it looked like Bib had put in some folding chairs. I stood in the back and held onto the rail. There were so many people on here that it was a little bit like trying to play that game Where's Waldo, only it was Where's Drew and Leslie. It wasn't until the boat docked on the other side that I saw them slip off the boat, separately. There were a couple of guides on the land who handed out brochures about the farm. There was a honey extraction display, as well as the history of the farm, along with a bearded bee man. That was one exhibit I wanted to see before I got back on the ferry over to the marina. But I had to get my eyes on Drew and Leslie. There was a smooth jazz band playing near the honey tasting tent, along with a fresh assortment of treats made from their honey. It was a shame that I was there to snoop and not buy. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Leslie's frizzy hair bouncing down a trail that was clearly marked for employees only. A few seconds later, Drew Kirkwood followed. The bearded bee man had captured all the attention, making it a good time for them and me to slip away unnoticed. I tiptoed down the path, giving them plenty of space. When I heard their footsteps stop, I stopped as well. I told you and her this was no good. There was anger in Leslie's hushed voice. You have to stay silent. No one knows but me and you. It needs to stay that way. Drew found his voice that I thought was so quiet. Just let it go. Now we can all move on, put it all behind us. You think forgetting something like this is so easy for me? Leslie's voice cracked and followed up by a sniffle. She was my mother. You didn't even get along with her. Just take the bookstore over like she planned and move on. Forget about what happened. Drew was doing his best to talk her into not going public with the big secret. That I could only believe was that she murdered her mother. Visions of her and Alexis fighting in the office where I found her body bounced in my head. My imagination even went as far as Leslie knocking her mother on the head. But what was Drew's stake in this? I'd get rid of the banned books section because I just can't. Her voice trailed off. If you get rid of the section right away, people will gossip about it. And then, his voice stopped. You've got to take it slow. Let things play out. Don't do anything abrupt. Our lives depend on it. There was a pause. Don't go near the store. Don't open the store until the grieving period is over. Do not, he stressed, bring attention to us. I'm not guaranteeing anything. Leslie's voice was very low and non-committal. A sudden movement forced me to rush back down the trail and fade into the crowd as it moved to the honey extraction, leaving me with a good view of Drew and Leslie as they hurried back on the ferry boat just before it took off to go get another group from the marina. They obviously didn't care about the bee farm tour. They just wanted to get out of sight of the people who might see them together. It gave them a place to talk. They weren't going to let people know their murderous secret, but I sure was. There was a line at the Pet Palace table when I got back from the bee farm. There were more questions than ever that I needed answered. Now, Drew and Leslie seemed like the killers to me instead of Patrick. I was more confused than ever and wished I could drop it. But again, it was just my nature to follow through with what I'd started. Exonerate Aunt Maxie on all levels, even though she didn't seem to be a suspect anymore. Though Patrick did put that doubt in my head when he told me that Spencer would have me believe anything. "Roxy!" Louise sounded happy to see me. She held out a packet. "This is Sassy's packet, and I need Patrick to fill out the paperwork so I can send it in. Do you think you could get him to sign them for me?" "Sure." I took them and looked inside the coffee house where Aunt Maxie and Bunny had everything under control. "I'll take them to him now. Can I borrow your car keys since I don't have my car here?" "Sure." She took them out of her pocket. "Only one dog left." She informed me the other two had been adopted already. "This is great. I'm so glad we thought of this." I was very pleased. "Since we only have today left, maybe we can come up with something on a regular basis." I wasn't sure what that was going to be, but I knew with the exposure on the boardwalk, we'd get most of the animals into good homes. There was no time to brainstorm. I was feeling guilty about mentally accusing Patrick of killing Alexis, but he didn't need to know that. Taking him the packet would make me feel better. The address on the label of the packet wasn't familiar to me. It was close to Aunt Maxie's old house, but Honey Springs had grown in the past 12 years. It was probably a new development from Kane Contractors. The closer my phone GPS took me, the more I realized the address was part of Aunt Maxie's old property that they'd bought from her years ago. They'd divided the land and built custom houses. A knot formed in my throat as the familiar driveway matched the red N dot on my phone. I made the turn into Aunt Maxie's old driveway and drove up as the sadness built up inside of me. Patrick was living in Aunt Maxie's dream home. The home that I loved so much. It had the best view of Lake Honey Springs. Before I could turn around and run off, Patrick came out of the house and stood on the wraparound porch, in the exact same spot where he'd first kissed me so many years ago. Our eyes met. 21. "I'm here to deliver these to you." I handed the packet out of the window when he walked over. My mouth was dry. I couldn't bring myself to get out of the car. Even though I knew the truth now, I'd harbored the ill feelings for so long, I wasn't sure how to process how I was now feeling. There was a sense of how Aunt Maxie would still love to live here, but another sense that if she couldn't, I was happy Patrick did.
"I didn't plan on you finding out about this until I told you."
He didn't have to make small talk. He always got to the heart of the matter. This house was part of my heart.
"Can you come in and have a regular cup of coffee?"
He smiled, referring to my ability to make a pretty good cup. "Sure." I nodded and turned Louise's car off.
"I guess I never figured you needed a car while at the Beehive."
He opened the door. I stood up and we were face to face. "I only wanted to keep you safe," he whispered. I swallowed and sucked in a deep breath. Was this it? The moment we kissed as adults? "Arf, Arf." Sassy stood at the open door of the house, pulling us apart.
"That's a needy girl."
He laughed and slammed the car door behind me. Even though I knew the house like it was my own, I let him lead the way. The house had a big open floor plan. As soon as you walked in, the vaulted ceilings caught the eye. It was one of the things Aunt Maxie loved so many years ago. The back wall of the house, including all the rooms that were separate from the living area, was almost entirely clear glass windows. This gave the most spectacular view of the lake from every single room in the custom house. Funny how Aunt Maxie contracted your father to build this place, and now you live here. I had to find something to be positive about. After all these years I'd harbored feelings that they'd taken it from her, when I'd just found out they hadn't. The day Dad bought it from Maxine, he told her that he'd never sell it to anyone. Patrick stood in the kitchen with his back to me. He took 2 coffee cups from the cabinet and said, "It wasn't until Dad started to develop the land and I was on the property on a daily basis that my heart would dip when I'd see the place standing empty with no one living here. There was such a heartbeat in the home when Maxine lived here." I was glad his back was to me. My eyes filled with tears, and I gulped them back. I lived in town and went to Dad with the idea of me buying the place. His voice cracked. I wasn't sure, but I had a sneaky suspicion that he didn't want to turn around to face me for the same reason I didn't want him to turn around and see me. He'd updated the kitchen from the old dark wood cabinets to white ones, and changed out the old granite countertops to the modern concrete countertops with stainless steel accents. He pulled out the carafe from the built-in wall coffee maker. I'd seen one of those at a trade show for new custom kitchens and loved it. "Is that?" A knot formed in my throat when I saw the old tin plate still screwed in the wall where Aunt Maxie had put it. "It is." Patrick's eyes softened. "I got that for her the first summer I was here." I walked over and ran my hand over the tin plate. "Maxine's kitchen." I smiled and then ran my hand over the picture of the 2 white ducks before I ran a fingertip over Aunt Maxie's name. I couldn't take it down. He walked over and stood behind me. I turned around, both of us staring at each other with tears in our eyes. He set down the mugs. He curled me into his arms, and I nestled my head into his chest. He inhaled deeply into my hair. "I've missed this smell." His lips hot against my head. "I've missed this hair. I've missed you." He took his finger and placed it under my chin, tipping it up to his lips. Standing on my tiptoes, my lips met his velvety, warm kiss, flooding my memory with the compassion and affection we'd had for each other at such a young age. Sassy tried to get our attention by nudging her nose between our knees, but Patrick pressed them tighter to mine as we deepened our kiss. After we pulled away, he ran his hand down my cheek. His eyes bore into my soul. "You've been hurt." He referred to my life before I'd moved back to Honey Springs. "I love you. I love this house. I love Maxine. I love Sassy. And I love Pepper. My life has been nothing but working and trying to forget you for the past 12 years. Now that you're back, I won't let you out of my heart again." A tear escaped and trailed down my cheek. He used the pad of his thumb to brush it away. "I've not felt this alive since the day you told me goodbye. My heart feels whole again, and I won't be able to live if you aren't in my life. However you choose it to be, as long as you're in it." A loud, exhausted sigh escaped him as he closed his eyes and pulled me back into his arms, hugging me as though I would melt away like snow. This was about the only time that I didn't mind a fresh cup of coffee getting cold. There was no place I'd rather be than in his arms, even though a few hours earlier I'd let my imagination get the better of me. Patrick Kane was no killer. Sassy wasn't taking no for an answer. She continued to tap dance around us. "There is only one princess in this house." I smiled at Patrick before I pulled away and bent down to pat Sassy. "And it's me." "Are you serious?" Patrick dragged me back up to him. His eyes darted between mine, searching for the answer. "I love you too," I said, laughing, throwing my head back. The joy welled up inside of me. I've never stopped. I shook my head at him and gave kisses between him and Sassy. When Aunt Maxie told me about the space becoming available, the idea of us floated in my mind, but I didn't want to ask if you were married or single. Of course, over the years, she'd throw your name out. You know who, I referred to my ex, would get so mad when she did that? He always said that I'd never gotten over you. He was right. I knew he was right, but I'd say that you were my first love, and no one forgets their first love. When really, you're my only love. He ran his hand over my head and continued to kiss my forehead over and over. There was a sense of relief that settled him down. Do you want to know how many times I dreamed of bringing you here and asking you to marry me? His eyes grew big. I didn't mean. Are you asking me to marry you? My heart leapt and my hands took his. He smiled. I know it's a little fast, but I've known you for so long and loved you just as long. It just seems right that you and Pepper live here with me and Sassy. It's your home. Our home. I squeezed his fingers. So you're saying yes? He tilted his head slightly. To what? I teased. Roxanne Bloom. He adjusted himself down on one knee. Will you marry me? Yes, 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 I cried and threw my arms around his neck. Some might say it was too soon. Some might say it wasn't soon enough. I'd say it was perfect. And I wasn't going to let one more day go by without Patrick Kane being in my life, as much as I'd tried to push him away over the past few days. If there was one thing I did learn from the death of Alexis Rourke, life was short. I wasn't getting any younger, and I was going to live the life I wanted. With Patrick, Pepper, Sassy, and the Beehive. Of course, Aunt Maxie, too. And the rest of Honey Springs. Are you happy? Patrick asked. We'd finally gotten around to drinking that coffee on the back porch of the house. Thank goodness the house was secluded. I'm very happy. I looked back as I sat in his lap in the Adirondack chair. I have to tell you that for a moment, I thought you might have killed Alexis. What? He jerked his head back to look at me. I shifted in the seat and faced him. What? He asked again in disbelief. Well, I'd heard all about how she wanted to buy a shop and didn't win the bid, and how the lease agreement was so much money. There wasn't any sense in getting into all of it. But I think that Leslie and Drew were somehow behind it. I followed them to the bee farm. What did Spencer and I tell you? He smiled. I can't wait until he finds out that you and I are getting hitched. Stop it. He's not interested in me. I shook my head and curled back into Patrick's arms with my hot cup of coffee. I know you wanted me to stop snooping, but I'm a lawyer. I turned my head toward Lake Honey Springs. It was a gorgeous view, and the company didn't hurt either. But I couldn't put the image of the sparkling boat I'd seen that morning speeding off, in the no-wake zone no less, around the time of Alexis's death. I'd not done a very good job at looking around the marina. Maybe I could do that tomorrow since my day was rushing by. We're a lawyer. That life is behind us, way behind us. And this murder is behind us, with Maxine off the list of suspects. What exactly is your plan, and when are you going to drop this sleuthing business? He asked a very good question. I'm going to get one bit of information tonight from the Southern Women's Club. From what I understand, Loretta and Leslie are friends, and she might have some insight on what's going on. I knew I should drop it, but I couldn't. I wanted to finish what I started. If she doesn't know anything, then I'm going to drop it. Promise? He cocked a brow and I crisscrossed my finger on my chest. He sighed a happy sigh. I love you. I can't stop saying it. I love you, I whispered, feeling his heartbeat against my back. A few kisses later, I sat up and looked back over the lake. "Is that boat dock yours?" I asked after I'd noticed the new addition. Aunt Maxie didn't have a boat, nor did she have the land excavated for a dock.
"It is."
I could feel him staring at me like he'd done when we were teenagers. The way his eyes wrapped me up made me feel so safe and loved.
"Buying a boat was the first thing I did when I bought the place. I built that deck with my own hands. It was a good distraction from thinking about you all the time."
He used his finger to tuck a strand of hair behind my ear.
"Are you listening to me?"
I can't stop thinking about Alexis and that sparkly boat I'd seen zooming off from underneath the pier the morning she was killed.
"Sparkly boat?"
He took an interest.
"You never told me that."
His face was shaded by the branches on the trees from the sun starting to go down. This told me that I had to get back to the beehive because it'd be closing soon, if Aunt Maxie and Bunny hadn't already killed each other. Yeah. I quickly told him about how Pepper barked and growled at the boat, speeding off in the no-wake zone around the time Alexis was murdered.
"I've been here all my life, fishing and swimming on this lake, and I've never seen a sparkly boat."
He would know, I guess. Maybe it was something I need to look into or tell Spencer, I suggested.
"There are people who launch their boats during their vacation. If it's not someone local, it'd be kind of hard to pinpoint who the boat belonged to. And you need more description than sparkly. You aren't going to let this go, are you?" he asked.
"Just curious, that's all." I shrugged. "But I'll stop." I really did want to believe my words. For now, I was going to stop and just enjoy the moment with Patrick before I had to get back to the beehive, where I'd left Aunt Maxie and Bunny Bowowski alone. At least, I'd hoped there was a coffee house to go back to. 22.
"Where have you been?"
Bunny asked after I walked back into the shop.
"Shut your mouth!"
Aunt Maxie bounced on her toes from behind the counter. She lifted her hands to her mouth.
"You!"
She screamed and ran around the counter to greet me.
"I've not seen that face since you and Patrick were together."
I nodded and smiled.
"Thank you, Lord."
Aunt Maxie lifted her hands in the air.
"Bunny, get us a cup of coffee."
Aunt Maxie dragged me to the stool.
"Tell me everything. Don't leave out a single detail."
"You get your own coffee." Bunny plopped down next to us.
"I want to hear every word."
"I'd love to fill you ladies in."
Patrick had walked up behind me and put his hands on my shoulders. "You do that while I get some cookies going for the Southern Women's Club." I'd spent a little too much time at Patrick's house and needed to get on the cookies. If I was going to be on the dot, like Loretta told me, then I had to let Patrick fill them in on the details. There was nothing better than a good old-fashioned Southern tea cookie to bring with me. They were quick and easy to make, not to mention how delicious they were. I grabbed the self-rising flour, bag of sugar, baking soda, buttermilk, sugar, and eggs, balancing them as I walked over to the kitchen table before I set them down. With the apron tied around me, I started making the sweet treat that Loretta wouldn't be able to resist. The cookies were cut in a perfect circle and placed on the cookie sheet and ready to go in the 350-degree oven. It only took about 10 to 12 minutes to bake, and I had to make sure to keep a close eye on them. Not too overcooked and not too undercooked. The simple sugar cookie had to be perfect.
"I think your aunt's already booked all about the details for the wedding."
Patrick smiled at me so lovingly that my insides flipped.
"I even think she set the date."
Oh boy. I pushed the oven light and looked at the cookies. I guess I better tell my mom before she hears about it from someone else.
"You know, I've never met your mom."
He looked over my shoulder and into the oven.
"Those look great."
Mom is off on her own adventure. I didn't blame her. She'd spent years taking care of me and Dad. When Dad died, I think a little part of her died. So I was happy she'd discovered a new life outside of her old one.
"She'll be able to make our wedding, right?"
There was a concerned tone in his voice. I turned around and looked at him. "It's not like we're getting married tomorrow." I laughed and moved around him to get the oven mitts.
"When were you thinking?"
he asked. "I don't know. Can we enjoy being back together for a few minutes?" I opened the oven door and pulled the sheets out. The cookies were slightly brown around the edges, and I knew if I left them in any longer, they'd be overdone. Leaving them on the cookie sheet would continue to bake them a little longer.
"Okay."
Patrick pinched a smile.
"I'm gonna get out of here and do some work since you interrupted me earlier,"
he joked and gave me a kiss. After he pulled away, I reached out and grabbed a fistful of his shirt and tugged him to me for another kiss to hold me over.
"Call me on your way home from the fancy women's get-together thingy, and maybe Sassy and I'll come by."
He winked at me on the way out. I didn't make any promises. It all depended on what I found out, if anything.
"Sometimes you have to put the customer first, Maxine."
Bunny pushed through the kitchen door butt first.
"Your aunt?"
She tisked and untied her apron.
"She wants to continually fight with customers who don't agree with her about every single item you sell."
"Huh?" I asked, and carefully took the cookies off the sheet, placing them neatly on a silver tray I'd scored from Wild and Whimsy.
"One customer loved the muffin over the quiche, and she about lost her marbles."
She tried to sneak a cookie when I turned away. With a mouthful of cookies, she continued.
"She said that everything was good, and they didn't know good food if it was shoved down their throat."
"Are you kidding me?" I asked. I knew better than to have her help.
"Are you talking about me?"
Aunt Maxie shoved into the kitchen with the leftover pastries that hadn't sold.
"I'm not going to put up with anyone not loving your stuff."
"Aunt Maxie, not everyone has the same feelings for me that you do, though I do love how you feel about me." I held out one of the Southern tea cookies, knowing it was one of her favorite things because it was her recipe that I'd tweaked to make my own. She's probably who I blamed for my love of coffee. When Daddy and I would visit, they'd be drinking coffee, and I loved how they talked around the kitchen table. One day, I'd had a small headache, and she gave me a little coffee, telling Daddy it would help get rid of my headache. After that, I'd fake a headache just so I could get coffee and take part in their table talk. That spilled over into my adult life and was accompanied by good pastries. When I'd gone to law school and lived in a house with many other students, we'd be up all night chugging coffee. It was then that I learned to bake, letting my mind create all sorts of desserts. It was a sort of therapy that let my mind relax, and I found it helped me absorb the stuff I was studying.
"You've got to let that stuff slide off your back,"
I suggested, knowing it was only a suggestion and she'd do what she'd want to do.
"It was only Verdi Digby,"
Aunt Maxie scoffed. "Who's that?" I asked, and ripped off a piece of tinfoil.
"Ah, you remember old Verdi from the doctor's office?"
She reminded me of the receptionist that would diagnose me in the waiting room before the doctor would see me. Her diagnosis was always right, too. Still, Verdi or not, we want everyone to come back. There was no way I wanted to give up my dream now that I had it. Patrick and the Bean Hive. Life was good. It'd be great if I could paste the clues together why someone killed Alexis, I thought, as I crunched the edges of the tinfoil around the silver tray. 23. After Bunny left, Aunt Maxie and I quickly cleaned up the rest of the coffee house. We filled the coffee and tea bar, along with the table condiments, in anticipation for the last day of the Honey Festival, which was tomorrow, Sunday. I'd already decided before the coffee house opened that it wouldn't be open a full day on Sundays, since it was mostly a traveling day for many of the tourists as well as a church day for the citizens of Honey Springs, including me. The hours were noon to 4, which gave enough time for the after-church citizens to come down and have a cup of coffee. After 4 gave me a few hours to bake and plan out the next week. Tomorrow was a special occasion with the festival, so I'd planned to keep normal hours. My phone chirped just as I'd given Aunt Maxie a tray of cookies to carry. She'd planned on taking me to the Southern Women's Club and dropping me off at home afterward. "It's Mari," I said as her name scrolled across my phone.
"She's good at changing her mind,"
Aunt Maxie quipped and stacked 2 of the trays. I clicked my tongue to the top of the roof of my mouth to get her attention. I shook my head and pointed to the trays, letting her know not to stack them. "Hi, Mari," I answered the phone. Aunt Maxie grumbled under her breath and walked over to the bar near the door, taking a seat on one of the stools. "Can you come by tonight and look at my house? Because I'm worried tomorrow night just won't give us enough time." There was concern in Mari's voice. "I figured you were closing shop now, and if you wouldn't mind driving over before you went home, that'd be great." "Actually, I was just heading over to Loretta's." I wanted so badly to say Loretta, because that was what I heard in my head every time I said her name, but used some restraint. "For the Southern Women's Club." "You can miss the first half hour." Mari wasn't taking my answer as a polite no. "They don't do anything but gossip. Then they sit around and eat and drink with their noses and pinkies up in the air." I was beginning to get the sense that Mari wasn't fond of the SWC. "Besides, this meeting on Monday is very important. We'll find out just how much money the festival made and if we can keep it on the boardwalk. This is very important, and it's up to me to make it presentable." There didn't seem to be any budging by the sound of her voice. "I guess I can. Can you give me your address again?" I asked, knowing she'd dropped off that card, but I had no idea where it was and didn't want to look for it. There was a scribble sheet next to the register where I quickly wrote down the address before we hung up.
"What was that all about?"
Aunt Maxie asked. "Mari wants me to come by now and get a feel for her house so I can make the proper food, I guess." I shrugged. "Can you take me home so I can grab my car?"
"You ain't coming to the SWC?"
Her jaw dropped.
"You won't be asked back," she warned. "Loretta isn't of the forgiving type."
Loretta isn't paying my bills either. There was a bit of regret. It wasn't like I was really going to be a member of the SWC. I was going to get some answers about Leslie. Say, I remembered the banned books I wanted to ask Aunt Maxie about. Do you know anything about the banned books section in Crooked Cat? That was the only thing out of place when I found Alexis that morning. The shelves were empty and the books were all over the floor, not to mention the banned book stamp she had was used on her forehead. Come to think of it, Officer Spencer never even mentioned the stamp on Alexis's head.
"Why didn't you tell me that before?"
Aunt Maxie walked out the beehive's door as I held it for her. Pepper followed. I locked the door behind her.
"I'd overheard her talking to someone on the phone at the Pet Palace about her banned books and something about Drew."
"Mari's Drew?" I asked, thinking it might not be a bad idea to sort of snoop while I was there.
"Only Drew I know."
Aunt Maxie stopped in front of a couple shops down on our way to her car.
"Now, I'm not the gossiping type,"
she assured me. Sure you aren't, I thought, but kept it to myself. She was like a megaphone when it came to gossip. In fact, I'd gotten a message on my phone from Morgan and Chrissy that I'd not listened to yet, but I could guarantee it was about me and Patrick.
"But I'd heard a few months ago that Leslie had a secret and was holding it over Alexis's head. Alexis mentioned something when we were volunteering together, but decided not to tell me what it was. She just said that her and Leslie were feuding again, and that this secret could destroy some people."
It had to be the same secret Big Bib knew. I wasn't going to say anything, but I did see Leslie and Drew over at the bee farm. We continued to walk to her car. It was the only car left in the lot.
"That's not unusual for folks to commiserate."
It was more of an argument of sorts. The details didn't matter. What mattered was the secret. I'm wondering if Mari isn't in on this little secret.
"I do know that Drew had spent some time down at Crooked Cat."
Aunt Maxie gave me a little bit of gossip that might be of use. "What do you mean?" I asked.
"When I was down here with Patrick getting the beehive up to code and trying to get it somewhat ready before you moved here,
I'd see Drew and Alexis in front of the shop, and a couple times in the shop.
Aunt Maxie pulled the car out on the road and headed toward the cabin.
Leslie said something about the bookstore, and when she did open it back up, she's getting rid of the banned books.
There was something there between the banned books and Alexis's death. I just knew it.
Don't you be meddling over at Mari's,
she warned as she pulled the car up to my cabin and let me and Pepper out.
You do your job of getting catering clients, and you let Spencer do his job of catching killers. Besides, when Leslie called me about the store and the lease, she told me she was probably not going to open it back up and would move back to wherever it was she came from.
Pepper jumped over my lap and out of the car before I could even get the door fully opened.
All right, I reluctantly agreed and got out of the car.
I'll be over to Loretta's as soon as I can. I shut the door and waved Aunt Maxie off. I pulled out my cell phone and pulled up Mari's number. I'll be over shortly, I texted. I'm finishing up a few things for the shop and need to check on a couple of Aunt Maxie's rentals before I head over. I didn't technically lie to either Aunt Maxie or Mari. I was going to run by a rental of Aunt Maxie's, Crooked Cat. Maybe there was something there that Spencer didn't see. 24. Before I left the cabin, I gave Pepper some kibble and let him out. He needed to stay home while I went to Snoop, before heading over to Mari's and then the SWC. Or maybe not the SWC. I'd yet to decide. If Aunt Maxie was right and Loretta was a stickler for time frames, maybe I too, like Mari, wasn't a good candidate to be a member. I jumped in my car and drove to the boardwalk. When I got there, I pulled into the closest spot since the parking lot was empty. A light night breeze was coming off the lake, causing the flags to snap and form. All the little pop sounds along the boardwalk made it seem a lot scarier than it was. Or it was the fact that I was about to break and enter into a crime scene. Used to be a crime scene. I'd overheard someone in line at the Beehive say that the council had begged the police to take down the crime scene tape so it wouldn't taint the festival. Technically, it didn't say not to enter. I jiggled the door handle and it opened. So was it really breaking and entering when the door was unlocked? I brushed it off as not and walked in. The familiar smell of books curled around me, and though I was there to snoop, the books somehow comforted me in a strange way. What Aunt Maxie said about Leslie not keeping the bookstore open made me sad. I couldn't imagine Honey Springs without Crooked Cat. I took my cell phone out of my pocket and turned on the flashlight part. It didn't give off too much light, which was good. No one needed to see me in here. That was the last thing I needed. The sound of people laughing as they walked by put a halt to my steps. My hand folded over the top of my phone to shield the light. I looked out the window. The group of friends was heading down to the entrance of the watershed. Even though the rest of Honey Springs was closed, the watershed didn't close most nights until 10 p.m. Their last dinner boat ride was at 8 p.m. For a second, I got lost in my thoughts and imagined my rehearsal dinner on one of the watershed boats. That'd be fun, especially since Patrick loved the lake so much. Once the group was out of sight, I let my flashlight lead the way to the banned book section. It looked like someone had stacked the books neatly on the floor, not like they were when I'd found them, all scattered. I headed back to the room where I'd found Alexis. My adrenaline surged. More sounds of laughter on the boardwalk, the sound of a boat zooming by, and the snap of the flags seemed to intensify around me. I sucked in a breath and continued on my search, putting all the sounds in the back of my head. I needed to hurry if I was going to make good on all my promises to people. The chalk outline of Alexis's body was still visible, and I made sure to step around it. It appeared to me that she'd been sitting at her desk, maybe working on the computer. I tapped the spacebar on the keyboard, and her computer powered up. Luckily, there wasn't a login password. I got on her internet and checked the history. Nothing but book orders, libraries, and some book blogs came up. Nothing I'm sure the police hadn't already checked into. There were a few emails, but nothing alarming. Mostly about the Honey Festival and the new boardwalk lease from Kane Properties. I did read that one and downloaded the document out of curiosity. The download files on her computer were filled with folders with different book genre labels. I'd clicked on the mysteries, and she'd had lists of books she wanted to read and to order for the shop. There were some invoices from the prior months. Nothing that I found to be a reason to kill her. The banned book file had a current list of books that were about to make it on the list. There was a link in one of the documents that I clicked on. It took me to a Google email that hadn't popped up earlier. In fact, the app wasn't even on the computer and needed to be downloaded. I wondered if she'd had access to the app at home or on her phone. Another thing I'm sure the police had looked into. Out of curiosity, I downloaded the app on her computer. As it downloaded, some sort of pop-up opened, and a dancing pig appeared on the screen, singing and oinking along with a few barnyard friends about some game that was a free download. It was so loud. I moved the flashlight around the computer to find the speakers or a button to turn the sound off. In the meantime, the email popped open and needed a password. With the sound of the farm animals having their good old time, I typed in Crooked Cat, The Crooked Cat, Leslie, and Honey Springs, but nothing. I had one more try before I was locked out. B-A-N-N-E-D, I said over the now singing cow. B-O-O-K-S. I hit enter, and the Google Mail opened. Hot dog. I smacked my hands together and let my eyes scan down the page. One after the other were emails from Drew Kirkwood. Randomly, I clicked on one. My eyes popped as I read through them, each one professing their love for the other and how they were going to run off together. Until I read one from the night before she'd been killed. I'm sorry, please forgive me. I'm going to come clean about our affair. If you aren't going to live up to promises, I will help you. I read, realizing that this was a reason for Drew to kill her. In a reply to her, he'd begged her not to tell anyone. He couldn't bear to hurt Mari like that and wanted to give them more time. He'd professed his love to both women and begged her some more to give him time. There was a follow-up email from Drew that had yet to be opened. Without any hesitation, I clicked it open, though I knew I shouldn't have. You must not, I read aloud and noticed the letters were all capitalized and bold. Tell anyone about our affair. You will ruin me and you. No good can come of this. I'm on my way to see you. Do not tell anyone anything, or this is over. The words burned in my head as I read them. Well, well. I knew you were going to be trouble. The familiar voice carried over the now singing horse. I jerked around. There was a flashlight shining on me. You couldn't just let it die. Even after I ran you off the road. Mari shined the flashlight on her face, the hood of her cloak over her head. It was a warning. Now, I'm afraid that warning, along with you, has expired. She drew a gun out from underneath her cloak. I know nothing. I quickly tried to think of something smart like a lawyer, but only my kindergarten voice came out. I don't know a thing, but that Drew killed Alexis. And you were a lawyer? She scoffed. Drew didn't want to kill her. After I'd found out about their little affair, I told him to put an end to it. I really thought they'd ended it. But that nasty daughter of hers has some very loose lips when it comes to drinking at the Moose. When I was down at the marina getting my boat fixed, I heard Bib telling the mechanic about who I was and how he'd heard from Leslie this big secret about her mom and Drew. How Drew was going to leave me and this big scandal. That wasn't going to happen. I have a reputation to uphold in this town, and no two-bit bookseller and her slutty daughter are going to ruin that for me. Stand up. She shoved the gun in my ribs. I cringed. I wasn't sure what to say, so I kept my mouth shut. We're going to go for a little boat ride. I'm not fond of boats. I lied in hopes she wasn't going to take me on the boat. Don't worry, she laughed. You won't be in it for long. She stuck the gun in deeper. Get up. There wasn't any sort of joking in her tone. Don't you watch all the crime shows where it's better to listen to the killer than not? I don't have time for those. Listen. I put my hands in the air and stood up. I won't tell a soul. This is our little secret. You can hire me as your family lawyer, and I can't say a word. It sounded pretty good to me. No, thank you. She smiled a sweet smile and looked at me sternly, the same look I'd seen her give Drew the morning they were putting up balloons on the boardwalk when he was talking to the person on the dock. If Leslie knows, then why not kill her? I did see Drew and her talking on the docks. Leslie doesn't know it all, at least not yet. She's been doing like you and piecing together things. Things her mother had said and catching Drew here. Her mother had told her that she'd been seeing a married man, but other than that, she'd not named Drew. She waved her gun for me to move toward the door. Boardwalk, now. With each step, I tried to come up with a good excuse for her to let me go, but my mind seemed to be mush. What about when I don't show up for things? The beehive? People will look for me. I gave it a good shot. Nope. After I got your text about seeing some of your aunt's rentals, I knew you were coming here and snooping. I knew Alexis and Drew had corresponded through email from their iPads and figured you'd be able to snoop around. I wasn't going to risk it. She opened the door of the bookstore when the coast was clear of anyone seeing us. We walked out, her arm curled in mine with the gun still in my side. Glad I didn't. So I headed on over to that cute little coffee shop of yours and left a couple of notes for your dear, sweet aunt about how you didn't really want to do this anymore, and your heart was dead set on being a lawyer and a wife. Wife? I asked. The man you left to come here. Her words were nothing like what had happened to me. I'd found out all your information when I learned you were snooping around. Gossip around here spreads. Regardless, the website of your old law firm is on the internet, with your husband's contact information. I sent him a message that you were coming back and how sorry you were for leaving him. Did she really not know what had happened to me? Nothing this woman said made sense. Regardless, she'd had other plans for the end of my life. I really thought Drew killed Alexis. A last-ditch effort from me before I saw the boat's sparkly back edge come into view. It was tied up on the bank next to the boardwalk where I'd seen the same boat zoom out from. Think again, lawyer. She loved using that word to show my ignorance of this situation. She glowed, thinking she just outsmarted me. Just walk to the boat and get in. I need a life jacket. I steadied myself on the rocking boat as I stepped on the cushiony seat on one side. Not where you're going. She pulled the flashlight out and shined it on the big chain, curled on the floor of the boat, next to an empty 5-gallon paint bucket, a bag of concrete, and a few gallons of water. I gulped and sat down. She revved up the engine and threw it into drive. Images of that fateful morning, seeing this exact same boat speeding down the lake, played over in my head. I wondered if it was some sick joke from the great beyond, playing with me as my fate was coming to an end. 25. Chills ran up my body as the cold air whipped around me from the speeding boat. The dark had blanketed us. I had no idea how Mari could see where the boat was zooming. The roaring engine and air in my ears made it hard for me to hear anything she was screaming at me. which was probably a good thing. I was thankful for the dark because I continued to try and see the bucket I knew she'd planned to concrete my feet into. I choked back any sort of vomit that had crept into my esophagus and swallowed it back down. My conversation with Patrick and professing our love for one another was a strange comfort in this moment. At least I wasn't going to die with my true love buried. For a second, I thought about jumping out of the boat. Then I'd talk myself out of it, thinking I could still talk Maury out of killing me. Fat chance. Maury brought the boat to idle. She looked back at me before she maneuvered the boat into a cove. "It's almost time. Do you want your shoes on or off?" she asked. She clicked the flashlight on me and the entire cove lit up. It seemed a very strange question to me. If I were a killer, I'd want everything to be buried and nothing left for chance. As if the decision was that important, I looked down at my cowboy boots. The heels on them were thick. "I'd like to take these off." I kept to myself that I knew this cove. I knew it like the back of my hand. It wasn't too far from Aunt Maxie's, Patrick's house. Patrick and I had explored the entire shoreline of Lake Honey Springs. The cove had a cave that ran along the bank. If I dove far enough down, I knew I could get into the cave and stand up with at least 1 foot of breathing space above the waterline. At least it was like that 12 years ago. It was worth the effort of trying. Maury stood over me with that darn gun pointed at me and watched me as I placed my hand on the heel of my right boot. With ease, I pulled my right foot out of the boot and placed it on the floor of the boat. I placed my hand on the heel of my left boot. With a big jerk, I pulled it off my foot and gripped the top, swinging it up and under Maury's nose, sending her stumbling backward. I didn't wait around to see what had happened to her. I flung my body over the boat. The water was still so cold from the winter and hadn't yet warmed with spring. Without letting the chill get me, I dove down and swam over to the edge, feeling with my hands through the dark. "Where are you?" Maury screamed from the boat. Pow, pow, pow. The bullets hit the water just as I dove down and found the opening of the cave. With my legs powering me further and further into the cave, my hand dragged along the wall until I felt the opening where I knew the pocket of air was. Just by chance, Patrick and I found it while timing each other on who could hold their breath the longest. When Aunt Maxie said things happen for a reason, I couldn't help but believe that this was the reason Patrick and I'd played that stupid game. I only hoped and prayed Maury didn't know about it, or have the stamina to get to me. I swam up, and when I felt the ledge, I planted my feet on it and slowly stood. Just like before, the water parted around my shoulders, and there was breathing room between my head and the top of the cave. It was black as night, but during the day there was a stream of light that did come through. I only prayed I could make it until daylight without my nerves or the cold of the water getting to me. The rumble of the boat's engine reverberated on the cave walls. I could hear Maury still screaming and what sounded like the gun being fired. Maury hadn't taken the initiative to jump into the water. Maybe I had a chance to live. I planted my back up against the cave wall and rested, trying to fight against my fear and not give up. It seemed like forever that I was down there waiting, listening, before I heard the roar of a boat. The roar of 2 boats. Slow and steady, I breathed out my nose to see if I could hear anything else. There were 2 engines idling. My heart pounded in my chest. Had Maury called Drew? Was he coming there to rescue her and help find me? According to the emails he'd sent to Alexis, he didn't want anyone to find out about their affair. Maury apparently was forgiving him, and his emails sounded as though he didn't want to be with Alexis anymore. My mind knew he'd do anything, even go as far as helping Maury kill me. The water around me rippled. There was only 1 of 2 times water in a still cave did that, and it had to do with snakes or people. I prayed it was snakes, but the light coming toward me from the depths of the lake told me it was a flashlight and someone holding it. My hand felt for the edges of the ledge. I was going to have to hold on and flail my legs in front of me, hoping to knock out Maury or Drew, whichever one it was. As the light got closer, my grip got tighter. I brought my legs up, bending them at the knee. Once the light almost hit the break of the water's edge, I started to pedal my legs like I did on the bike. The flashlight broke out of the water, and behind it, a person. I closed my eyes and flailed my legs in hopes there wasn't a gun in the other person's hand.
"Roxy, stop, it's me, Patrick."
His voice echoed in the tiny space. I opened my eyes, and when I saw him under the light, I began to cry.
"Spencer has Maury in custody."
He talked to me in a calming voice that told me everything was going to be okay.
"Your Aunt Maxie is up there waiting on the police boat for you."
He held the spotlight over us. He stared into my eyes.
"Do you think you can swim out of here? I have a rope for us to be tethered, so if you get nervous, I can help you out."
"I'm fine." My voice was shaky, and I was in a little bit of shock, but I knew what I needed to do. I nodded at him and let him put the rope around my waist. On the count of 3, we sucked in deep breaths before we dove back down into the depth of the cave and out into the lake where the lights showered the water around us. Aunt Maxie and Spencer were hanging over the side of the boat with their arms out to pull me out of the water and into the boat. Spencer had blankets and a change of clothes he'd said was for boat rescues. My hands shook as I used the small private space on the boat to peel off my wet clothes, replacing them with the baggy pair of sweatpants and sweatshirt. After I came out, I sat down waiting to see what was next. "How did you find me?" I sat on the police boat with the blanket wrapped around me along with Patrick's arms. Aunt Maxie and Patrick sat next to me while Spencer was processing Maury's boat.
"Spencer called my cell phone and asked me where you were. I told him that you'd gone to Maury's house for a meeting. He told me to get to the marina."
She patted Patrick's leg.
"I called Patrick on my way over and told him that something bad was happening."
That's when I met her down at the boat dock where there was a police officer waiting for us. He informed us that Spencer had gone to Maury's house because the 911 phone call information came back from when you were run off the road. You didn't call 911 from your cell. The person who ran you off the road did. The number was traced back to Maury Kirkwood's cell phone," Patrick said. I gulped. "That's why Pepper didn't bark. He knew Maury from her volunteering at Pet Palace."
Aunt Maxie's brow rose and she nodded her head.
"The caller said she was you, so when the initial report from the dispatcher came in, the tapes were of a woman saying it was you. Spencer still had the tapes and numbers traced just so he could be sure. When it came up as Maury, he tried to call your cell, and when he couldn't find you, he called me."
He feared you were in danger because once he found out it was Maury, he went to the Kirkwood house, and Drew spilled his guts about his affair with Alexis. Maury had found out and was in a fit of rage. She'd gone to Crooked Cat to confront Alexis. They'd gotten into an argument, according to Drew, and that's when Maury pulled out one of Drew's banned books from her purse and hit Alexis just right over the head, killing her. Patrick ran a soothing hand along my back as he continued to tell the sordid tale. Drew told Spencer that he and Maury just had a fight and she took off in the boat. I remembered you said something about a sparkly boat, and they do have that sparkle on the back of their boat. When I pulled into the parking lot of the boardwalk, I saw your car. I told Spencer about the boat you'd seen, and we figured you were on the water with her."
"Spencer drove the boat and Patrick held the spotlight. He said that if you'd gotten to the cove, he'd know exactly where you were. He was right."
Aunt Maxie smiled. "I told you earlier today that I'd lost you once, and I wasn't going to lose you again." Patrick kissed me.
"Okay, lovebirds, break it up,"
Spencer said. When we looked up, he had Maury in handcuffs next to him. Her head was down.
"I'm going to take her to the station and book her, but I'm going to need all 3 of you down there to give your statements after we make it back to the marina."
He took another set of cuffs and cuffed Maury's leg to the rail of the boat. One of the police officers drove Mari's boat back to the marina while Patrick sat between me and Aunt Maxie, his arms around both of us. Patrick drove Aunt Maxie and me to the police station in his truck where we gave our statements, and an hour later, he dropped Aunt Maxie off at the boardwalk at her car. "We can leave your car here and I'll bring you back in the morning to get it." Patrick wasn't about to let me be alone, and I didn't protest. My nerves were shot, and I really didn't want to be alone. Epilogue. I said 6 o'clock on the dot. Loretta waltzed into the beehive the next day. I'd surprised myself on how well I'd slept. In fact, Patrick didn't even wake me up for my 4 a.m. alarm. When I did wake up, it was on my own with Sassy and Pepper in the bed next to me. There was a warm thermos of coffee and a note from Patrick that said he'd called Bunny and they'd open the shop for me. When I walked into the cabin's kitchen, there was a brand new bike with a big bow on the basket that was a perfect size for Pepper. With a big smile on my face, I ran my hand along the shiny new bike. Patrick was a keeper. I'd finally made it to the shop around 10 and was happy to see the beehive was filled. Mostly with citizens trying to get the scoop on what had happened the night before, but not Loretta. I had a gun stuck in my side by a murderer, but I hope you enjoyed the Southern tea cookies. I knew she'd heard about Mari taking me hostage in an effort to kill me, so I'd take the secret of the affair to the grave. "Those cookies have saved you." She looked down her tan nose at me. She lifted her bejeweled fingers and dug them in her hair, pushing more body into the style. "Next week, I expect you to be on time." She pointed to the counter at the s'mores cookies. "Bring some of those." I smiled. "Here." I opened the case and took out a couple of the cookies and put them in a to-go bag. "I'll be there." My eyes gazed over the coffee house. There was a big smile on my face. The joy had returned to my body and soul. Aunt Maxie and Patrick were in the corner, no doubt planning my wedding without me. She'd come with a stack of bridal magazines, not mentioning I'd about had a near-death experience a few short hours ago. Pepper was laying in his bed, and Sassy was next to Patrick. Bunny was talking to a couple of citizens as she refilled the tea bar. The bell over the door dinged. "Welcome to the beehive," I called out and looked up. My smile fell to a frown. "Roxy." Kirk stood at the door of my coffee house. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Aunt Maxie and Patrick stand up. "I got the strangest email from you about coming home. I tried calling you," he said. I suddenly remembered my phone was still sitting on Alexis's computer at Crooked Cat. At first, I ignored it, but all night I couldn't stop thinking about you. The thought that you were really going to come back to me excited me. I turned on the news and saw what had happened here, and when they said your name, I only wanted to see you. I want us to work it out. Bunny had shooed all the remaining customers outside to the cafe tables, save for Aunt Maxie and Patrick. "Roxy, are you okay?" Patrick asked. "You." There was disgust in Kirk's voice when he noticed Patrick. "I told you years ago when you showed up in New York that she wanted no part of you." "You did what?" I looked at Kirk. Then I looked at Patrick. "You left that part out." "There wasn't any reason not to believe him when he told me that you didn't want me after I'd seen you with him." Patrick's face saddened. "Kirk, you've wasted a trip." I stood tall and owned my words. He laughed and looked around. "You seriously want to leave our life for this?" His nose curled. "Beat it, pal." Aunt Maxie butted in. "You heard her. You've wasted your trip." Kirk took a second to look at all three of us. He turned around and walked out the door. When the bell dinged over the door, Patrick dropped to one knee and held his hand out. "I was going to wait and do this tonight, but it seems like none of my plans are working out." He opened the small black velvet box in his hand. The prettiest antique ruby and diamond ring was nestled in the small cushion.
Beverly Teagarden at Wild and Whimsy said you'd eyed it every time you came in there. It seemed perfect for you. But if you don't like it...
I love it. I threw my arms around his neck. I love you. He slipped the ring on my finger and it fit perfectly. It fits, I gushed and showed Aunt Maxie. I tell you, everything happens for a reason, she said with a proud voice. Yes, it does. I rolled up on my toes and kissed Patrick. Pepper, Sassy, and Aunt Maxie danced around us. Roxy's favorite breakfast casserole. Ingredients: 1 package, 16 ounces, of bulk ground sausage. I like a little spice to mine, so I get a mild or hot sausage. 1 onion, chopped, or you can buy a bag of the frozen already chopped. 1 red pepper, chopped, or you can buy a bag of the frozen already chopped. 3 to 4 cups frozen square hash browns. 2 cups cheddar cheese. 3/4 cups Bisquick. I use gluten-free Bisquick because Eddie is gluten-free and it's the same measurements. 2 cups of milk. 6 eggs. Optional black pepper. Directions: I preheat my oven to 400. Spray a 3-quart baking dish, 13 by 9 inches, with cooking spray. Over medium heat, cook the chopped onion and red pepper along with the sausage until the sausage is cooked with no pink. Drain the meat. Add the meat mixture, frozen hash browns, and 1½ cups of the cheese in the baking dish. In a bowl, combine the milk, Bisquick, eggs, and pepper, optional. Pour over the sausage mix in the baking dish. Bake for around 30 to 35 minutes. Sprinkle the rest of the cheese over top and bake another 5 minutes or until the cheese has melted. I'm a big believer in letting the food stand for 5 to 10 minutes after taken out of the oven. Enjoy! Roxanne Bloom's famous chai tea. 3 cups water. 5 green cardamom pods, crushed. ½ teaspoon cinnamon powder. 3 pieces star anise. 2 teaspoons fennel seed. 1/4 teaspoon ground nutmeg, or 5 shaves of fresh grated. 1/4 teaspoon ground ginger, or 1 tablespoon fresh grated. 1/4 teaspoon ground cloves, or 1 tablespoon whole cloves. 8 black peppercorns. 1½ cups milk. 6 teaspoons Assam loose leaf tea. Sugar to taste. Cinnamon stick and star anise for serving. 1. Bring water, cardamom pods, cinnamon powder, star anise, fennel seed, nutmeg, ginger, cloves, and peppercorns to a boil over medium-high heat. 2. Add milk and return to a boil. 3. Add tea and simmer for 2 minutes. 4. Strain, sweeten with sugar to taste. Serve with cinnamon stick and star anise. Stuffed pepper soup, Karen Tillotson. Ingredients: 1 pound ground beef, 2 quarts water, 1 quart tomato juice, 3 medium sweet red or green peppers, diced, 1½ cups chili sauce, 1 bottle, 1 cup uncooked long grain rice, 2 celery ribs, diced, 1 large onion, diced, 2 teaspoons browning sauce, optional, 3 chicken bouillon cubes, 2 cloves garlic, minced, 1/2 teaspoon salt. Directions: in a large kettle over medium heat, cook beef until no longer pink. Drain. Add remaining ingredients and bring to a boil. Reduce heat. Simmer uncovered for 1 hour or until rice is tender. Yield 4 quarts, 16 servings. Peanut Butter Dog Treats, Tanya Kappas. I make these for Charlie since he can't have salt. I get the low-sodium peanut butter, and he loves these. 2 cups whole wheat flour. 1½ teaspoons baking powder. 1/3 cup smooth peanut butter. 1 cup skim milk, or 1 cup hot water, not boiling water. 1 egg. This is optional. You don't have to include it. The egg makes the dog's coat shiny. I didn't include the egg in the treats I gave to my puppy. Preheat the oven to 375 degrees. Line a cookie sheet with tinfoil or parchment paper and set aside. In a large mixing bowl, combine the whole wheat flour and the baking powder. Then, in the same mixing bowl, add the milk or hot water and peanut butter. Carefully mix the wet ingredients and the dry ingredients. If the dough is too dry, add a little more milk or water. Or, if it is too wet, add an additional tablespoon of flour until it is not too wet. Place dough on counter and roll it out with a rolling pin, or flatten the dough out with your hands. Use dog bone cookie cutters and cut the dough into various sized dog biscuits. Place cut-out dog bones on cookie sheet. Leave space between the bones on the cookie sheet because they will spread slightly and rise. If the dough gets too sticky while you're cutting out the bones, sprinkle it with flour and it will decrease the stickiness. Once all the dough is cut up, bake the bones for 20 minutes at 375 degrees. The bones should be light brown when done. Allow the bones to cool before giving one to your puppy. Scones with a Flavor Twist, submitted by Joanne Kokorek. Base ingredients: 2 cups all-purpose flour, 1/3 cup sugar, 1 tablespoon baking powder, ½ teaspoon salt, ½ cup cold butter cut into ½ cubes, 1 cup whipping cream. Sweet variation ingredients: 1. Chocolate cherry scones. Stir in 1/4 cup dried cherries, coarsely chopped, and 2 ounces coarsely chopped semi-sweet chocolate with the cream. 2. Apricot ginger scones. Stir in ½ cup finely chopped dried apricots and 2 tablespoons finely chopped crystallized ginger with the cream. Drizzle with vanilla glaze after baking. 3. Cranberry pistachio scones. Stir in 1/4 cup sweetened dried cranberries and 1/4 cup coarsely chopped roasted and salted pistachios with the cream. 4. Brown sugar pecan scones. Substitute brown sugar for granulated sugar. Stir in ½ cup chopped toasted pecans with the cream. Glaze ingredients: 1 cup confectioner's sugar, 3 tablespoons heavy cream, or half and half or milk, 1/4 teaspoon vanilla extract. Directions: 1. Preheat oven to 450 degrees. Stir together first 4 ingredients in a large bowl. Cut butter into flour mixture with a pastry blender, or 2 knives, until crumbly and mixture resembles small peas. Freeze 5 minutes. Add 3/4 cup plus 2 tablespoons cream, stirring just until dry ingredients are moistened. 2. Turn dough out onto wax paper. Gently press or pat dough into a 7-inch round. Mixture will be crumbly. Cut round into 8 wedges. Place wedges 2 inches apart on a lightly greased baking sheet. Brush tops of wedges with remaining 2 tablespoons cream just until moistened. 3. Bake at 450 degrees for 15 to 20 minutes or until tops are golden brown. 4. To make the glaze, simply whisk all of the glaze ingredients together and drizzle lightly over scones right before serving. Scones are best enjoyed fresh from the oven. Special instructions. Here's my trick for light-textured, not heavy, scones. Avoid overworking the dough. Scone dough is fragile. Like muffin batter or cookie dough, try to avoid overmixing and overhandling. If you overmix the dough, it will overdevelop the gluten, thus resulting in a tough textured scone. Coffee Soufflé, submitted by Andrea Steckel. Ingredients: 1 envelope, 1 tablespoon, unflavored gelatin. 1½ cups brewed coffee, cooled. ½ cup milk. ½ cup white sugar, divided. 1/4 teaspoon salt, divided. 3 eggs, separated. ½ teaspoon vanilla extract. Directions: combine gelatin and cold coffee in a small bowl. Set aside for 5 minutes to soften. In a heat-proof bowl or the top of a double boiler, combine coffee mixture, milk, 1/4 cup sugar, 1/8 teaspoon salt, and the egg yolks. Set the bowl over a pan of simmering water. Stir until sugar is dissolved and gelatin has melted. Whisk in remaining 1/4 cup sugar, 1/8 teaspoon salt, and the egg yolks. Cook and stir until mixture is thick and creamy and coats the back of a metal spoon. Remove from heat. Whip the egg whites, with a pinch of salt if desired, until stiff peaks form. Fold egg whites and vanilla into slightly cooled custard. Pour into a serving dish or lightly greased mold and chill until set, at least 4 hours. Special instructions: substitute cream or half and half for milk. May be served with whipped cream or topping. This recipe is one of the first my grandmother taught me over 50 years ago. This has been Scene of the Grind, A Killer Coffee Mystery, Volume 1. Written by Tanya Kappas. Narrated by Madeline Rozek. Copyright 2017 by Tanya Kappas. Production copyright 2018 by Tanya Kappas.